Essays on Form and Interpretation. Noam Chomsky. North Holland, New York. New York, Amsterdam, Oxford. I. Grammar, Comparative and General Addresses. Essays, Lectures. 2. Generative Grammar Addresses, Essays, Lectures. I. Introduction. I1 Questions of Form and Interpretation. I25 On the Nature of Language. I63 Conditions on Transformations. I81 Conditions on Rules of Grammar. I163 Index. I211 Introduction. The essays that follow fall within the framework of the so-called Extended Standard Theory, EST. 1. More generally, the framework of assumptions, methodological and substantive, is essentially as presented in my Aspects of the Theory of Syntax 2 and related work. A more recent discussion of background issues, including an informal account of some of the work presented here and consideration of some of the controversy that has arisen concerning this approach to the study of language, appears in my Reflections on Language. 3. The first essay appeared in Linguistic Analysis, Volume I, No. L. 1975. It was a paper delivered to the Linguistic Society of America on the occasion of its golden anniversary symposium in June 1974 at the University of Massachusetts in Amherst, Massachusetts, and appears also in the proceedings of this symposium. Robert Toast ed. Peter Derrida Press, 1975. The second essay was delivered at a conference sponsored by the New York Academy of Sciences in September 1975 and appears in Stephen R. Horst Steckless and Jane Lancaster eds. Origins and the Evolution of Language and Speech. Annals of the New York Academy of Sciences, Volume 280, 1976. The third essay was circulated by the Indiana University Linguistics Club in October 1997-1 and appears in Stephen Anderson and Paul Kipasky eds. A fest trip for Morris Halley Holt Reinhardt and Winston 1973. The full THS appeared in Linguistic Analysis, Volume 2. No. 4, 1976. It is based on lectures presented at their 1 CRS. Jack Endoff. Semantic Interpretation in Generative Grammar, MIT Press, 1972, and my studies on semantics in generative grammar, Mouton, 1972. Two aspects of the theory of syntax, MIT Press, 1965. 3. Reflections on language, Pantheon, 1975. 1. Summer session of the Linguistic Society of America at the University of South Florida, June 1975, and is also to appear in a volume of essays based on that series of lectures. Logical ed. Current issues in linguistic theory, Indiana University Press. Minor revisions have been introduced for clarification and consistency. These essays represent ongoing work. Alternative analyses are presented at a number of points and explored at times in conclusive why, and later essays introduce modifications and criticisms of those that preceded. A subsequent paper on WH movement for extends this work further and discusses a number of the criticisms that have been raised concerning it. I hope to present a more comprehensive account in a monograph, now in preparation. The following remarks outline the general point of view adopted and developed in these essays, with some further modifications. The class of possible human languages is, I assume, specified by a genetically determined property, apparently species specific in impertinent respects. Any proposed linguistic theory, in particular, EST, may be regarded as an attempt to capture this property, at least in part. Thus, linguistic theory may be understood as a theory of the biological endowment that underlies the acquisition and use of language, in other terms, as a theory of universal grammar, where we take the goal of the express sign of those properties of human language that are biologically necessary. So understood, it gives the theory of the human faculty of language. Any particle micro-grammar conforms to the principles of fugue that is further articulated. It presents as well accidental facts that distinguish the particular language in question. One may imagine an inquiry still more general than you give in this sense, namely, an attempt to characterize the notion of language itself as distinct from other systems, with human language as a subspecies determined by Uge. This broader enterprise would be essentially conceptual rather than empirical in nature, granting, of course, that the distinction is hardly clear-cut. Suppose it to be accomplished. We would then have a characterization of language. This broader theory, whatever interest it might have, would identify and elaborate what we might call logically necessary or conceptually necessary properties of language. The empirical enterprise of Uge would then specify those properties of human language that are, for, on WH movement, to appear in formal syntax. Adrian Acmagian, Peter Cover, and Thomas Wassow, eds. Academic Press. Forthcoming. 2. Neither accidental nor logically necessary in this sense. Some ways to study this innate system are discussed in the second essay, beginning in a biologically given H initial cognitive state specified in part by you. The mind that is acquiring a language passes through a series of cognitive states, ultimately reaching a steady state that is then modified only in marginal ways as far as knowledge of language is concerned. Knowledge of their language is represented in this steady state, and perhaps in intermediate states as well, in the form of a system of rules and principles conforming to you, namely, a grammar of a particular language. The grammar assigns to each possible linguistic expression, this, a notion of you, a structural description, which consists of a representation of this expression on each level of linguistic description, expressions conforming to all of the principles of the grammar are the well-formed expressions of the language. Among these are the fully grammatical sentences of the language, identified by their structural descriptions as sentences. This, again, a notion of uke, of their expressions deviating one or another respect. A person who knows a language normally knows how to use it to achieve certain human ends. We may say that he attains a system of pragmatic competence in interacting with his grammatical competence, characterized by the grammar. Thus we distinguish grammatical and pragmatic competence as two components of the attained cognitive state. Grammar, it seems, is a language specific in two senses. A, the system of basic principles. Uke appears to be unique in significant measure to this faculty of mind. B, within the framework of uke, grammars differ from language to language, whether pragmatic competence is a language specific in neither sense, and if so, in what respects, is far from clear. Knowledge of language falls within a richer complex of belief and knowledge. A full account of the initial cognitive state will present the principles that make possible the attainment of this full system. From this point of view, the theory of grammar is simply one part of cognitive psychology, concerned with a particular mental faculty, its mature state, and the innate principles that provide the basis for its development. Use of language involves cognitive systems beyond grammatical and pragmatic competence. The theory of performance, then, will attempt to develop models incorporating grammar and other cognitive structures, as well as an account of the physical and social conditions of language use that are ignored in the abstraction to grammar. The conceptual distinction between competence and perform. 3. Ants between what a person knows and what he does, and the concepts themselves are reasonably clear theoretically, as much so as any notions concerning human thought and action. Further clarification of these notions is not, I believe, primarily a problem for conceptual analysis, but rather for constructive work, the development and empirical evaluation of specific theories of competence and performance. A system of concepts, however clear, may prove inappropriate to the task at hand. In this case, the study of language. Any serious inquiry will involve abstraction and idealization, but the particular framework adopted must be evaluated in terms of the consequences to which it leads. Does it lay the basis for a successful and insightful account of relevant phenomena with significant explanatory principles of some depth and scope? Idealization is a necessary element of rational inquiry. The legitimacy of particular idealizations is ultimately an empirical matter, though the issues are joined at a rather abstract level. The phenomena presented to us do not, of course, come provided with a system of appropriate categories of explanatory principles. It is only in the light of a particular theory that we can draw conclusions as to how some phenomenon is to be interpreted. For example, we may make an intuitive judgment that some linguistic expression is odd or deviant, but we cannot in general know, theoretically, whether this deviance is a matter of syntax, semantics, pragmatics, belief, memory, limitation, style, etc., or even whether these are appropriate categories for the interpretation of the judgment in question. It is an obvious and uncontroversial fact that informant judgments and other data do not fall neatly into clear categories. Syntactic semantic, etc. From the fact that data are confused, complex, often uncertain, etc., we can conclude nothing with regard to the nature of the systems that yield these data. It may be that the rules of grammar themselves essentially involve a complex of factors at every point, or many points, or it may be that there are separate cognitive structures, each with its specific properties, interacting to produce or interpret the flow of speech, or to provide the flux of judgments, reactions, etc., that constitute the linguist's primary data. My working hypothesis is that the latter assumption is basically correct, as shown by its relative success in providing insight into what Hume describes as that vast variety of springs and principles, which are hid, by reason of their minuteness or remoteness, and which we expect to find contained almost in every part of nature. The system of grammatical competence is one of these interacting structures. This system itself consists 4. Of several subcomponents with their specific properties and mode of interaction specified by Hume. Thus, I am assuming that the apparent complexity and heterogeneity of the presented phenomena can be factored into the contribution of interacting systems, each based on simple principles, each subject to a certain range of permissible variation, yielding the variety of possible languages. Questions of legitimate abstraction and idealization, in particular, with reference to syntax and semantics, are discussed in the first essay in this book, and specific proposals are developed further in the other essays. Assuming the approach just sketched to be generally on the right track, let us consider further the system of grammar. A grammar, again, assigns to each sentence, in particular, a structural description consisting of a representation on each of a set of linguistic levels, specifically, on the level of phonetics, phonology, words, morphemes, higher-level syntax, and what I will call here logical form, LF. I use the latter term to refer to those aspects of semantic representation that are strictly determined by grammar, abstracted from other cognitive systems. 5. The essays that follow are concerned primarily with higher-level syntax and LF. Adopting a version of VST, I assume that the grammar consists of rules of various categories: base, transformational, phonological, and semantic interpretive rules. The base consists of a categorial component and a lexicon. The categorial component is a system of context-free rules with categories provided by some version of the so-called X-bar system. 6. The lexicon provides specific properties of lexical entries and general principles concerning these. The lexicalist hypothesis, see references of Note I, is assumed without further discussion. The base-generated structure that underlies a sentence we may call its deep structure or initial phrase marker. 7. Transformational and interpretive rules map deep structures ultimately onto representations in LF. These essays are primarily concerned with transformational derivation and mapping to LF. I assume that cyclic transformational rules apply to embedded. 5. See my reflections on language for further discussion. The approach here assumed IS developed, however, in a somewhat different way, in my logical structure of linguistic theory, 1955, plenum. 1975. 6. For some recent discussion of this system, see the references cited below, and also several papers in Acmagian, Kulikova, and Wassow, op. Cit. 7 cf. Reflections on language for discussion of some terminological issues and misunderstandings. 5. Phrases in accordance with the principle of the strict cycle. 8. And that root transformations, with somewhat different properties, apply to root sentences in immense sense. 9. The result is a class of near-surface structures, call them shallow structures, in one sense of this term, due to postal, to which rules of a different category, scrambling, etc., may apply to give the actual form of sentences. Interpretive rules relate shallow structures to LF.10 among the cyclic rules. I will be concerned primarily with rules of NP movement and WH movement. Among the interpretive rules, primarily with rules of construal in roughly the sense suggested by Kenneth Hale, in particular, rules relating anaphoric expressions, pronouns and reciprocal s, to others within the same sentence. These movement and construal rules constitute a kind of apostrophe core grammar for English H, with properties explored below. I try to show that they observe certain quite general conditions and can be formulated with a strict economy of theoretical apparatus. These matters are discussed informally in the second essay and in more detail in the third and fourth essays. These essays also introduce and develop the trace theory of movement rules, cf. References cited for other relevant work. We might understand this theory as follows, along lines explained in more detail in WH movement. Let us assume that each occurrence of a category in deep structure is assigned a numerical index by some general procedure. I assume that thematic relations 1-1 are determined, perhaps completely, by deep structure configurations that may be modified by transformations. But the rules of semantic interpretation are assumed to apply to shallow structures. Therefore, the indices must be carried over in some fashion under transformational rules. To make the discussion concrete, let us consider one possible analysis of English passive constructions. Suppose that the deep structure underlying Bill was hit by John is essentially I, where the NPs are indexed. 8. For a recent clarification and sharpening of the principle of the strict cycle, c. 1. Mascaro, Catalan Phonology and the Phonological Cycle, Doctoral Dissertation, MIT, 1976. 9. Joseph E. Emmons, A Transformational Approach to English Syntax, Academic Press, 1976. 10. On the relation of syntactic structures to phonetic representation, I assume here, without discussion, the general approach developed in N. Chomsky and M. Halley, Sound Pattern of English, Harper and Row, 1967, as modified by Joan Bresnan in Sentence Stress and Syntactic Transformation S, Language, Volume 47, No. 2, 197, 1. 11. In the sense of J. E. Free G. Ruber and Ray J. Akendoff, more or less the semantic relations of Gerald Katz and the case relations of Charles Fillmore. See references cited for detail less. 6. I. Comp. 2. Comp. S. A. B. App. N. V. Hit. pp. // Bill by. NPAR. S. B. App. V. Hit. NP2 Bill. I by name. John. 3. Comp. S. VP. Bill. B. App. Hit. By. NP1. John. Suppose that a rule of NP postposing moves John to the unfilled position NP3, and that a later rule of NP preposing places Bill in the position of the original NP1, giving the form directly underlying Bill was hit by John. Consider in more detail the conventions involved in forming the intermediate and final structures. In accordance with Emmons' structure-preserving hypothesis, cf. Note 9, we assume that each application of the movement rule places the NP moved in an NP position to permit NP preposing. Then, we must assume that movement of John to postposing leaves behind the unfilled the NP position of NP3 by NP formally occupied by John. The result of the NP postposing rule is not an S exclusively dominating a VP, BN hit bill by John, but rather an S dominating an NP-VP construction with an unfilled NP. The latter position is then filled by the structure-preserving rule of NP preposing, which moves the NP bill to the subject position, again leaving behind an unfilled NP position. A question then arises about the indexing of the NPS under NP movement. We adopt the quite natural convention that a moved phrase retains its index, which thus replaces that of the NP to which 8 it moves. In accordance with this convention, NP postposing applied to I gives 2, and NP preposing applied to 2 gives finally 3. Let us now refer to the unfilled category NP1 of 2 as the trace of NP John i.e. of the occurrence of John as NP1 and 2 in the Citeroanschaffert von FOP2 RMP Pen 3 of I. Similarly, there 3 NP preposing unfilled NP2 of 3 is giving 3 from 2 erases the trace of John in 2. A trace, then, is just an indexed category with no lexical content, a phonetically null category, in this case, an NP. In 3, the fact that Bill bears the underlying grammatical relation of direct object to the verb hit, or, in another terminology, to the VP, is indicated by means of the trace relation. We may assume that in 2 and 3, the grammatical function of John is indicated directly by the structure itself, specifically by the by phrase. Following a suggestion of John Goldsmith, we adopt the convention that erasure of a trace is permitted only when the grammatical function of its antecedent is indicated in the phrase marker independently of the trace. It follows, then, that insofar as thematic relations are determined by interaction of deep structural grammatical relations and lexical properties, A are also determined by the shallow structure through the medium of traces. The relation of an NP to its trace is naturally construed as, in effect, a relation of bound anaphora, analogous to the relation between John and his N4, or John and him, which, following Michael Helk, we take to be a morphological variant here of his, in 5. 4. John lost his way. 5. John hurt himself. Adopting these conventions for transformations, we may assume that interpretive rules yielding representations in LF apply to shallow structures, just that property of deep structures that enters into the determination of meaning is carried over to shallow structure under these conventions, while other properties may be lost. It seems that apart from thematic relations, all properties of LF are determined by shallow structures. Thus we can develop a unified theory of semantic interpretive rules. These rules apply directly to shallow structure, giving representations in LF. We thus have a single extended derivation from the base-generated deep structure to shallow structure to LF. Strictly speaking, we might say that the rules mapping shallow structure to LF are not semantic rules but rather 9. Rules concerned with the syntax of LF, that is, rules that give the representations that are directly interpreted through the theories of meaning, reference, and language use, in interaction with other cognitive structures beyond the grammar that specifies grammatical competence. We might distinguish formal grammar from semantic aspects of grammar along the following lines. Formal grammar consists of the rules giving shallow structures by base rules and transformations, and phonetic representations. If Bresnan's theory, cf. Note 10, is correct, as assumed below, then the rules of phonology apply cyclically within the transformational cycle, so that a shallow structure already contains a phonetic representation. The rules of semantic interpretation associate these phonetically represented shallow structures with representations. In LF, formal grammar, then, is concerned with all levels of linguistic representation apart from LF. The relation of formal grammar, so construed, to semantic representation is discussed in a general way in the first essay here, and in more technical terms in the third and fourth essays. By taking the relation of NP to trace to be that of bound anaphora, we exclude at once a large class of possible rules and sequences of rules on the grounds that they yield shallow structures violating their general conditions of command for anaphora. Specifically, it follows that for NPS, there will be raising rules but not lower ing rules, unless there is subsequent trace erasure, as in NP. Post-sing in 1, 3, or in their insertion, rules moving object to subject but not conversely, etc. These conclusions follow from general conditions on anaphora that are independently motivated, and therefore need not be stipulated but are explained in terms of trace theory. Sequences of rule applications that give unwanted structures are eliminated, in certain cases, making possible a simpler formulation of transformational rules with a much more restricted theoretical apparatus. 12. Assuming categorical rules of the base to be optional, base generated structures may have categories that are not filled by lexical items. Sauscan PN 03, Deans. I. are, by general convention, excluded, although we shallow structures containing have now departed from this convention in the specific case of traces. In the case of NP, a trace is 12. To further discuss iron of these points, see reflections on language and references cited there, particularly the work of Robert Fengo, Semantic Conditions on Surface Structure, Doctoral Dissertation, MIT, 1974. Also my Amos Lectures, Mimeographed, Université de Paris 7, Département de Recherches Linguistiques, 1974. 10. Analogous to a bound variable, and an NP node with no lexical representation and not bound by the trace relation might be thought of as analogous to a free variable. To say that an NP must be either bound by the trace relation or lexically specified is in effect to say that open sentences are not sentences. Pursuing this line of thinking a bit further, recall that in the base, NPS may be either A. developed by categorical rules to the specific forms of NP, with ultimate lexical substitution, or B. left as is, subject to no base rule at all. In case B, we stipulate that NP is assigned a variable index. Thus consider the deep structure 6. VP A T N V S. The man I from is L the dot donate Bill A compass NP dot R VP a T R V. In this structure, the subject of the embedded sentential complement to the main verb is not accessible to base rules and therefore remains as NPX, but all other NPS must be further analyzed, ultimately into terminal symbols, if the structure is to be well formed. Rules of control apply in a familiar way to fix the variable x as I ought to, depending on the choice of main verb, promise so or persuade, cf. Jack end of, op, sit. Once the variable is fixed as I ought to, the category resulting from npx is indistinguishable from trace and is therefore subject to the same rules as trace and under the same conditions. The rules giving LP will take NP with no lexical content to be, in effect, a variable controlled by the occurrence of NP with lexical content. The element npx is what is designated PRO in the following essays, and commonly elsewhere. We therefore in effect identify trace and 11. PRO. They differ only in how control is assigned, in one case by a movement rule, in the other by a rule of interpretation. Though PRO, once assigned a numerical index by a rule of control, is indistinguishable from trace, nevertheless there are a number of differences between NP-PRO and NP-trace relations, by virtue of the rules that assign these relations. To cite only the most obvious difference, on PS that are not freely generated, e.g., idiom chunk s, there, may appear as antecedents removed from the determining context in NP-trace pairs formed by a movement rule, but not in NP-PRO pairs, since they are not introduced into the antecedent position in the latter case. Thus we have 7, but not 8, t equals trace of the moved surface subject. 7, a 1. There is certain t to be a reward, a2. There is believed t to be a reward, b. The ice was finally broke on t. 8, a 1. There promised bill t to be a reward, a2. We persuaded there t to be a reward, b. The ice is easy to break t. Sentences 7a are derived by NP preposing of there, leaving trace. But there is no comparable analysis of 8a. The embedded subject in these cases must be PRO, controlled by the matrix subject in L, and the matrix object in A2. Thus the sentences are not formed by NP preposing, but must have PRO in PLAs of trace T. Since they cannot be formed directly by the rules that give their constructions, they cannot be generated at all. Sentence 7b can be understood in the idiomatic sense, but not 8b. The reason is that 7b is derived by NP preposing from a deep structure containing the idiom break the ice, but the subject the ice is base generated as matrix subject in 8b, and although there is a trace in the shallow structure, it is not the trace of NP preposing but of WH movement, I believe, cf. On WH movement for an analysis of these structures. Thursday S. PRO cannot appear in the position of T and the idiomatic interpretation is unavailable. The situation is similar to what we find typically in such examples as 9. 9a. John was taught T to swim B. John was untaught T to swim C. John was untaught. In case A, NP preposing generates the sentence with T. Trace of 12. John. But by the lexical is T hypothesis, untaught a derived form must be lexically entered as an adjective, and NPX is not a possible adjective complement structure. Therefore, 9b cannot be generated though C is a possible form, with a meaning that is not strictly determined compositionally from its elements and Tchen, as is commonly the case with lexically entered forms. Furthermore, rules assigning control are subject to conditions inapplicable to movement rules, and conversely. For example, rules of control typically involve the main verb of a verb phrase, its subject or object, and the subject of a clause embedded in the verb phrase. The rule of control for promise assigns x of 6, the value I, of the subject, while the rule for persuade assigns x the value 2, of the object. But suppose that the sentences appear in the corresponding passive forms, with a structure 10, analogous to 3. 10. S. tilde. Comp. A. NP2. VP1. Bill B. App. N. I. V. NP. Promise. Comp. S. L. Persuade. Tilde. NPZ. 2. Leave. The rule of control for persuade applies within VP2, assigning to x of NPx the value 2, as before, persuade being the main verb of VP2 with NP2 as its object. But the rule of control for promise is inapplicable. Since promise in I0 is not the main verb of VP1 with the surface. Subject Bill, compare in contrast, 6, where promise was the main. 13. Verb of the VP sister to the matrix subject. Therefore, I0 is grammatical with persuade but not promise. We have 1-1, but not middle dot, 12. 1-1, Bill was persuaded to leave. 12, Bill was promised to leave 1-3. More generally, it follows that a verb with subject control, promise, strike, etc., cannot appear in the passive. 14. There is no comparable condition on movement rules. Compare 782, which has approximately the structure of 1-2, but is grammatical. In these and a number of other ways, Drace and Pierrot differ, but they are alike in their behavior under subsequent rules. For such rules, both Drace and Pierrot act as noun phrases, despite their null phonetic representation, a matter that is illustrated and discussed in essays 2-4 of this book. A number of other distinctions between interpretive and movement rules are also discussed. For some general comments on the clustering of rule types, see the final pages of Essay 4. Drace theory, so understood, resolves an ambiguity in the formulation of earlier versions of transformational grammar in a particular way. The ambiguity had to do with the question of derived constituent structure. When a phrase moves, is its former position deleted, or does it remain, with no lexical content? As noted, the latter assumption is in accord with the structure-preserving hypothesis, and is adopted here. The alternative assumption is neither more nor less preferable from a methodological point of view. Rather, it just leads to different empirical consequences in a class of interesting cases. There are several intertwined empirical questions. Does a position vacated by an NP movement rule behave with respect to further rules as if it were present or absent? If the former, how does this position? 13. The NP objective of promise can be preposed when control is irrelevant T, as expected. T who S we have Bill was promised a job. Note that the NP object of promise, for many speakers, SWH movement, as in whom did you promise D a job, whom did you promise T to offer Mary a job. The phenomenon seems independent of 1-2, relating probable Y to a similar ECST and to WH movement in indirect object structures quite general Y, E. G. Whom did you give a book, etc. 14. This resolves a problem noted in aspects of the theory of syntax, p. 229. The analysis of passive constructions, see Reflections on Language, ch. Chapter 3. There remain a few as yet unexplained except ions. 14. Relate to Pierrot. The analysis that follows indicates that the position vacated remains in the abstract representation and influences subsequent rules just as an NP with lexical content does. The rules of mental computation that form derivations apply blindly, unaware of the fact that some NPs will ultimately be phonetically null. As for the relation between trace and PRO, it appears to be as indicated in the preceding remarks. Slightly different conventions and assumptions with regard to these matters will lead to markedly different empirical consequences within the framework of the theory developed below, a matter that is discussed in some detail in Essays 2-4. The conventions and assumptions just sketched are entirely natural within the framework of transformational generative grammar, but they are by no means necessary. They are surely not logically necessary properties of language. It would not be very plausible to maintain that they are, if correct, accidental properties of particular languages. It is hardly likely that they are learned, since the empirical consequences that differentiate alternative assumptions and conventions appear only in unusual constructions that are difficult to contrive and are surely rare or non-existent in normal speech. Furthermore, crucial evidence is often negative, i.e., having to do with grammatical structures. The question then arises why these are not ruled grammatable by analogy or induction or generalization. It cannot reasonably be supposed that people who are able to make the relevant judgments in a uniform and consistent way have invariably, or, for that matter, ever, been specifically instructed or even presented with information bearing on the issues. Thus these conventions and assumptions seem plausible candidates for Yuge. If they are correct for English, we would expect them to be universal, or to be specific realizations of more abstract universal principles that we do not yet understand. See the second essay for some general discussion of these matters, and the third and fourth essays for more detailed analysis. In my personal opinion, it is questions and issues such as these that make the study of language intellectually interesting. That is, at a sufficient level of depth and abstractness of theory, we can expect to discover that small modifications in theoretical assumptions will have varied and complex effects on predicted phenomena. If the predictions are verified, and furthermore, if it cannot plausibly be maintained that the principles have been learned, we can reasonably conclude that we are obtaining some insight into the general principles of Yuge that govern the mental computations underlying the use of language. Thus we gain some understanding of the innate factors that 15. Endow the human language faculty with its remarkable properties. The more abstract are the principles, the more deeply embedded in a particular theoretical structure and remote from presented phenomena, the more interesting and significant is the study of language. I stress again that the issues discussed in the preceding remarks and in more detail in the essays that follow are strictly empirical ones. There are no methodological considerations that select among the alternative hypotheses with regard to movement rules or the status of trace and PRO. It is a question of the correct explanation of certain facts. See my reflections on language, pp. 11718, for discussion of some misunderstandings that have arisen in this connection. Consider now the application of the trace theory to the rule of WH movement. Applying this rule to 1-3, we derive 1-4. 1-3a. You saw who B. You saw whose book. 1-4a. Who did you see TB? Whose book did you see T? Interpretive rules now apply to 1-4. The WH elements function, in effect, as quantifiers, controlling variables. We may assume that the rule of WH interpretation assigns to I4 representations more or less along the lines of 1-5. 1-5a. For which person X, you saw XB. For which person X, you saw XS book. We may think of this interpretive rule as introducing the variable X, a terminal symbol of LF, in the position indicated by the trace of the WH phrase, along with other relevant material from the WH phrase, as in B. Thursday S. While the trace is null, the string following application of the rule of WH interpretation contains a non-null terminal symbol in the position of trace. Considering only such examples as 1-4a, we may in effect regard the trace itself as the variable, as is done in the FOUR-THS say below. But a more careful account would follow the lines just sketched. Furthermore, the natural rule of WH interpretation will introduce a variable only in the position from which the WH phrase moved to comp from within the S sister to comp. The rule thus introduces the variable in just a single position. These matters, not developed at all in these essays, are discussed in on WH Move. 16. Meant. The general idea as to how to proceed should be clear enough, however. Noting the rule of interpretation for WH phrases, we might propose as well a rule of WH interpretation in place of WH movement, as suggested in the last footnote of Essay 3. However, the phenomena we discover in studying WH phrases appear to share the properties of movement transformations rather than those of interpretive rules, a matter discussed below and in more detail in on WH movement. Thus, if we reconstruct the rule as interpretive, i.e., as mapping shallow structure to LF with a WH phrase base generated in its shallow structure position, we will in effect be establishing a new class of interpretive rules, distinct in crucial properties from others and sharing crucial properties of movement rules. On the significance of the choice among these alternatives, see the concluding remarks of Essay 4. The structures resulting from WH movement and interpretation have variables governed by a kind of quantifier, and are analogous in form to expressions with variables and quantifiers resulting from the interpretation of such phrases as e very own, e very book, etc., if we assume a standard logical analysis of the latter. In Essay 4 some of the ramifications of this analogy are developed. If the mapping from shallow structure to LF were a one-step operation, then it would be difficult if at all possible to distinguish two theories of LF, equivalent in expressive power, on empirical grounds. But if shallow structure is converted to LF by a derivation, analogous to the derivations that yield phonetic representation, then it may be possible to adduce empirical considerations to choose among theories of LF and intermediate representations that are equivalent in expressive power, just as we do in the case of competing theories of phonetic representation, say, two distinctive feature theories. One theory may permit the formulation of certain generalizations that are excluded by the other. For example, this may even be the case if the two theories are intertranslatable. It is argued in Essay 4 that such considerations favor standard logical representations, with quantifiers and variables, over variable-free representations. That is, it appears that the standard representation permits certain significant generalizations in the rules of interpretation and are also directly derivable by straightforward rules from the shallow structures, eliminating any empirical motivation for intermediate variable-free representations. Questions of this general nature are taken up in the third and fourth essays, and more informally, in Essay 2. The approach just sketched, developed further in on WH movement, I believe offers an 1 meter. 17. Improvement over the formulations discussed in the following essays, but the main points carry over to this improved version. It is noted in Essay 4 that if the theory of WH movement suggested there is correct, it should apply to a considerable range of constructions, including relatives, finite and infinitival, questions, direct or indirect, comparatives, topicalization, clefts and a variety of adjectival complement and degree complement constructions. In H on WH movement I attempt to show that in fact all of these constructions do involve the rule of WH movement, and that many of their properties can be explained on this assumption. In contrast, we find a different cluster of properties in the case of NP movement and still a different cluster for rules of construal. Other phenomena e.g., rules of control, see above, or interpretation of quantifiers, cf. Essay 1, exhibit quite different properties, for principled reasons, I believe. The fundamental problem in the study of language, it seems to me, is to explain how it is possible for a person to attain knowledge of a language, knowledge that is certainly far underdetermined by experience. Somehow, from the disordered flux of ordinary linguistic experience, a rich and highly articulated system of grammatical competence develops in the mind in a specific way, fairly uniformly in a given speech community despite considerable variety in care and exposure, much as the visual system or other bodily organs develop under conditions set by experience in a largely predetermined manner, given appropriate triggering experience. To account for this normal human accomplishment, it seems that we must assume that Hugh provides an elaborate and highly restrictive schematism to which grammars must conform. The matter seems to me no different, though less well understood, in the case of other cognitive structures. Cf. Reflections on Language for Discourse Science. On the assumptions of EST, the class of accessible grammars can be constrained by Hugh at several points, in particular, by conditions on the base, the transformational component, the system of interpretive rules, the shallow structures that are produced by transformational derivation S, and the system LF. The XPA theory, for example, is an attempt to constrain the class of possible base systems in a principled way. In the essays that follow I explore the possibility that the range of possible transformational and interpretive rules, at least for a significant core grammar, can also be narrowly constrained. A theory of quite limited expressive power is proposed for investigation and its consequences explored. It seems to me reasonable to set as a goal the construction of a theory of formal grammar with autonomous and interacting components, each of a special but rather simple. 18. Structure. As for the transformational rules and the rules of construal of the core grammar, it may be that these are optional, unordered, without distinctions as to boundedness, limited to a few elementary operations, substitution, adjunction, with only restricted use of constants and no recourse to quantifiers or truth functions in the structural description of rules. 15. Deletion can perhaps be restricted, within sentence grammar, to a marginal class S of rules that delete specific grammatical morphemes of limited distribution. If this goal can be attained or approximated, the expressive power of rules is considerably restricted and correspondingly, the class of accessible grammars sharply reduced. 16. As the expressive power of rules is restricted, they will naturally tend to overgenerate, or more general to misgenerate, since specific conditions on their application can no longer be built into the rules themselves. In these essays, I explore the possibility that some quite general conditions on rule application suffice to compensate for the lack of expressive power of the rules. In the earliest work on transformational grammar, it was assumed that the peculiar restrictions on applicability of rules would have to be built into the rules themes of S, cf. For example, the discussion of restrictions on applicability of WH-ovement in logical structure of linguistic theory, Chapter 10, Section 95.3. Correspondingly, the theory of transformations developed was very rich in expressive power, and the class of transformational grammars possible in principle was very large. Later work attempted to formulate general principles that would constrain the application of rules. Cf. The several versions of my current issues in linguistic theory, Mouton, 1964, and particular Y. Ross's comprehensive though still unpublished MIT Ph.D. dissertation Constraints on Variables in Syntax, 1967. In Essays 2-4 I approach these questions from a somewhat different point of view, attempting to construct a unified theory of conditions on rule application that will incorporate a number of island phenomena, in Ross's sense, as 15 for a careful presentation of a theory of basically the sort I have in mind here. See Howard Lasnik and Joseph Kupien, to restrictive theory of transformational grammar, forthcoming. 16 Stanley Peters and Robert Ritchie have shown how transformational grammars with cyclic rules can be restricted to generation of recursive languages, in some quite natural way s. If deletion can be restricted as assumed here, it should be possible to apply their results to demonstrate that the generated language s are recursive. For some discussion, see on WH movement, and for some remarks on the significance of the issue, see the concluding comments of Chapter 1 of Aspects of the Theory of Syntax. Note that the crucial issue is not the recursiveness of generable languages but restriction of the class of accessible grammars. See references cited for discussion. 19. Special cases. These conditions permit the rules themselves to be of quite a simple sort, since many of their detailed properties are, in effect, factored out. The conditions also imply certain clustering of properties of rules. In these essays and again in on WH movement, I attempt to show that the predicted clustering is in fact what we find. The conditions that play the essential role in this discussion are the subjacency condition, the specified subject condition, SSC, and the tense test condition. Subjacency may be regarded as a property of cyclic rules, in effect, part of the definition of the transformational cycle. The condition stipulates in essence that at a given stage of the cycle, rules are restricted to elements that appear at this or the immediately preceding stage. Thus, the subjacency condition imposes a kind of memory limitation on the depth of processing that can be carried out by cyclic transformational rules. SSC stipulates that in an embedded cyclic category, noun, phrase or sentence, there is a most prominent element that is alone accessible to rules if present. The tense test condition immunizes certain full propositional structures from rule application. These two conditions apply to transformational as well as interpretive rules. In fact, we might assume that they apply only to interpretive rules of construal, under the trace theory, continuing to pursue the idea that the NP-trace relation is in effect a case of bound anaphora. Thus, a condition applying to the NP-trace relation constrains the application of a movement rule by imposing anaphora conditions on its output. Each condition imposes certain limitations on the principles of mental computation that form representations in LF and phonetics, i.e., the principles that determine sound meaning relations through the derivations of formal grammar and interpretive rules. The limitations, I think, are rather natural ones. In these essays and in on WH movement I explore their empirical consequences in a variety of cases. Note again that a crucial contribution of a theory of conditions on rules is that if successful, it makes it unnecessary for individual rules to be richly articulated. While conditions on rule application do not in themselves restrict the class of accessible grammars, they contribute significantly to this end in an indirect manner, by permitting the class of possible rules to be sharply restricted. In this way theory of conditions on rules can contribute to a solution of the fundamental problem of accounting for the growth of language, what is called, with misleading connotations, I believe, for language learning. Note also that on this approach, it is possible for a grammar to contain rules that go beyond the general conditions, by explicit 20. Stipulation. Such rules will be highly marked under the theory, and can be expected to be unstable, variable AC Ross dialects and styles, and late learned. This matter is pursued further in on WH movement. It is also worth stressing that a condition on rules can neither be confirmed nor refuted directly by presented phenomena. Particular observations may be used to test postulated rules, but only rules, not observations, serve as confirming or refuting instances for conditions on rules. This is a simple point of logic, often overlooked. To support or refute a proposed condition, it does not suffice to cite examples of grammatical or ungrammatical constructions from some language, or other informant judgments or observed phenomena. The empirical facts do indeed bear on the correctness of a theory of conditions on rules, but only indirectly, through the medium of proposed rule systems that do or do not conform to the conditions. Conditions on rules are neither immune from refutation nor impossible to verify. But to evaluate them, it is necessary to proceed to a certain level of depth of analysis, at least to the postulation of a system of rules governing the phenomena in question. Given unanalyzed and unexplained phenomena, we have no way of knowing what bearing, if any, they have on conditions, on rules, or on any general principle of grammar. The atomistic approach of much linguistic work, citing phenomena and generalizations from a variety of languages but not proposing partial rule systems that conform to some proposed theory of use, whatever its value, is simply not very helpful in the present context. In the study of language, as in any other non-trivial inquiry, the phenomena are often dazzling in their apparent complexity and variety. Our glimmerings of understanding can only be expected to illuminate some narrow range. If we hope to proceed beyond taxonomy, it is necessary to select and discard, to concentrate on facts that seem to have some bearing on such explanatory principles as we could devise, ignoring much else in the hope that it will ultimately be explained by deeper theories or perhaps on quite different grounds. This is no more than the lesson of rationality, and in particular, the clear lesson of the sciences that have achieved substantial intellectual content. But it is occasionally forgotten in the pursuit of emerging disciplines, much to their detriment. 21. Questions of form and interpretation. Questions of form and interpretation. The goal of this Golden Anniversary Symposium is to determine where we are at in the several domains of linguistic inquiry. I think it may be useful to begin by asking where we were 50 years ago with regard to the problems that I would like to survey briefly this evening. In the year of the founding of the Linguistic Society of America, Otto Jespersen published an original and provocative investigation of these problems. His point of departure was a version of the Aristotelian dictum that speech is sound production accompanied by an act of imagination, for voice is a sound with a meaning. For Jespersen, the essence of language is human activity, activity on the part of one individual to make himself understood by another, an activity on the part of that other to understand what was in the mind of the first. Each linguistic phenomenon may be regarded either from the outward form or from the inner meaning. Phonetics describes the world of sounds, outward form. The world of ideas has the domain of the sound psychology, which should assist us in understanding what is going on in the mind of speakers, and a sane logic, which deals with the notional categories that may in principle receive linguistic expression. The grammar is concerned with the connecting links between these two worlds. The central concern of the grammarian is free creation, and at a deeper level, the problem of how the structures of grammar come into existence in the mind of a speaker who is not taught grammatical rules and yet, without any grammatical instruction, from innumerable sentences heard and understood ... will abstract some notion of their structure which is. This paper was delivered to the Linguistic Society of America on the occasion of its Golden Anniversary Symposium in June 1974, and appeared in Linguistic Analysis, Volume 1, No. I, 1975. 1 Otto Jespersen, The Philosophy of Grammar, George Allen and Unwin, London. 1924. For perceptive discussion of this and related work of Jespersen's, in a context relevant to the present discussion, C.A. Adriel. Reynolds. What did Otto Jespersen say? Papers of the Chicago Linguistic Society, 1971. 2 De Anima, 420b, The Basic Works of Aristotle, Richard McKeown, ed., Random House, 194-1. Copyright 1975 by Noam Chomsky. 25. Definite notion. Enough to guide of structure is. Him to be. In framing capture die. Sentient there. Instances of his own. 3 linguists grammar. Annex. Dictionary, the former dealing with the general facts of language and their latter, with special facts. 4 given the concern for free expressions, there. central domain of grammar is syntax, which deals with grammatical categories and their role and employer in speech. It is the grammarian's task in each case to investigate the relation between their notional and the syntactic categories, to determine the notional category insofar as they find grammatical expression, and to investigate their mutual relation of these two worlds in various languages. Syntactic categories thus, Janus-like, face both W's, towards form, and towards notion. The principle of investigation that Jespersen advocates is that we should recognize in the syntax of any language only such categories as have found in that language formal expression, taking formal expression in a very wide sense, including form words and word position. I assume that he would have felt comfortable with covert categories, in Hawes' sense. But in thus making form the supreme criterion, we must look at the language as a whole and not be misled by departures from general patterns. The method is to proceed from notion or inner meaning, then examining how each of the fundamental ideas common to all mankind is. In Tova r.io.use Thus, proceeding through. Jespersen is concerned with categories of particular languages and their use, but also with the further question. Are these categories purely logical categories, or are they merely linguistic categories? If the former, then it is evident that they are universal. If the latter, then they, or at any rate some of them, are peculiar to one or more languages as distinct from the rest. He considers the view of John Stuart Mill that grammar is simply there. 3. For Jespersen, it is an unconscious notion of structure heart guides the speaker. Others have taken exception to this view. Quine argues that it is an enigmatic doctrine, perhaps pure for why we may speak of guiding only when rules are consciously applied to cause behavior. Otherwise, we may speak only of behavior as fitting one or another system of weakly equivalent grammars, that is, grammar that generate the same set of sentences. See his methodological reflections on current linguistic theory, in Donald Davidson and Gilbert Harman, eds. Semantics of Natural Language, Rydell, 1 972. Others have taken a similar position. For a discussion, a defense of Jespersen's notion, CMY Problems and Mysteries in the Study of Human Language, INA. Kasher, ed., Language in Focus, Essays in Memory of Yehoshua Bar Hillel. Rydell, 1 976. It appears in a somewhat extended form as Chapter 4 of my Reflections on Language, Pantheon, 1 975. 4. In addition to grammar and dictionary, the linguist will be concerned with still another domain, the theory of the significations of words. The Jespersen asks to be excused if I leave this domain out of consideration in his volume 26. A middle-host elementary part of logic, and that its principles and really are the means by which the forms of language are remade to see or respond with universal forms of the so that the structure of every sentence is a lesson in logic, Mill, 1867. He notes at such ideas originally rejected by philologists and linguists, who tend to thopin grammatica categories have not hing to do witht relation sof things in themselves. Jespersen asks, Can there be such a thingasaunifsal, or Jenny Ra L, grandma? He points out at no any ever derived of a un morphology, because the specific features of particular languages were too obvious. It is only with regard to syntax that people have been inclined to think that there must be something in common to all human speech. Something immediately based on the nature of human thought. In other words, on logic, and therefore exalted above the accidental forms of expression found in this or that particular language. It is our ignorance of syntax that makes plausible the belief that grammar is nothing but applied logic. Jespsen seems to be suggesting that if we investigate syntax more deeply we will find structures chattery independent of the nature of human thought, though related to they give it expression, and that vary among languages. lobes important general principles. Jesperson's own view of the matter is subtle and complex, and I think, generally persuasive. In investigating the two worlds of thought and expression, we find systematic links between them, though often enough we shall find that grammatical categories are at best symptoms, foreshadowings of notional categories, and sometimes the notion behind a grammatical phenomenon is as elusive as casting and such. The correspondence between external and grammatical categories is never complete, and we find the most curious and unexpected overlappings and intersections everywhere. Thus the English preterite has various forms and its logical purport may range over such notions as past time, unreality in present time, future time, shifted present, and all times. We may discover a systematic theory of the forms and of the notions, and significant relations between the two theories, but the system of forms will not be simply a projection of the system of notions, and languages will vary in their categories of expression. Similarly, many languages have a subjunctive mood, but it would be perfectly impossible to give a definition, as would at the same time cover its employment in all their 27 languages mentioned. 5 again. The system 1 of form oneness will have its independent structure, related to the world of ideas though not imply a projection of it. And we will also expect to find, and do find, variety among languages in the expression of is notion, within the limits of universal grammar. Universal grammar is, therefore, possible. IT will study such concepts as preterite, irrealis, subjunctive, and so on, but will not succeed in providing us with language-independent definitions of the categories of syntax solely in these terms. On the whole we must not expect to arrive at universal grammar in the sense of the old philosophical grammarians, who took the system of grammatical categories to be simply a reflection of immutable notional categories. 6 Rather, what we obtain is the nearest approach to universal grammar, at modern linguistic science will allow. The specific concern of the grammarian is to determine the nature of the abstract connecting link between the world of sounds and the world of ideas, keeping to the actual linguistic facts recognized by the speech instinct of each community or nation. He must determine how a particular language solves the problem of connecting the worlds of sound and thought, and at a deeper level of analysis, he must seek to establish the general principles that govern these abstract systems. He must attempt to unearth the great principles underlying the grammars of all languages. Jesperson hopes that his preliminary sketch will assist his successors in gaining a deeper insight into the innermost nature of human language and of human thought. Ideas of this sort were not characteristic of the American linguistics of the period, but they were not entirely unfamiliar. Sharp had argued that an examination of a range of languages would convince us that The right of speech reflects not somuchourintuitive analysis of reality surability compose tht realityin with variety of unrem lpatterns. A right of speech outside of thelimitations of cn tacit for my sputawillothetwisp. For a th is reason no logica lschem of the partsofs speech thir number n8 re. 5. Jesperson also holds that it is impossible to give such definition of the subjunctive in any of these languages as would assist us in deciding where to use it and where to use the indicative. I do not understand exactly what he means by this, or why he holds this view. The arguments he gives do not relate to it, so far as I can see. His discussion of the subjunctive and its expression seems to presuppose that there is a general notion of subjunctive relating to the world of ideas, and if our grammar tells us how this notion is expressed in some language, then it would seem that we do have a definition that would assist us in deciding where to use it. 6. This does not seem to me an entirely fair rendition of traditional universal grammar. Consider, for example, the discussion of the rule of Vigilus in the Port Royal grammar and the subsequent tradition, which was concerned with aspects of form specific to French. For so me discussion, see my Cartesian Linguistics, Harper and Row, 1966. 28. And necessary confins, is of the slightest interest to the linguist. EACH language has its own SME. Everything depends on the formal demarcations which it recognizes. 7. Nevertheless, Sapir added, we must not be too destructive. Such basic notions as something to talk about and smithing said about this subject of discourse are of such fundamental importance that we expect to find formal counterparts in the vast majority of languages. But Sapir was not willing to commit himself to the enterprise of universal grammar much beyond this. Jesperson's observations on the relation of the system of grammar to notional categories can be illustrated with examples more central to logic than those he chose. Consider the various means for expressing something like universal quantification in English. The means are quite varied, as in Jesperson's examples. Among them are the various quantifier words, all, each, every, any, each with its special semantic and syntactic peculiarities. 9. The definite determiner, the lights are T, their plurality, books have covers. Furthermore, a single formal device may have multiple interpretations, again as in Jesperson's examples. In saying beavers are mammals, we are speaking of all beavers. But not when we say beavers built this dam. The sentence, the citizens of England are demoralized by the economic crisis, taken literally, means that it is demoralized, though we may use it properly when we take the assertion to be only generally true. 0. But in the sentence, the citizens of England constitute a remarkably cohesive social group. The same phrase, the citizens of England, attributes no property to particular members of the class denoted. When we say the citizens of England voted to join the Common. 7. Edward Sapir, Language, Harcourt, Brace, 192-1, Harvest, 1949, p. 118119. 8. On the extraordinary richness of the system of quantification in natural language. See Jacques Hinticker, Quantifiers versus Quantification Theory. Linguistic Inquiry, Spring 1974, M. Gabber YNDJ. M. E. Moravcsik, Branching Quantifiers, English, and Montague Grammar, Theoretical Linguistics, I, 1/2, 1974. The latter paper notes that there may be An interesting asymmetry between the semantic and syntactic components, namely the set of valid sentences is not recursively enumerable, while the set of well-formed sentences is recursive. Hinticker notes that the significant sets and relations, analytic sentences, mouse pairs, in a system of branching quantifiers are not recursive. ND concludes that the methodology on which Muir's recent work, in natural language semantic has been based is bound to be inadequate in principle, for this reason. The conclusion seems to me stronger than the argument warrants. It is not obvious that an approach such as that of Gerald Katz, which Hinticker cites, requires that the sets in question be recursive. 9. These are partial ly uncorrelated. Thus each and every marked yin their syntactic divorce, but do not seem semantica ly different. For discussion. Citing the contrary view of Vendler, C.A. Crock, The Semantics of Scope in English, Ph.D. Dissertation, M.L. T. 1974. 10. In contrast, such sentences as the lights are out require that each light is out, in the understood set. 29. Market. We do not imply that each citizen voted to do so, nor do we mean that only some did. Rather, a majority of SME subclass so voted. SIMILAR problems arise in the case of indefinite generics. The sentence beavers build dams does not imply that each beaver built a dam, or even that many do. Perhaps most beavers are in zoos. But there is a universal quantifier over the subject ing somewhere in the interpretation, under normal intonation, as we can see by comparing beavers build dams with dams are built by beavers. The former states that all beavers are dam builders, whether they exercise this capacity or not. The latter says nothing about all beavers, and the former says nothing about all dams. Beavers build dams as true, even if most never have, but dams are built by beavers, under its natural interpretation, is false, since some are not. 1. Matters are still more complex when we attend to the use of plural noun phrases in predicates. Thus, to have living parents and to have a living parent are quite different properties. If John has living parents, both are alive, but not necessarily if he has a living parent. It is true of each unicycle that it has a wheel, but not that it has wheels. 1-2 But the expressions have living parents, have wheels, may have the sense of the corresponding singulars or their inherent sense, depending on the means by which they're. 11 The same examples show the relevance of surface structure to meaning. Thus beavers build dams, with normal intonation, is not a statement about all dams. The situation is more complex. Consider, beavers, on occasion, build dams, dams, on occasion, are built by beavers. Actual interpretation in performance also involves extra grammatical factors. See below, p. 37. For some comments. On related matters, see John Lawler, Generic to a Fault, Papers of the Chicago Linguistic Society, 1-972, Tracking the Generic Toad, Ibid, 1-973. 12 Nor is it simply false. Consider the truth values of a unicycle has wheels. A unicycle doesn't have wheels. Problems of th for natural language can be complicated. See Austin's discussion of such sentences as Belfast is north of London, the galaxy is the shape of a fried egg, etc., in H's Truth, Proceedings of the Aristotelian Society, Supplementary Volume 24, 1-950, reprinted in J. O. Urmson and G. J. Warnock, eds. J. L. Houston, Philosophical Papers, Oxford, 196-1. Consider the conditions under which the statement that New York is 200 miles from Boston, another Austinian example, would be true or false. Or, to take a case that has been recently discussed, Consider the temperature is falling. The notion temperature seems best analyzed as a function on times, places, and things. Thus the temperature is 90 degrees does not mean temperature equals 90 degrees, where temperature refers to some entity, but rather something like temperature, now, here, equals 90 degrees. Then the temperature is falling means that temperature is a decreasing function through some interval. What interval? Compare the temperature is falling, a new ice age is on its way and the temperature is falling, evening is approaching. For truth, it suffices for the function to be generally decreasing, in some sense, t or the relevant interval. If I mean that a new ice age is on the way, my statement that the temperature is falling may be true even if the temperature is, at the moment, rising. It is an interesting and useful idea to regard some aspect of meaning as a function from index sets onto truth and entities referred to. See David Lewis, General Semantics, in Davidson and H. Arman, op. Cit. But to approach adequacy, the index sets will have to be far more intricate and complex than any that have so far been contemplated, though even the more limited inquiry has led to intriguing results. 30. Subject-noun phrase expresses quantification. Compare the boys have living parents, unicycles have wheels, each boy has living parents, each unicycle has wheels. In the first two cases, plurality is, in a sense, a semantic property of the sentence rather than the individual noun phrases in which it is formally expressed. Unicycles have wheels means that each unicycle has a wheel, and he is thus true, though each unicycle has wheels is false. 13. In these relatively simple examples, it seems possible to give an organized and systematic account of the syntax of the relevant expressions in terms of reasonably well-motivated principles of grammar, and the same may be true of the set of readings or correlates in SME logic. It seems plain that the syntactic structures are not a projection of the semantics, and that the relation between the world of ideas and the syntactic system is fairly intricate. As the plural sentences show, even a principle of compositionality is suspect. Global properties of the sentence, which may be quite involved, 14 seem to play a role. We cannot simply assign a meaning to the subject and a meaning to the predicate, or to a sentence form with a variable standing for the subject, and then combine the two. Rather, the meaning assigned to each phrase depends on the form of the phrase with which it is paired. The examples of set reference versus multiple denotation 15 illustrate the same, quite general point. Examples of this sort lend plausibility to Jesperson's conception of the relation of expression to content. I think that the program that Jesperson outlined for linguistic theory in 1924 has a great deal of merit, though it was, perhaps, premature. In any event, it found little resonance during roughly the first half of the history of the Linguistic Society of America. Linguists were concerned more with the actual linguistic facts, recognized by the speech instinct of each community or nation, and sometimes went so far as to deny the possibility in principle of a more general investigation of universal grammar. Reflecting the skepticism that Sapir expressed in 192, 1, that the work of this period, both in linguistics and in logic, did lay the groundwork for a return to Jesperson's program, and his problems have become a major topic of investigation in the second half of this history. Suppose that we recast Jesperson's project in the following terms. A linguistic theory is a system of concepts drawn from all of Jesperson's domains, the concepts of the phonetics, from the domain of outward form, such notions as subjunctive, irrealis, implies, synonymous. UC Croc, op. Cit. For an interesting discussion of such cases. 14. Compare unicycles are believed to have wheels, unicycles are believed to have been believed to have wheels, conveyances have wheels in certain primitive societies, etc. In the sense of R. M. Martin, truth and denotation, Routledge and Kegan Paul. London, 1958. 31. Meaningful, and other notions pertaining to the world of thought and the broader-minded logic that must be constructed, Jespersen suggested, to describe accurately the world of thought as expressed in the forms of language, and also concepts that suffice for the theory of the significations of words, which Jespersen omitted from his inquiry, see footnote 4, and finally, those theoretical concepts in terms of which we characterize the notion of structure that serves as a connecting link and the processes and properties peculiar to it, such concepts as subject, verb, phonological unit, grammatical transformation, and the like. The goal of linguistic theory is to interrelate these concepts as densely as possible by general principles of universal grammar. In the best case, some of these concepts can be taken as primitive and others defined in terms of them, with other principles serving as axioms of the theory. Each primitive notion should ideally be assigned a set of tests and criteria for applying it to data. Taking seriously the task of explaining how the structures of grammar come into existence in the mind of a speaker, we can add further conditions on the choice of primitives. A particular choice of primitives can be considered an empirical hypothesis as to the preliminary analysis of data that serves for acquisition of language. Thus, we assume, under appropriate idealization, that the learner analyzes utterances and the situations and events in which they are embedded in terms of these primitive notions, and abstracts some notion of the structure of linguistic expressions by applying the explicit and implicit definitions that constitute linguistic theory, the latter now being taken as a theory of a certain faculty of mind. The primitive notions of the theory, so construed, provide the analysis of data in terms of which knowledge of language is acquired and verified. Let us assume that some theory of phonetic representation, at least, is fully provided by the primitive set. 16. A person who knows a language can create and understand Jespersen's free expressions. Thus he has acquired a system of rules and principles that characterize such expressions in terms of their phonetic, semantic, and other abstract properties. Call such a characterization the structure of the expression. Then, among the concepts defined in linguistic theory, there must be a sufficiently rich notion of a structure for phonetically represented expressions. Furthermore, there must be a notion grammar for D, where D is a class of data analyzed in terms of primitives, and the grammar generates an infinite class of expressions with their structures. The grammar is an account of Jespersen's notion of structure abstracted from data by the language learner that guides him in framing sentences and understanding what he hears. 16. We may also assume that as much mathematical apparatus is available as needed for construction of theoretical notions. 32. The structure of an expression M must be sufficiently articulated to mark its manner and degree of deviance from grammatical rule, if any. Thus some notion of a departure from rule M must be defined within linguistic theory. We may take the language generated by the grammar for D to be the set of expressions assigned structures with zero deviance, among them, a refinement of D. 11. Regarding linguistics now as in effect a branch of theoretical psychology, concerned with one of the faculties of mind, we face the further problem of constructing performance models dealing with the ways in which knowledge of language is put to use. Given such models, we could bring new data to bear on the choice of grammars, hence indirectly, linguistic theory. A grammar, then, purports to be a true theory of one of the cognitive structures attained by a particular language user, and linguistic theory may be regarded as a theory of one aspect of the initial state of the organism, a species-specific property common to all normal humans. 18. To return now to the problem of developing linguistic theory along these lines, suppose that we construct a system of levels, each constituting an integrated system of representation in terms of elements with well-defined properties and related to other levels in ways specified by the general theory. We might consider, for example, such levels of representation as the following: phonetics, phonology, word, morphology, word categories, surface structure, deep structure, semantic structure. On each level L, we define L markers as objects assigned to expressions by rule, each L marker specifying completely the properties of the assigned expression in terms of elements of the level L. We then take the structure of an expression to be the set of its L markers, one for each level L. The grammar must generate an infinite set of such structures. 19. Proceeding in this way, we can try to construct a linguistic theory in which the central notions grammar, structure, and language are defined. Various approaches are possible. To mention two, consider a procedural or taxonomic conception of linguistic theory, which assumes levels to be arranged in a linear hierarchy and provides constructive procedures to determine the elements of a given level in terms. 17. A refinement, in that a significant theory of language learning will have to deal with the fact that some of the data may be dismissed or assigned a special deviant status, in some instances, on the basis of the acquired grammar. 18. The legitimacy of this formulation has been discussed. For some recent discussion, see my problems and mysteries, see footnote 3, and the references cited there. For another view of the matter, see J. A. Fodor, T. G. Bever, and M. F. Garrett, The Psychology of Language, McGraw-Hill, 1974. 19. A theory of this general sort, but with a different level structure, is outlined in my Logical Structure of Linguistic Theory, mimeographed, 1955-56, plenum, 1975. 33. Of the arrangement of elements on lower levels. 20. The grammar, then, will be a grammar of lists in the sense of Harris's methods of structural linguistics, the most fully developed theory of this general sort. 21. An alternative approach might be to specify the class of possible grammars and the structures generated by grammars in purely formal terms, along with a notion of optimality. The grammar for D, then, will be the optimal grammar of predetermined form generating D. 22. The elements of the various levels will be those that appear in the structures generated by this grammar. There need be no direct procedure for determining the elements from data, independently of the choice of grammar. I have argued elsewhere that these distinct approaches can plausibly be regarded as expressing leading ideas of empiricist and rationalist speculation, respectively, concerning the acquisition of knowledge. Suppose that we have constructed linguistic theory defining grammar, structure and language in a general way. We can then ask how this theory helps set the grammarian's task, as Jespersen saw it, to investigate the relation between the notional and the syntactic categories. To investigate, say, the relation between the notion subjunctive and various forms of expression, we must have some understanding of both the notional and syntactic categories that enter into this relation, see footnote 5. More generally, if we are to study language as sound with a meaning, we must give some account of sound and some account of meaning, or at least, some conditions on characterization of sound and meaning of expressions. A phonetic theory, taken as a linguistic level in the sense just indicated, provides a universal mode for the representation of sound. The hypothesis that linguistic theory contains such a level of representation has rarely been questioned, but it is, of course, an empirical hypothesis. One might, without contradiction, propose a theory of language that related surface structure to, say, neural instructions, with no intermediate level of any systematic sort. Postulation of a level of phonetic representation requires justification. This might take several forms: demonstratio n that its elements have systematic properties and observe certain general principles, that they relate to other levels of linguistic structure by rules of 20 perhaps, with procedures of reanalysis of lower levels in terms of certain properties of higher levels, as in the theories of Harris and, in a more limited way, Pike. 21 Z. S. Harry S. Methods of Structural Linguistics, Chicago, 195 1. 22 but see footnote 17. D might be more complex. Suppose that word and deviant, i.e., corrected by the linguistic community, are primitives. Then the grammar for D must directly generate the phonetically represented sentences and assign the correct type of deviance to the deviant sentences, and must generate only strings analyzable into successive words. The richer the preliminary analysis of data in terms of primitive notions, the stronger the conditions to be satisfied by the grammar for D. Some generality and intiers T, that phonetic representations play a significant role in performance models. Similar questions arise with regard to a postulated level of semantic representation. Is there a system of language-independent representation in terms of which we can characterize speech act potential, role in inference, and so on, and which is related in some interesting way to other structures of language? Is there a broader M-inded logic of the sort to which Jespersen alluded that enters into linguistic theory as a level of representation, playing a significant role in the use of expressions in thought and communication, or, alternatively, should a theory of speech acts, inference, or truth be developed directly in terms of the categories of syntax themselves? Jespersen seems to have taken the former view, or he would not have spoken of the mutual relation of these two worlds in various languages. And the hypothesis seems to have a considerable initial plausibility. 23 Consider J. Used the theory of the significations of words, which forms the basis for any semantics. The relations between murder and assassinate, or uncle and male, or cheerful and unhappy, ought to be expressible in terms that are not drawn from the theory of syntactic forms and categories or the world of fact and belief. There are no possible worlds in WH. Someone was assassinated but not murdered, an uncle but not male, cheerful but unhappy. 24 The necessary falsehood of I found a female uncle is not a matter of syntax or fact or belief. Considerations of modality do not suffice to make the relevant distinctions. I found a proof of the parallel postulate and I found a Euclidean triangle with angles adding up to 200 degrees have the same truth value in all possible worlds, but are utterly different in meaning and correspondingly make different contributions to the truth value of sentences in which they are embedded. For example, John believes that. Furthermore, it seems reasonable to suppose that the factors that enter into determining the necessary falsehood of these expressions are different in kind from those that assign the same property to I found a female uncle. While there is not much firm ground in this region, it seems plausible to hope that advances in semantic theory will clarify and explain these distinctions. Consideration of further topics in semantics, for example, the properties of quantificational structures briefly noted earlier, also lends plausibility to. 23 For varying views on these matters, see J. Katz, Semantic Theory, Harper and Row, 1972, and Logic and Language, an examination of recent criticisms of intentionalism in K. Gunderson, ed., Language, Mind, and Knowledge, Minnesota Studies in the Philosophy of Science, v. Vi. Unif. Of Minnesota Press, 1975, Hilary Putnam, The Meaning of Meaning, Ibid, and many other sources. 24 Note that possible worlds semantics presupposes that analytic connections among terms are fixed, as Quine pointed out years ago. C. W. V. O. Quine, Two Dogmas of Empiricism, in his From a Logical Point of View, Harvard, 1953. The hypothesis that a level of semantic representation can be constructed within linguistic theory. IFSO. We can K of the levels of phonetic and semantic representation as providing the means for describing just persons outward form and no meaning ng. The other levels constitute TNG, the genus leak system that encounters these two worlds. Knowledge of language does not, of course, exhaust the contents of them. Indiana A grammar is a cognitive structure interacting with other systems of knowledge and belief. The nature of the interaction is far from a settled matter. In fact, it has often been contended at IT makes no sense to postulate independent systems, each its own structure, that interact in some manner. Idealization and abstraction are unavoidable in serious inquiry, but particular idealizations BQ and MSTBJ justified on empirical grounds. It seems to me that the idealization of grammar as a cognitive structure with certain properties and principles, interacting with other structures, is a reasonable working hypothesis, justified by the success in discovery and explanatory principles specific to grammar. It is possible to accept the legitimacy of this idealization of grammar as a system with its own structure and properties, and at the same time to accept the view that the actual system of grammar for a particular language cannot be determined in strict isolation from questions of fact and belief. We MIGHT construct theory of grammar certain parameters determined by broader considerations. If the intrusion of questions of fact and belief is logger liz, is maybe a feasible prospect. Study of language is part of the more general enterprise to map out in detail the structure of mind. On the assumption just noted, we MIGHT continue to regard a grammar as a separable component of this more general system and proceed to investigate its specific properties. A review of the arguments for inseparability of knowledge of language from belief in fact supports this line of reason I believe these arguments relate, or can be reduced to the theory of significations of words, and thus, if correct, how only that part of grammar that just person called the dictionary. WH deals WITH special facts, involves considerations of fact and belief. The conclusion, then, would be that a full dictionary cannot be distinguished in a principled way from an encyclopedia, while a grammar can be distinguished as a separate idealized structure, with certain aspects of dictionary entries as parameters. We might expect the legitimacy of the parameterized idealization, while agreeing with Hilary Putnam, for example, that natural kinds turn 1s such as lemon, water, run, and so on, cannot be provided with dictionary entries that ignore matters of fact and belief. 25 the N as Putnam, op. C.T. 36. Quine has argued, analyticity will not always be distinguished from shared belief. Similarly, such an approach could incorporate, for example, David Kaplan's theory of vividness and their role in inference. 26 W.H. still adopting the idealization. But consider the rules that determine the truth conditions for sentences and other aspects of their meaning in terms of the signification of words and the structure of the sentence at various linguistic levels. For example, the rules that enable us to assign the correct interpretations to such expressions as beavers build dams, dams are built by beavers, beavers built this dam, etc. suppose that these rules are independent of factual considerations in the manner in which they function and in the manner in which they are determined on the basis of preliminary analysis of data in terms of primitive notions of linguistic theory. Suppose further that these primitive notions provide basic elements for representing the significations of words, and suffice to represent certain analytic coexistence among words, for example, between uncle and male, try and succeed, persuade and intend, etc. Suppose also that they serve to delimit the class of possible concepts. 21. Then a rich theory of semantics with far-reaching explanatory principles might constitute a significant part of an independent theory of grammar, even though the grammar that comes into existence in the mind of the speaker will be intimately interwoven, at specific points, with other cognitive structures. The idealization to grammar will thus be entirely legitimate, but the theory of grammar will be in part open. It will be an abstraction, leaving unspecified certain elements that are fixed in a broader theory. These seem to me to be reasonable assumptions on which to proceed. Our elaboration of Jesperson's program poses problems at 3 levels. Of abstraction, we want to determine I. the structure of particular sentences, 2. the grammar that characterizes all such structures for a particular language, and 3. the explanatory principles of universal grammar that characterize the class of possible grammars and in this way contribute to an account of how knowledge of language can be acquired. Furthermore, we have the problem of determining how this cognitive structure, grammar, interacts with others. When we speak of possible grammars we are, of course, concerned with biological, not logical possibility. Such conditions as the structured dependence of rules are not logically necessary, and are interesting, if 26. David Kaplan, Quantifying in D. Davidson and J. H. Chinticker, eds. Words and Objections, Essays on the Work of W. V. Gwyn, Rydell, 1 969. 27. For example, they may provide the means for expressing the conditions on possible objects for reference in terms of spatio-temporal contiguity, just Holt properties, the relation to human will and action, and so forth. For some discussion of the complexity of these matters, see my Problems of Knowledge and Freedom, Pantheon, 197, 1. 37. Correct, precisely for determining that there are this reason. Their expression John C. are no logical grammars to his friends to unad sundiscore. For R1. Another deviates from grammatical rule. The rules of English grammar do not assign it the perfectly sensible meaning it seems to each of John S. friends that he hates the others, by analogy to similar sentences, though a different linguistic theory, specifying the initial state of another possible organism, might provide exactly this conclusion. The grammarian's task is to discover the explanatory principles that account for such phenomena. 28. For the moment, there is no reason to doubt that these principles of universal grammar are specific to the language vacuity. 29. If this is correct, then Jesperson's program can be extended to a significant and reasonably well-defined domain of theoretical psychology. Notice that the thesis of independence of grammar, in the sense just outlined, does not imply what is in fact false, that the interpretation of sentences by hearers is independent of questions of fact and belief. What is implied is that the contribution of grammar to sentence interpretation is very different in kind from the contribution of fact or belief. Consider, for example, the sentence John's friends seem to their wives to like their work. It may mean that to each wife, it seems that John's friends like their work, or it may be understood as the plural of John's friend seems to his wife to like his work, that is, with a 1-1 relation between friends and wives. Joe, consider the closely analogous sentence John's friends seem to their wives to like one another. Again, it may mean to each wife, it seems, that John's friends like one another. What of the second interpretation, which in this case would be that each friend seems to his wife to like their other friends? This seems to me dubious. The relation of John's friends to one another requires that we take John's friends to be a true plural. Multiply denoting independently of its context, while its relation to their wives precludes this reading, on this interpretation. Consider finally. John's friends asked their wives to visit one another. Again, it may mean that the friends ask that the wives mutually visit, analogous to the first interpretation above, or perhaps, that each friend asked his wife to visit the other wives. J1 It cannot mean that the wives were asked to visit the 28. The explanation, I think, lies in the grace theory of movement rules and their specified subject condition, outlined in my middle dot conditions on transformations, in S. Sanderson and P. Kipaski, eds. A Festschrift for Morris Halley, Holt. 29. Reinhardt and Winstow N. For discussion of this, 973. The third question, and of Pearson. This Bougie views. K. C. My problems and mysteries. 30. There are other interpretations, were they taken as non-anaphoric? I disregard these. 31. Judgments are hazy, but it seems to me that this interpretation is considerably more accessible in this case than in John's friends seemed to their wives to like one another. Correspondingly, each of John's friends seems to his wife to like one another is ungrammatical, in the broad sense, but each of John's friends asked his wife that she visit the other wives is all right. The paraphrases suggest an explanation in terms of their associated abstract syntactic structures, but I will not pursue the matter here. 38. Other friends. The correct interpretation of such examples raises many questions, but it seems fair to conclude that they are internal to grammar. However, there is another interpretation for the last example, namely, that each friend asked his wives to visit his other wives. This would be the natural interpretation if we replace wives by children. We don't select the latter interpretation because of factual assumptions about monogamy. But such considerations, which surely enter into sentence interpretation in performance, are easily separable, in this case at least, from grammatical considerations. It would merely be a kind of obscurantism to refuse to make the relevant distinctions in this case, arguing rather that the examples show that grammatical processes are inextricably intertwined with matters of fact and belief. To mention a less clear case, consider again the generics beavers build dams and dams are built by beavers. As noted earlier, the noun phrases in the predicates are not taken to be universally quantified, though the subject noun phrases are so understood, or at least MAB. 32. This MUX seems to be a matter of grammar. But there is, I think, a further distinction. Beavers build dams is true, but does not imply that all beavers build dams, only that beavers are dam builders. Dam building is a characteristic of the species. But dams are built by beavers is, I think, naturally understood to imply that all dams are built by beavers, and he is thus false. These judgments, if correct, cannot be traced to the structure. Compare poems are written by fools like me, which I take to be a statement about all poems. Mountains are climbed by fools like me, which may be true even if some mountains are unscaled, and mountains are formed by erosion, that is, all mountains. The variation in judgment relates to the meaning of the verb. We might say that the sentences receive a uniform interpretation. Poems are written only by fools, mountains are climbed only by fools, dams are built only by beavers, mountains are formed only by erosion. In each case, we are saying smething up all poems, mountains, dams. When the passive verb is creative, We understand further that the entities are formed in no other way, though there is no logical necessity for this, and in fact a different interpretation will be imposed by constructive stress. Dams are built only by beavers, but formed naturally when trees fall. In a world in which mountains are created by the act of climbing, we might correspondingly give their 32. Recall that plural indefinites can be understood as expressing either universal or existential quantification, or set denotation, rather than mul-typal denotation, depending on context, in subject position. Compare beavers built this dam. Beavers have been known to climb trees. Beavers are indigenous to Australia, none of which attribute a property to all beavers. The last says nothing about individual beavers, and is perhaps most appropriately understood as a statement about the class of beavers, rather than about members of some subset of it. 39. Creative interpretation to mountains are climbed only by fools. It seems that there is an interaction of structural meaning, grammatically determined, connotation of certain types of verbs, and certain factual judgments. Whatever the explanation for the full range of facts, it is clearly not the case that each datum comes marked, on its face, with an indication of the considerations that determine its status and range of interpretation. Rather, we would naturally expect that only a theory of grammar, in the broadest sense, a theory of belief, and a theory of their interaction, will settle individual cases. The range of possibilities for interpretation of factual and grammatical considerations is immense. Consider the fact that today is Thursday. Suppose I have a friend who, I know, teaches a class on Monday and plays tennis on Thursday. Suppose he says to me today was a disaster. If it is Thursday, I understand him to be saying that he played an awful game of tennis, and if it is Monday, that he taught a triple class. But these factors in sentence interpretation are easily separable from those that determine the literal, intrinsic meaning of the sentence, and it is surely proper to conclude that quite independent systems are interacting to provide the interpretation. There are innumerable less clear cases, but none, I believe, that seriously threaten the legitimacy of the standard idealization to a system of grammar, though, as noted, this system may be open at certain points. In all such cases, we hope to discover language-specific rules that account for the literal, inherent form-meaning correlation, and, at a deeper level, we seek to determine the general theory of possible grammars that leads to the selection of particular rules operating under fixed general conditions. Similarly, we want this general theory to explain why the rules of grammar mark as deviant such sentences as John seemed to his friends to hate one another and require that the pronoun them not refer to the friends in John's friends seemed to their wives to like them, but rather to the wives, if anaphoric at all. And so on for numerous of the related cases. It is hard to believe that people are taught these facts or the principles that determine them, and there is no concept of learning from experience that seems even remotely applicable. It seems that we must look to universal grammar for an explanation. To specify the possible rules, their organization, the conditions on their application, is the grammarian's task, while linguistic theory as a whole will be concerned as well with the integration of grammar in other cognitive systems. Assuming the legitimacy of the idealization to grammar, let us turn to the specific question that concerns Jesperson, namely, the nature of the connection between the structures of syntax and the world of ideas, or in our present terms, the relations between the level of semantic representer 40. And other levels of linguistic structure specified by a grammar. Let us consider the general relations that hold between these systems. I have already noted Jesperson's contention that syntactic structures do not simply reflect semantic properties, and SAP's far stronger affirmation of this position, and have indicated briefly why I think it has merit. But on these assumptions it still remains to discover the principles that govern the relations between these domains. we might pursue the question at several levels of generality. Thus we might ask how some specific theory of language structure re-specifies these relations. It is here that the most important and interesting questions lie, in my opinion. Or we might inquire, more broadly, into the general nature of the relation that any theory must somehow capture. Let us first consider the latter, somewhat vague question. Suppose our linguistic theory to be of the non-procedural variety. Suppose that among the primitive notions of linguistic theory 33 we can distinguish some that are semantic, and others that are formal. Thus we might take such notions as synonymous, significant, denotes, satisfies, refers to concrete objects, to be core notions of semantics, let us say, primitive in our linguistic theory, while the primitives of the phonetic theory, or is an utterance of a corpus, possibly idealized, or those of footnotes 16 and 22, may be taken to be formal notions. Given a bifurcation of the primitive notions into formal and semantic, we can ask, for each defined concept, whether terms of one or the other category appear in its definition. There are, then, purely formal concepts, purely semantic ones, and mixed ones. Consider the purely formal concepts. We may refer to the theory concerning just these as the theory of linguistic form. We might discover that this theory, which excludes the core notions of semantics, is virtually null, or quite uninteresting. Or, at the other extreme, we might find that it includes an interesting concept of grammar and structure, perhaps all linguistic levels apart from semantic representation. 34. The latter thesis, call it the thesis of absolute autonomy of formal grammar. 35, would not imply that there are no systematic connections. 33. Recall that the choice of primitives is an empirical matter, as formulated above. That is, not every logically adequate set is epistemically primitive, on empirical grounds. For recall that grammars, in a non-procedural theory, are purely formal objects. Suppose we take dp to be the data as analyzed in terms of formal primitives. Then the hypothesis in question asserts that grammar for dp will be the same as grammar for d, apart from the level of semantic representation, undetermined in the former. 35. Terminology is inadequate here. I have been using grammar to refer to the system of rules that generates all levels of representation, including semantic representation. The term syntax is used generally either in a broad sense, as contrasted with semantics, or a narrow sense, as contrasted with phonology and morphology within the scope of syntax in the broad sense. I will continue to use syntax in the narrow sense, and will use formal grammar in place of syntax in the broad sense. 41. Between form and meaning. No one, I am sure, has ever doubted that there are highly systematic connections and that a major problem of linguistic theory is to determine them. In particular, this has been a guiding assumption in all work in transformational generative grammar, since its origins. 36. Rather, the absolute autonomy thesis implies that the formal conditions on possible grammars and a formal property of optimality are so narrow and restrictive that a formal grammar can in principle be selected, and its structures generated, on the basis of a preliminary analysis of data in terms of formal primitives excluding the core notions of semantics, and that the systematic connections between formal grammar and semantics are determined on the basis of this independently selected system and the analysis of data in terms of the full range of semantic primitives. This thesis thus constitutes an empirical hypothesis about the organization of language, leaving ample scope for systematic form-meaning connections while excluding many imaginable possibilities. One might formulate a thesis of autonomy of formal grammar of varying degrees of strength. As in the case of the question of independence of grammar, discussed a moment ago, we might construct a linguistic theory in which formal grammar is independent in its structure but open at certain designated points with respect to the full range of semantic primitives. The problem, then, will be to determine the specific ways in which semantic information enters into the determination of a formal grammar. If a fairly strong thesis of autonomy in this sense proves correct, we will proceed to supplement it with a theory of the interconnection of semantic and formal grammatical structures, and we work as in the case of the study of grammar in relation to fact and belief. The theory of linguistic form may still be a theory with significant internal structure, but it will be constructed with semantic parameters. The actual choice of formal grammar will be determined by fixing these parameters. Suppose that the parametrized theory includes parts of the dictionary, and suppose further that the semantic parameters can be localized to the dictionary. Then questions of fact and belief may also enter into the choice of grammar at this point, consistent with the parametrized autonomy thesis. Note that the significant question with regard to the autonomy thesis may not be a question of yes or no, but rather of more or less, or more correctly, where and how much. We can distinguish, then, two versions of an autonomy thesis: an absolute thesis, which holds that the theory of linguistic form, including the concept, formal grammar and all levels apart from semantic representation, can be fully defined in terms of formal primitives, and a 36 see my syntactic structures, Mouton, 1 957, chapters 8 and 9, particularly 9.34. 42. Weaker version, which holds that this is true only conditionally, with certain parameters, perhaps localized in the dictionary. To clarify the issues, consider first the absolute thesis of autonomy, which was in fact tentatively put forth as a working hypothesis 37 in the earliest work on transformational generative grammar. To show that this thesis is incorrect in some respect and that a weaker thesis, or no interesting thesis, must be advanced, it is necessary to show that certain concepts of formal grammar must be, or should be, defined in terms of a selection of primitives rich enough to provide definitions for, or to include, the core notions of semantics. Note that the question cannot sensibly be raised unless we assume an initial bifurcation of primitive notions into semantic and formal in some way. Note further that the question is imprecise, in that the precise scope of formal grammar is not clearly determined in pre-systematic terms. 38. In accordance with the absolute thesis, considerations involving the core notions of semantics do not enter essentially into the selection of a formal grammar that generates the various levels of syntax, morphology, and phonology. But, of course, such semantic considerations do enter into the choice of the theory of linguistic form. That is, this general theory must be devised in such a way that the optimal grammar of predetermined form, selected on the basis of a preliminary analysis of data by formal primitives, will generate a structure for each sentence that provides the basis for semantic interpretation within a fixed semantic theory. Thus, the theory of linguistic form must be constructed in such a way that the grammar selected for English provides the structure for such sentences as the police were ordered to stop drinking or his suggestion was to become famous. To take some of the earliest examples considered in this context, which will permit a presupposed theory of semantic interpretation to operate, applying its general principles and perhaps some language-specific ones to the levels assigned in the generated structure. In the earliest work on transformational generative grammar, a kind of use theory of meaning was implicit, though never carefully formulated. Later, it was proposed that projection rules assign a representation to 11. In the light of later misunderstandings, it is important to emphasize the character of Th's proposal. It was stressed that the systematic connections between the theory of linguistic form and the theory of the use of language must be studied in a broader theory of which each is a part, and that the study of reference and meaning must, obviously, be undertaken as part of this broader theory of language. It was further stressed that there is no point issuing manifestos about these matters. Rather, there are empirical problems to be solved. 18. On the problems of demarcation, see my aspect soft theory of syntax, M. L. T. 1965, pp. 153-60, Current Issues in Linguistic Theory, Mouton, 1964, p. 51. Since that time, there has been much illuminating discussion of the issue, but I think that the questions noted there, and others like them, remain unresolved. 43. The sentence on a new level of semantic representation, and there have been various inquiries into just how th is level is related to other levels of linguistic structure. It has invariably been a crucial assumption that their theory of linguistic form must be embedded in a broader semiotic theory that would be concerned with the meaning, reference, and conditions on use of expressions with assigned structures, the actual range of meaning or use conditions on expressions thus plays a central role in determining the adequacy of the theory of linguistic form, and any advances in understanding of the overarching semiotic theory will, therefore, influence the theory of linguistic form, under the thesis of absolute autonomy. To show this strong thesis to be false, it will not suffice, then, to show that there are systematic relations between semantic and syntactic notions. Th's assumption is not and has never been in question. On the contrary, it was formulated explicitly in conjunction with the thesis of absolute autonomy. It would be surrogacy indeed to find important formal elements that are devoid of semantic import. This contention is no part of Jesperson's thesis on the indefinability of syntactic notions in semantic terms, or Sapir's far stronger thesis, or the thesis of autonomy as developed in early work on generative grammar. Rather, the crucial question is whether these systematic relations involving the full range of semantic concepts enter into the determination, and perhaps the function, of their categories and rules of formal grammar, or whether they simply set conditions on the construction of a theory of linguistic form. There have been some sweeping claims in this regard. Thus it has been argued that the concepts of phonology must be based on the notion synonymous 39 that syntax depends essentially on the notion significant or meaningful expression, that transformations must be defined in terms of the relation logical consequence, and so on. 40 such claimers, in fact, any specific claims as to how concepts must, or should, or can be defined, must be supported by argument. The burden of proof always rests on one who advances the claim. In these cases, I think that their argument is defective, and that these contentions, so far as we know, are without foundation. 41. 39 or difference of meaning, in the more usual formulation. It is surprising that this contention has sometimes been advanced by linguists who deny the existence of synonymous expressions. Thus their position must be at synonymy wholes of tokens, not types. It is difficult to make much sense of this view, in my opinion. 40c, for example, wine, meaning in linguistics, and from a logical point of view. 41. Yehoshua for some. Bar Hillel, discussion. Logical syntax and semi-syntactic semantics, strip theories. Language cement. I3C0.C203N0 S 37E, run disco 19504N.S. In Grammar, monograph number 8, Institute of Languages and Linguistics, Georgetown University, 1955. and logical syntax and semantics, their linguistic relevance. Language 3, 1, 3645, 1, 955. In the light of more recent work, I think, in retrospect, Chat. Some of the broader assertions in the last article were themselves too sweeping, though. The specific arguments seem to me correct. 44. Consider, then, some narrower and perhaps more defensible proposals. It might be argued that those parts of phonology that deal with such matters as English vowel shift rely essentially on a semantic notion, related word, involving some notion of similarity of meaning. Thus, we must know that declare, declarative, compare, comparative are properly related in meaning before we can proceed to investigate their regular phonological alternations among them. The proposal is that their semantic notion related word serves as a primitive notion that gives an analysis of the or data in theory-independent terms, and that once data are characterized in this way, phonological investigation proceeds. But is this proposal a reasonable one? Can the linguist or the language learner determine, independently of grammar, that the relation of declare to declarative and compare to comparative is different in kind, on semantic grounds, from the relations among such sets as travel, rail, train, truck, etc.? This seems to me dubious. Surely, there is no convincing argument to this effect in, and no doubt semantically related. The literature. 42, but these el tatho en mittel res 18 words rather idiosyncratic. Given the relatio n, we can find associated semantic properties, possibly interesting ones. This we expect to be true in genera L of formal notions, under the absolute autonomy thesis. Some notion of related word may be crucial for phonology, but more must be shown to demonstrate that it can plausibly be taken as a semantic primitive, unless we simply use the term semantic to refer to any poorly understood aspect of the language, thus depriving semantics of any real interest. One might put forth a weaker and more tenable thesis. Perhaps their relevant notion related word depends in part on systematic features of grammar, in particular, on the possibility of formulating rules of a fixed type, constrained by general conditions, to express the phonological alternations in question, and in part on the requirement that the relation among related words be characterizable in terms of the semantic primitives. The more readily, the higher the value of the grammar in terms of an evaluation measure. The idea is not implausible, and can perhaps be given substance. If this proves to be the correct approach, we will have a parametrized autonomy thesis. For the moment, the question remains quite obscure. It seems more promising to search for failures of the absolute autonomy thesis in the domain of sentence structure. Several interesting proposals have been made in this regard. Stanley Peters has suggested that perhaps information about sense used to appear in the basic data, that is, the data as analyzed in terms of the primitives of linguistic theory. In particular, for possible steps towards such an argument, see Joseph H. Greenberg, Essays in Linguistics, Chicago, 1957, Chapter 2. I know of nothing that improves substantially on Greenberg's proposals since, but the problems in this approach seem fairly serious. Cf. My review of Greenberg's book in Word, April 1959. Apparently, some information about meaning is crucial in determining the interpretation of restrictive and non-restrictive relative clauses and the differences of meaning associated with rising and falling intonation in questions. perhaps only information about truth value. 43 Insofar as his argument is that some semantic information is needed for language learning, that is, that semantic information is needed to determine the correct interpretation of these structures, it does not bear on the absolute autonomy thesis, nor does he suggest otherwise, since the latter would also insist on this point. Within the broader semiotic theory, interpretations of sentences are determined on the basis of semantic analysis of what Peters calls the basic data. But perhaps more can be claimed. Consider the various syntactic properties distinguishing restrictive from non-restrictive relatives. For example, the intonational differences and the option of deleting complementizers and WH forms plus B in restrictives. Must we, or can we, rely on semantically analyzed basic data for establishing these distinctions? The first question to ask is whether the combinations of properties associated with restrictives and non-restrictives, respectively, are idiosyncratic and variable across languages, or whether these complexes are determined by properties of universal grammar. Would we expect to find, in the next language, that comma intonation and deletability of initial strings are associated in one type of relative, while non-comma intonation and non-deletability are associated in a different type? If not, then the matter is irrelevant to the absolute autonomy thesis, since a property of universal grammar is involved. There are no choices to be made, in this regard, in selecting particular grammars. Consider the further question of how these clusters of formal properties are associated with semantic interpretations. Thus non-restrictives, with their specific formal properties, are asserted, while restrictives are generally not. Is this a matter of choice of grammar, or is the association a general one? I suspect that the latter is true. That is, I do not think that we would expect to find the opposite correlation in the next language investigated. But in either case, the question has no bearing on the absolute autonomy thesis, which also insists that the theory of linguistic form is in part determined by the ways in which this theory fits into a broader semiotic theory concerned with the association of the clusters of formal properties with particular kinds of interpretations. On the matter of relative clauses, Barbara Party has argued that semantic arguments can settle the much-debated question as to the constituent structure of such expressions as the book we ordered in the 41 Stanley Peters, The Projection Problem, How is a Grammar to be Selected? In S. Peters, ed., Goals of Linguistic Theory. Prentice Hall, 1 972. 46. Book we order derived .44. This example, she suggests, shows that the requirement that semantic interpretation rules correspond structurally to the syntactic rules can put very strong constraints on possible syntactic analyses. The context is a contrast between the logical tradition, which abides by the principle of a one-one correspondence between syntactic and semantic rules, and linguistic approaches that depart radically from the principle, various approaches within generative grammar, and, we might add, Jesperson's discussion, outlined above. She suggests that the principle that the syntactic and semantic rules are to correspond in compositional structure, which is a fundamental assumption in Montague's approach, which she is elaborating, solves a problem of analysis of relative clauses that is left open by earlier syntactic arguments. She interprets the fundamental principle in question as imposing a constraint on grammar so strong that I think it is a serious open question whether natural languages can be so described. Thus, her example is of considerable general interest. Party's discussion of the problem proceeds from the phenomenological analysis of definite descriptions. She suggests that the simplest way to give a semantically uniform treatment of definite descriptions is by referring to the property expressed by the whole common noun phrase, so that the expression should be analyzed with a major constituent break between the and book we ordered. 45. The syntactic analysis can provide a direct basis for the semantic interpretation in a way that the alternatives, cannot. Namely, we can combine the two class denoting phrases book and we ordered X, denoting the class of books and the class of things we ordered, respectively, to form a complex class denoting phrase, which can be interpreted as denoting the intersection of the two classes, the class of books and the class of things that we ordered. Combining the with the result leads to the correct assertion that it is that class that has one and only one member. The assumption is that there is a uniform interpretation of the, and that a part of the analysis of any definite description is the proposition that one and only one object has the property designated by the common noun phrase to which the is attached. Point 46. How does this argument bear on the absolute autonomy thesis? Again, we ask whether the principles on which the analysis is based are taken to 44 Barbara Party, Semantic Grammar and Transformational Grammar, Mimeographed, pp. 43 f. This has since appeared in Linguistic Inquiry, Vi. 2, Spring 197 5. Also her paper, Some Transformational Extensions of Montague Grammar, in R. Rodman, ed. Papers in Montague Grammar, Occasional Papers in Linguistics, No. 2, U. C. L. A. Sept. J. 972. 45. Though non-restrictive relatives, as she notes, might well have a different analysis, with the book as a constituent in the book, which we ordered, arrived. 46. Montague Grammar and Transformational Grammar, p. 44. 47. Be universal or specific to English. It is reasonable to take them to be universal, that is, insofar as a language has relative clauses of the kind that we find in English. 47. We expect the same conclusions to hold. If so, Party's argument tends to support the absolute autonomy thesis. That is, we can interpret the argument, as she does, as providing one of the constraints on possible syntactic analyses, on semantic grounds. J. Used as early work in transformational generative grammar argued, also on semantic grounds in part, that phrase structure and transformational rules should be so constrained as to rule out, for example, a structure for they are eating sandwiches as NPBNP, analogous to they are friends of mine. Keeping in mind the context of Party's discussion of relative clauses, it is interesting to consider these structures in a bit more detail. Note first that the principles cited are true only of singular definite descriptions. The logical tradition that suggested Party's analysis is concerned only with this special case. The analysis does not generalize to plurals, such as the books we ordered arrived. We cannot proceed as before, taking the complex class denoting phrase to denote the intersection of the two classes denoted by books and we ordered X, then applying the principle that one and only one object has the property designated by this common noun phrase. For this procedure will give us the same interpretation as derived for the book we ordered, an incorrect conclusion. We can easily modify the principles to accommodate all of these cases. Take the semantically relevant items to be the common noun book, the expers sign we ordered X, the definite article, and plural. We take book to denote the class of books, and we ordered X to denote the class of things we ordered. Then book we ordered denotes the intersection of these classes. Take plural to mean that the cardinality of the set denoted is greater than or equal to 2, and non-plural to mean that the cardinality is 1. Taking B, 0, to B, respectively, the class OF books, things WE ordered, and things that derived, and taking C, X, to be the cardinality of X, we can represent the meanings of the sentences, for present purposes, as follows. I, the books we ordered arrived, B, N0 C, A, C, B, N, O, greater than 2. 2. The book we ordered arrived, B, N, O, C, A, C, B, N, O, equals I. 47. There are, however, systems of rather different types. Cf. Kenneth Hale, Gaps in Grammar and Culture, Mimeographed, 197. 1. The adjoint relative clause in Australian, mimeographed. 1973. Elavina Perkins, extraposition of relative clauses in Navajo, mimeographed. 1974. Thus in Navajo there are relative clauses which have, essentially, the interpretation, the dog is chasing the cat, which we're fighting. These require a rather different analysis. It had been argued that English has adjoined relatives in underlying structure, and such examples as the girl left and the boy arrived who met in Chicago have been offered, analogous, in part, to the regular Navajo construction. To me, these examples seem at best quite marginal, and I would question whether anything can be based on them. 48. What is the function of the definite article in this analysis? To determine this, compare the sentences cited with their indefinite counterparts. Some books we order derived. 48. A book we order derived. A natural analysis is as follows. 3. Some books we order derived. 3 KCB and 0, KCA, CK, greater than 2. 4. A book we order derived. 3 KCB and 0, KCA, CK, equals I. We now have the following notions: relative clause construction, which corresponds to set intersection as Part E suggests. 49. Predication, corresponding to set inclusion, plus plural, which determines cardinality, plus definite, which determines the set that is the subject of predication, that is, either the full set denoted or a subset of it. In this way, we arrive at a very simple semantic description, based on elements of the syntactic structure. Consider now the consequences of this broader theory for the syntax. The simplest structure that provides the basis for compositional semantic interpretation is S / 5 NP VP plus minus I Tariad I plus minus def / apostrophe backslash N S I book we ordered. The structure NS determines the base set BNO plus def determines whether we are talking about the whole set or a subset, plus PI determines the cardinality of the set we are talking about, and the structure SNPVP determines predication. But the surface structure of the sentence there, books we order derived, will be something like 5 apostrophe. 48. A more careful analysis would consider also such sentences as some of the books we order derived. 49. We might take the corresponding syntactic operation to be a raising rule that gives Lane book LS we order T from NN S we ordered WH book, where N is in the context int, and T is the trace left by WH movement. For details of an analysis of this sort, with discussion of the semantics more or less along the lines indicated here, see Gina Roger Vergnaud, French Relative Clauses, Ph.D. Dissertation, M.L. T. 1974. C. Croc. Op. Sit. For an illuminating discussion of a variety of structures of this sort. 49. S. NP. 5. Hash. N. Slash. Book, plus PL. Hash books hash. Slash S backslash. Hash we hash ordered hash T. VP. I. Hash arrived hash. The element, plus PL, appears within the word books in surface structure, and he is thus inferior in the surface structure both to the and to the node dominating N and S, whatever the analysis. There is no point-by-point relation between the surface syntax and the semantic structures, and no consequences of the suggested sort for syntactic analysis. The initial analysis, restricted to singular definite descriptions, leads to conclusions expected on the absolute autonomy thesis. The fuller and more adequate analysis considering other related structures as well suggests a still stronger thesis of autonomy. There is, in TH's case, a simple analysis of the semantics and also, I believe, of the syntax. The two are independent, though there is a natural, and no doubt quite general way to relate the two. But the syntax is not a reflection of the semantic structure, exactly as in the examples discussed by Jespersen and others mentioned earlier. The examples thus support Jespersen's general thesis, and even Sapir's stronger thesis, regarding the connection between the world of ideas and the forms of syntax. They conflict with the principle that syntactic and semantic rules correspond in compositional structure, at least if we interpret this principle, as Party suggests, as implying a strong constraint on syntactic analysis. Cf. p. 45. It is illuminating, I think, to press the analysis of these cases a few steps further. The fact that the cardinality, in all the cases cited, is greater than or equal to I can be taken to be a general property of noun phrases in such contexts. Compare Beavers build dams, all ravens are black, most kids like baseball, etc. If so, then the sole meaning of the definite article can be taken to be universality. In the sentence "the book we ordered arrived," the definite article determines that all members of a unit class arrived, and in "the books we ordered arrived," it determines that all members of a class 50 of cardinality greater than or equal to 2 arrived. Thursday S plus def corresponds here to universal versus existential quantification. The meaning of the then is not that one and only one object has the property designated by the common noun phrase to which it is attached, rather, it is universal quantification. The definite article, in this usage, serves as one of the several universal quantifier words in English. As noted earlier, these differ in quite interesting ways in their semantic and syntactic properties. It was also noted earlier that indefinite plural noun phrases can have either an existential or universal interpretation of a rather complex sort, depending on context, and that in some cases plurality is not really a semantic property of the noun phrase in which it appears at all. One context that obviously requires an existential interpretation is the context "there is." If I say "there are beavers in that pond," I am not referring to all beavers. Another well-known constraint on these existential structures is that they do not permit definite noun phrases in a position following "there is." 50 Gary Milsak has observed that, given the interpretation of the definite article as a kind of universal quantifier, we can unify these observations. Thus the constraint on the rule of their insertion is that the resulting structure does not tolerate universally quantified noun phrases, definite noun phrases, or indefinite ones with universal interpretation. 51 Milsak relates this observation to more general grammatical properties of predication. 52 If this line of argument is correct, it follows that the syntactic rule of their insertion pays no attention to the definiteness or indefiniteness of the subject noun phrase in the structure to which it applies. It forms such structures as "there are beavers in the pond" and "there was the man hurt in the accident." The grammatical deviance of the latter is a consequence of the same rule of semantic interpretation that requires the existential reading of the former, but see footnote 50. The relevant property is the interpretation of the transformationally formed phrase "there is." The latter has existential import, as we can see, for example, by comparing "there is a unicorn believed to be in the garden," which is true. This is not quite accurate. As is well known, these can appear with a different intonational pattern and a rather different interpretation, as in the statement "well, there is the book that John wrote," in response to the question, "What books deal with dam building?" C. Larryhan points out that when the subject contains any, the rule of their insertion can apply just in case any is interpreted not as the universal quantifier but rather as the polarity pair of some. Thus we cannot have "there is anybody, everybody, who can win," But there wasn't anybody. Was there anybody? There was somebody. Are grammatical. We need not impose this as a condition on the transformation, which would, in fact, be unstateable under a suitably restricted theory of transformations. Rather, it is a consequence of the surface rule of interpretation. See Larry Horn, on the semantic properties of logical operators in English, PhD dissertation, U. CLA, 1972, p. 146. C. Gary Millsap, Existential Sentences in Underscore English, Ph.D. Dissertation, M. L. T. 1974. 51. Only if a unicorn exists, and the corresponding sentence that has not undergone their insertion, a unicorn is believed to be in the garden, which may be true even if there are no unicorns. Sentences of the form "there is definite NP" are violations of the surface rules of semantic interpretation rather than syntactic rules, it appears. 53. The conclusion is interesting in several respects. First, it indicates that we need not abandon certain natural and quite powerful constraints on the formulation of transformational rules, as would be necessary if the structural conditions of transformations had to refer to noun phrases with one or another determiner. 54. Furthermore, the example shows once again that well-motivated rules of formal grammar can operate quite independently, embedded in a reasonable theory of semantic interpretation. Finally, the example again illustrates the fact that a datum does not carry with it its explanation. There is no way, a priori, to know whether the deviance of definite noun ph raises after there is syntactic or semantic in origin. Only a theory of grammar can determine this, just as in the case of idealization of grammar as distinct from other cognitive structures, discussed earlier. The various examples discussed here involving plurality, plural noun phrases in predicates, indefinite plurals and their interpretations, definite plurals, plurals and sentence properties, the problems with generics suggest, I believe, that we cannot expect linguistic theory to associate syntactic and semantic rules very closely. There may well be interesting correlations between the class of formal structures generated and the expressions of an appropriate broader M-ended logic, but it seems doubtful that these correlations can be reduced to a point-by-point correlation among rules. The same conclusion is suggested by a consideration of the syntactic and semantic variety among the quantifier words that fall within the rough categories universal and existential. Rather, I think, detailed examination of a range of examples suggests the plausibility of the general approach outlined by Jespersen. Whether or not the latter speculation is correct, we have still found nothing to challenge the absolute thesis of autonomy of syntax. Lakoff has outlined a rather general argument against a version of an autonomy thesis which he attributes to my syntactic structures, 957. 55. And these observations again suggest that surface structure contributes directly to semantic interpretation. See footnotes 1151. On the same grounds, one can explain the status of "there is being a man robbed, there is trying to be a man funny, the try to be a man funny," without any special conditions on constraint limiting it to the leftmost occurrence of B. Twickelwoer Ufilthriek en Risi Crucia und, ife.grs.com in the formulation of the structural condition of the transformation. S4 ought to exclude the cases cited in footnote 53. H. George Lakoff, Linguistics and Natural Logic, in Davidson and H. Arman, eds. Op. Cit. 52. Consider the following two theses. I. The rules that generate the grammatical sentences in English, separating them from the ungrammatical sentences and assigning them their grammatical structure, are distinct from the rules that relate English sentences to their corresponding logical forms. 2. In some cases, The rules which determine which sentences are grammatical or ungrammatical are identical to rules relating the surface form of an English sentence to its logical form. He argues that 2 is correct, so that the version of the autonomy thesis expressed in I is false. To demonstrate that 2 is correct, he considers the rule of adverb preposing, which operates as indicated in 6. 6a. Sam smoked pot last night. Sam smoked pot. B. I think Sam smoked pot last night. I think Sam smoked pot. But some matrix sentence verbs block the rule, as indicated in 7. 7. I realize that Sam will leave town tomorrow. Tomorrow. I realize that Sam will leave town. Thus adverb preposing must be a rule of grammar, since it plays a role in distinguishing grammatical from ungrammatical sentences. Another verb that does not permit adverb preposing is mention, as we can see from 8. 8a. I mentioned that Sam will less smoke pot tomorrow. B. Tomorrow, I mentioned that Sam will less smoke pot. But now consider 9. 9a. I mentioned that Sam smoked pot last night. B. Last night, I mentioned that Sam smoked pot. Both are grammatical, but they differ in meaning. Thus, a single rule, adverb preposing, plays a role in generating grammatical sentences and in determining meaning, that is, it blocks the meaning. 9a, 4, 9b. The rule has two functions: to generate the grammatical sentences, filtering out the ungrammatical sentences, while at the same time relating the surface forms of sentences to their corresponding logical forms, while blocking. 53. Any incorrect assignments of logical form to surface form. We thus establish thesis 2, and must reject I. The conclusion is that the rules of grammar, which generate the grammatical sentences of English, filtering out the ungrammatical sentences, are not distinct from the rules relating the surface forms of English sentences to their corresponding logical forms. The only way to avoid this conclusion would be to formulate two distinct rules of adverb preposing, one for syntax and the other for relating syntax to semantics, thus missing a significant generalization. 5.6. Thus, Lakoff argues, the standpoint of syntactic structures must be rejected. But is it necessary, under thesis I, to construct two distinct rules in such cases as these? Surely not. The rule of adverb preposing, constrained as Lakoff suggests, will give the results 6, 8, and, as he notes, will generate 9b, only from I mentioned last night that Sam smoked pot. The structures assigned to the various sentences considered are exactly those that give the right semantic interpretations. There is only one rule of adverb preposing, a syntactic rule. The underlying forms 57 determine the meaning, by whatever principles apply independently to the examples with no preposing. The argument does not bear at all on I, or on any other version of the autonomy thesis, or on any position developed in syntactic structures. One might challenge the autonomy thesis in a different way, by showing that certain syntactic generalizations can be explained only by direct introduction of semantic considerations and rules into formal grammar. I know of only a few serious proposals in the literature that might be relevant. 58. Robert Rodman points out that elements of relative clauses cannot be relativized, and that they also have narrower quantificational scope than the NP head of the relative clause. 9. Thus in 1.0, he observes, the scope of every includes that of A, although 1.1 is ambiguous with regard to scope. S6. Lakoff presents other arguments as well concerning adverb preposing, but the logic is more or less the same. The paper presents many very interesting examples and analyses, but nothing that bears on the autonomy thesis, as far as I can see, even in its absolute form. S7. Or, the surface structures, if we assume a trace to be left by movement rules. See footnote 28. In this connection, see also Thomas Wassow, Anaphora in Generative Grammar, mimeographed, 1973, a revision of an M.Lt. PhD dissertation, Anaphoric Relations in English, 1972, where it is shown that some interesting problems in the interpretation of questions noted originally by Paul Postal can be overcome by the trace theory of movement rules, and Elizabeth Selkirk, the phrase phonology of English and French, PhD dissertation, M.L.T. 1972, where a similar theory is applied in the explanation of a number of phonological problems. So it should be noted that these were not suggested to be relevant to the autonomy thesis, though indirectly, they might prove to be. S9 Robert Rodman, Their Proper Treatment of Relative Clauses in Montague Grammar, in Rodman, ed. Op. Cit. 54. I.O. John dates Every Woman Who Loves a Fish. LL. Every Woman Loves a Fish. And an item appearing in the context of a fish in I.O. cannot be relativized to give, for example, 1-2. 1-2, the fish which John has dated a woman who loves, walks. He suggests that no standard theory of transformational grammar can associate two such facts so closely, and he offers an explanation under a principle of binding of variables in relative clauses, employing a grammatical theory that relates semantic and syntactic rules in a more intimate way, in accordance with the fundamental assumption presented by Part E, cf. p. 45. But the argument seems to me to have little force, since quite generally quantifiers within an embedded sentence are within the scope of higher quantifiers, and are in fact bound within the embedded sentence itself. Compare someone realizes that everyone is here, everyone knows that Bill caught a fish. 60 simile, 1-3, does not have the meaning of 1-4. 1-3, John said that everyone had left. 14, for every X, John said that X had left. From 1-3, it does not follow that John said that Bill had left, but from 1-4. It does, assuming that Bill is in the domain of the variable. Thus John may have just seen that the room is empty, knowing that there were people there but not knowing who was there. On the other hand, we can perfectly well relativize an element within a clause. Compare 1-5. 1-5, the man that John said that Mary had seen, left. Thus it seems that very different principles are at work. The quantificational property that Rodman notes is a special case of a much more general principle, and the impossibility of relativization within a relative, I believe, also falls under a far more general, but quite different principle, namely, that all transformational rules are restricted to adjective assent cyclic nodes. 61 Thus the argument is inconclusive. 60 Judgments tend to vary, particularly with certain higher verbs such as think, s, which can sometimes be used more or less as sentence operators, but I do not think that the situation is essentially different in the case of relative clauses. 61 See my conditions on transformations. The third essay in this book. 55. Still the kind of argument that Rodman suggests is quite important. Implicit in his argument is the correct and important assumption that the significance of any linguistic theory will lie in its explanatory power. There is little doubt that a fair degree of descriptive adequacy over a broad class of cases can be attained in many different ways. Clearly, the serious questions concerning linguistic theory turn on the possibility of providing general explanations for the arrangement of data. A number of proposals have been put forth as to why grammars have certain types of rules, not others, or why there are certain conditions on rules, or why languages seem to select among a narrow class of syntactic devices to perform certain functions, or why a certain variety of modes of expression is available in natural language. In some cases, Explanations have been suggested on semantic grounds. Point 6.2 This is, in general, an important line of investigation. Just as the formal devices of language will surely have semantic import, so it might be expected that certain more general constraints on possible formal grammars will have some kind of functional analog or perhaps explanation. Again, it is worth emphasizing that the results will be interesting when they establish biological possibility, and do not simply follow from considerations of logical possibility. Whatever the results of such investigation may be, they do not bear on the issue we have been discussing, the absolute autonomy thesis. I have by no means exhausted the arguments in the literature, but this is, I think, a good sample. 63 It seems to me fair to conclude that although there are, no doubt, systematic form-meaning connections, nevertheless there. 62c, for example, Edward L. Keenan, Logical Expressive Power and Syntactic Variation in Natural Language, E. L. Keenan, ed., Formal Semantics of Natural Language, Cambridge Univ. Press S. 1 975. For some remarks bearing on the semantic function of the variety of linguistic devices, see Michael Dummett, Frege, Philosophy of Language, Duckworth, 1 973, Chapter 2. 63 I have not discussed the question of lexical decomposition, which has given rise to quite a considerable literature. I think that the problems in the attempt to introduce lexical items by transformation of more abstract underlying structures are severe, and the arguments against such an approach, quite persuasive. See my studies on semantics in generative grammar, Chapter 3, Mouton, 1 972, for some discussion. Also, J. A. Fodor, 3 Reasons for Not Deriving Kill from Cause to Die. Linguistic Inquiry, 1 970, No. L. On the matter of the status of selectional theatres, see also the references of footnote 38. The empirical questions at stake in connection with the autonomy thesis were a matter of serious concern from the outset of work in transformational generative grammar, and for this reason detailed considerations of selection were avoided, where possible, in the attempt to justify transformations. In contrast, such considerations were at the core of the argument in Harris's theory of transformations, CZS Harris co-occurrence and transformations in linguistic structure. Language 33, 283 340, 1 957. Thus it was argued that to justify postulating the passive transformation it would suffice for a grammar to be able to distinguish proper from abstract nouns, or perhaps even singular from plural. See Syntactic Structures, pages 78 to 79, and it seems reasonable to expect at least such features to be explicable within the domain of formal grammar, which is not to deny that they have semantic import, along with other concepts of this domain. IN 56. Theory of formal grammar has an internal integrity and has its distinct structures and properties, as Jesperson suggested. It seems to me reasonable to adopt the working hypothesis that the structures of formal grammar are generated independently, and that these structures are associated with semantic interpretations by principles and rules of a broader semiotic theory. The hypothesis has led to the discovery of principles of considerable generality and explanatory power concerning the form and organization of rules and the conditions under which they apply, and it is, and could only be, justified by this consequence. In discussing the notion-related word, I mentioned one respect in which the absolute thesis might be qualified. Namely, in evaluating a formal grammar it seems reasonable to consider the complexity of the characterization of sets of related words in terms of semantic primitives. Similar considerations may apply elsewhere in grammar as well. Thus, where one term of the structural condition of a transformation is a lexical category, the transformation may be sensitive to the choice of lexical items within this category. Where T is the case, formal grammar can only resort to the device of rule features, that is, an arbitrary bifurcation of the lexicon in terms of applicability of the transformation to items of the lexical category that governs the transformation, 64, or some graded notion. 65. In any such case, we might hope that the syntactically arbitrary feature can be given semi-semantic characterization, and that the complexity of this characterization in terms of core notions of semantics, say, Katzian semantic markers, might be a factor in choice of grammar. If this proves to be the case in general, we can take the arbitrary syntactic features to be, in effect, parameters to be determined elsewhere. Thus, the case of categories of this sort, at least, it seems that selection is related to the heads of noun phrases. Thus, in the expression "the boy who was turned by magic into a swarm of bees will soon disperse," it is the selectional relation of disperse to boy that determines the status of the utterance. Correspondingly, we take the noun phrase to be referring to the boy, not to what the boy now is, viz., a swarm of bees. Since lexical properties of deep structure reconfigurations, not compositionally determined readings, are involved in such selectional relations, it is not clear whether there is any substance to the dispute as to whether these relations are syntactic or semantic. See my Aspects of the Theory of Syntax, pp. 154f. 64. See George Lakoff, Irregularity in Syntax, Holt, Reinhardt and Winston, 1970. 65. For example, consider the passives of structures of the form NP, V plus particle, NP. The lexicizability of the verb plus particle determines the acceptability of such passives. See my Aspects of the Theory of Syntax, pp. 217219. A full analysis of lexicizability, in the appropriate sense, might involve factors of various sorts. From this fact, one obviously cannot conclude that height is necessary to recast the notion grammatical transformation as a mapping on semantically interpreted structures, as has been suggested. Rather, the proper move is to retain the familiar theory of transformations, and to define lexicizability as required. The resulting theory is far more constrained in expressive power than an alternative in which transformations are defined on semantically interpreted structures. As in other cases mentioned here, the problems seem localizable to the dictionary. 57. Rejecting the absolute autonomy thesis in favor of a parametrized theory of the sort discussed earlier. As noted before, it seems quite possible that the openness of the theory of formal grammar might be localized in the dictionary, just as it seems plausible to make the same proposal in the case of the idealization of grammar in the first place. Further clarification of these rather murky empirical questions can only come from careful investigation of specific linguistic theories and the grammars constructed in accordance with their principles. As noted earlier, it is here that the most important questions lie. I cannot possibly survey here the many different ways in which this question is being investigated in current work. It need hardly be stressed that there are many open questions, and that one can reach only the most tentative conclusions as to which, if any, of these approaches will prove to be correct as research progresses. At the moment, it seems to me that the so-called extended standard theory offers the most promise for dealing with these questions in a satisfactory way. This theory postulates that the syntactic component of formal grammar contains base rules of two types: context-free rules of the categorial component and rules of the lexicon, including lexical transformations that introduce lexical items into configurations generated by the categorial component. The latter may be narrowly constrained, I think, as a projection from the category features, plus minus nj, plus minus vj, and further subfeatures, by general schemata. Base-generated structures are associated with surface structures by transformational rules. There are certain well-formedness conditions on surface structures. Base-generated structures associated with well-formed surface structures we may call deep structures. There is, I think, good evidence that one central element in semantic interpretation is determined by deep structures and the lexical items that appear in them. 66 namely, thematic relations such as agent, goal, instrument, and so on. One can look forward, I think, to a convergence of proposals of Katz, Gruber, Fillmore, Jack Endoff, Davidson and others in this domain. Apart from thematic relations, it seems to me that semantic interpretation relates only to surface structure, or perhaps to what Postel has called shallow structure. If so, we may assume that thematic relations are carried over under transformation, so that surface structure, in this extended sense, completely determines semantic interpretation, including matters of anaphora, scope, presuppo. 66 Some of these may be introduced into the positions relevant to determining thematic relations by rules of the grammar that raise them from embedded structures. This will be the case, for example, if we adopt the analysis of relatives cited in footnote 49, suggested originally, to my knowledge, by Emichel Brain. See Vergnaud, Op. Cit., and the references cited there, particularly Paul Schachter, Focus and Relativization, Language 49, 1946, 1973. 58. Scission, Predication, Topic and Focus, Illocutionary Force, and perhaps more. Under the trace theory of movement rules, which seems to me well motivated, a surface structure is in some respects similar to a logical formula with bound variables. 67 We might, then, loosely think of a transformational grammar from a semantic point of view as a mapping of a structure of thematic relations onto a kind of logical form. A crucial issue, from this point of view, is the nature of semantic constraints on well-formedness of such face structure. See above, pp. 55-1, for one example. Recent work, which I cannot review H.68, suggests that a number of the important open questions and problems in the theory of transformational grammar may be resolved by such considerations. Whether this or one of the other approaches now being actively pursued proves to be correct, I think it is fair to say that the work of recent years tends generally to support the basic ideas that Jespersen outlined 50 years ago, and extends and advances the program that he outlined. The relation between notional and syntactic categories is, by now, a major topic of investigation in the study of language, and hardly a day goes by without some new and provocative ideas and insights deriving from several points of view. Many intriguing questions are on the agenda, and the prospects for substantial progress in our understanding of these questions seem very bright. 67 For discussion see the references of footnotes 28, 49, 51, and 57. 68 See Robert Fengo, Semantic Conditions on Surface Structures, Ph.D. dissertation. MLT, 1974. 59. On the Nature of Language. The Nature of Language. Imagine a creature so magnificently endowed as to be in a position to regard humans rather in the way that we regard fruit flies. Faced with the problem of determining the nature of language, this creature might exploit a variety of means. It might undertake the study of genetic mutations or intrusive experimentation of various sorts. Or, it might investigate the variation in knowledge of language attained as experience available is experimentally controlled. Under the latter approach, the genetically determined human language faculty, which specifies the nature of language, is considered as a function associate in knowledge attained with experience available. Taking the grammar of a language to be a representation of the knowledge attained, or at least a fundamental component of such knowledge, the language faculty may be regarded as a fixed function, characteristic of the species, one component of the human mind, a function which maps experience into grammar. The method of concomitant variation is a natural way to study such a function directly. We may construe a general linguistic theory or a theory of universal grammar as a hypothesis concerning this acquisition function. A priori, one might imagine a range of possibilities. Thus, it might be that generalized learning strategies involving procedures of induction, analogy, and generalization in some dimensional system exhaust the contents of the language faculty. Or, the course of. This article is reprinted with permission from the New York Academy of Sciences and the editor of Annals of the New York Academy of Sciences, Volume 280, Origin and Evolution of Language and Speech, in which it originally appeared. 63. Language acquisition might reflect cognitive growth in other domains, say, constructions of sensory-motor intelligence. It has been proposed in the past that taxonomic procedures of iterated segmentation and classification suffice to determine the grammar of particular languages and thus express the nature of language. Alternatively, one might argue that languages have a partially determinate structure as a matter of biological necessity, much as the general character of bodily organs is fixed for the species. Such structure must therefore be spelled out in the theory of the language faculty. The theory of distinctive features is perhaps the most familiar case. It has been proposed that a certain set of features are available in principle for phonetic representation. Each language must make its selection from among these, observing certain implicational principles governing such systems. Cf. Jacobson, Fant, and Halley, 1963, and much subsequent work. The theory of distinctive features can be regarded as a hypothesis concerning the acquisition function for language. In my view, work of the past years has provided considerable support for a conception of the language faculty along these lines, as a schematism that narrowly constrains the form of the grammar attained, rather than a system of generalized inductive and taxonomic procedures for acquiring knowledge. Thus it seems to me not unreasonable to approach the study of language as we would the study of some organ of the body. Suppose that a hypothesis in advance asserting that grammars must have the property P, that is, having the property P results from the structure of the language faculty itself rather than from experience, though relevant experience may be required to trigger the proper growth and functioning of a system with the property P. In principle, the hypothesis might be tested in various ways, say, by designing an environment neutral with regard to P, and determining whether grammars invariably have the property P rather than not P, no less compatible with presented experience, in such an environment. Or, one might design an environment with experience inconsistent with P to verify the prediction that the language violating P is not learned under normal conditions of time and access to data, or used with normal facility, and so on. Of course, no such course of inquiry is available to humans investigating human language. Part of the intellectual fascination of the study of human language derives from the fact that it is often necessary to devise intricate and complex arguments to support, or reject, the hypothesis that grammars must meet some condition P as a matter of biological necessity. This unavoidable contingency of in 64. Query in no way deprives the study of language of its empirical character, though it does bear on the force and persuasiveness of particular empirical theories. Given the actual conditions of inquiry, a natural line of argument is the following. Suppose we find that a particular language has the property P, that is, speakers' judgments and other behavior conform to P where clear and reliable constructions violating P are rejected, and so on. Suppose, furthermore, that P is sufficiently abstract and evidence-bearing on it sufficiently sparse and contrived so that it is implausible to suppose that all speakers, or perhaps any speakers, might have been trained or taught to observe P or might have constructed grammars satisfying P by induction from experience. Then it is plausible to postulate that P is a property of the language faculty, that languages conform to P as a matter of biological necessity. We are assuming then, that the environment, which we cannot control, is neutral with respect to P, and we seek properties for which this assumption is plausible. A familiar and very simple example of this kind of reasoning concerns the property of structure dependence of linguistic rules. In this case, the argument, which I will not review, cf. Chomsky, 1965, 1975b, seems to me quite compelling, and there is a theory of linguistic rules with other virtues as well that accounts for the facts. Thus the argument is that the structure-dependent property of rules is not something that has to be learned, but is a precondition of learning. The language faculty requires that rules be formulated in these terms, though for an organism differently designed, a system violating this principle could serve the functions of language no less well. Note that in such cases as these we may plausibly postulate that P is a property of universal grammar on the basis of investigation of a single language. There is no paradox here. The argument rests on the alleged fact that something is known without relevant experience, so that knowledge must be attributed to the language faculty itself, a faculty common to the species. Deep analysis of a single language may provide the most effective means for discovering non-trivial properties of universal grammar. Of course, the argument is non-demonstrative and is therefore open to refutation by broader inquiry into the same language or other languages. Consider the following case, patterned on a familiar argument concerning structure dependence of rules. We find in English two kinds of relative clauses, restrictive and non-restrictive. In I.T.H.E. italicized relative clause is restrictive, in non-restrictive e. 65. 1. People who go to MIT like math. 2. John, who goes to MIT, likes math. These two types of relatives have quite different syntactic and semantic properties. In particular, restrictives can stack, giving such sentences as 3, whereas non-restrictives cannot, so that 4 is ruled out. 3. People who go to MIT who like math will get jobs. 4. John, who goes to MIT, who likes math, will get a job. It seems implausible that all people capable of these distinctions have sufficient confirmatory evidence to establish the principle governing stacking of relatives. Following the line of argument just outlined, it is therefore reasonable to postulate that as a property of universal grammar, biologically necessary, non-restrictive relatives cannot stack. Reasonable, but apparently incorrect. It seems that in Korean and Japanese, for example, such sentences as 4 were quite acceptable. Therefore the hypothesis, though reasonable, is untenable. Bearing in mind that experience to ground the distinction between 3 and 4 does not seem generally available, we might propose a more abstract hypothesis. Perhaps some other linguistic property, which must itself be learned, determines whether non-restrictives can stack by virtue of the general principle of universal grammar. We observe, for example, that Korean and Japanese do not distinguish two types of relatives, restrictive and non-restrictive, and that speakers of these languages often find difficulty in discerning the difference of sense. Cf. Cano, 1973, and Andrews, 1975. We might therefore postulate that in languages that distinguish two types of relatives, restrictive and non-restrictive, only restrictives can stack. We are postulating, then, that the language learner must determine from experience whether the language to which he is exposed distinguishes restrictives and non-restrictives. Given this information, he can appeal to the general principle of universal grammar to establish which relatives can stack, without any experience with stacked relatives. He need not be taught that 4 is excluded and 3 grammatical. Rather, given that English regularly distinguishes 1 from 2, it follows by a general principle that it excludes 4. The conclusion is reasonable, since otherwise we would be hard put to explain why people do not generalize from the stacked relative, 3, to the stacked non-restrictive, 4. I note in passing that other learned properties of the language, 66, might be suggested as the key to bringing a general principle to bear, in this case. Our new, more abstract hypothesis is no less empirical than the earlier, simpler one. We know just what evidence would refute or confirm it. Through the direct test of controlling the environment is excluded, we may nevertheless search for relevant evidence among the existing languages or in observation of language acquisition, and perhaps in other ways. Pursuing a similar line of argument, we may seek universal conditions in any domain of grammar. Suppose, say, that some principle of rule ordering serves to explain some phonetic properties of English. Then, particularly if the evidence is exotic apostrophe, we may reasonably propose that the principle belongs to universal grammar, and then ask whether this conclusion is supported by further inquiry into English and other languages. We will not be surprised to discover, again, that a learned property of language determines when and how the universal principle is applied. Or, consider the domain of interaction of syntax and semantics. It seems to be a property of certain types of common nouns that they can be used with either abstract or concrete reference. Consider the sentences 5 and 6. 5. John wrote a book. 6. The book weighs 5 pounds. In 5, the reference of book is abstract. Thursday S. John may have written the book in his head, committing nothing to paper, but 5 would still be appropriate. Or, if there are 2 copies of the book before me, I may say of each, John wrote this book, but I do not conclude that John wrote 2 books. In contrast, the reference of book in 6 is concrete. A specific material object weighs 5 pounds. If a hardcover and paperback copy of the book that John wrote lie before me, I may say that this book weighs 5 pounds and that book 3 pounds. We have here what appears to be a systematic ambiguity over a certain category of word s, as distinct from the idiosyncratic ambiguity of such words as English drunk, which may refer to an oversized suitcase or an appendage of an elephant. Typically, in such cases of systematic ambiguity, we can combine the 2 senses in a relative construction, as in 7 or 8. 7. A. B. Jochen berocktithat unthwarto tivoigehisk 5 sp5 upnadisen.d mittel.s. 67. 8. A. John wrote a book, which weighs 5 pounds s. B. This book, which John wrote, weighs 5 pounds. Such combinations are excluded in other cases of ambiguity. For example, in sentence 9, the phrase flying planes may be construed as referring to objects that fly, which are dangerous, or to the act of piloting, which is dangerous. 9. Flying planes can be dangerous. In this case, the ambiguity of flying planes is syntactically determined, not a general property of phrases with a certain semantic function or character. In this case, of course, we cannot combine the 2 senses in a relative construction. Sentence 10 is excluded, and in 11, we must construe the head of the relative to be planes rather than flying planes. 10. Flying planes, which is a nuisance, are dangerous. 11. Flying planes, which are a nuisance, is dangerous. In general, relativization seems to be free in the case of systematic ambiguity, as in 7 and 8. Consider, for example, such words as temperature which designate functions of some sort. Thus we can say 12, meaning that the function is increasing over a certain interval including the present. 12, the temperature is rising rapidly. But such terms can typically be used also to designate the value of their function at a given time and place, as in 13. 13. The temperature was 70 degrees here at sunrise. There are problems in determining the meaning of such expression as cf. Chomsky, 1975a, Note 1, 2, and Hacking, 1975. But again, we find that the two senses can be combined, as in 1-4. 1-4, the temperature, which was 70 degrees here at sunrise, is -1 ng rapidly. Presumably the systematic ambiguity of words such as book, temperature, and others, cf. Chomsky, 1972, pp. 19f, for some. 68. Examples, is determined in the lexicon, perhaps by means explored in Katz, 1972, or Jack Endoff, 1972. Thursday s. We have a single formal element with a fixed range of meaning, and relativization is possible, despite a shift of sense. But in the case of flying planes, syntactically determined ambiguity, or trunk, idiosyncratic ambiguity, we have two formal elements, in each case, with the same phonetic form. Relativization is impossible in such cases. One might imagine that the constraint has something to do with semantic incoherence or the like, but this is far from clear. Notice that non-restrictives have a sense rather like conjunction. Thursday s. The pairs A and B of 1517 were close in meaning. 15a. John, who goes to MIT, likes math. B. John likes math and John goes to MIT. 16a. The temperature, which was 70 degrees, is rising. B. The temperature is rising and the temperature was 70 degrees. 17a. This book, which John wrote, weighs 5 pounds. B. This book weighs 5 pounds and John wrote this book. Why, then, does not 18a have approximately the meaning of 18b, and I9a approximately the meaning of I9b. 18a. Flying planes, which is a nuisance, are dangerous. B. Flying planes are dangerous and flying planes is a nuisance. 19a. B. Jumbo waved his trunk, which was full of clothes. Jumbo waved his trunk of an elephant, and the trunk container was full of clothes. There is nothing incoherent about 18b and 19b. We might ask, then, why we do not generalize from 1517 to the absurd 1819. It seems that a general principle of syntax-semantics interaction is involved, and again it seems plausible to attribute it to universal grammar, though much remains obscure in this case. Let me turn now to some more complex cases. Consider the operation of the question formation. A rule of WH movement forms the sentence 20 by preposing the WH word of to 1. 20. Who did John see? To 1. John saw who? Dot. We ignore here a number of irrelevant details. The WH word may be 69. Deeply embedded, as in 22, deriving from 23. 22. Who did Mary believe that Bill wanted her to see? 23. Mary believed that Bill wanted her to see who? But if the WH word is in a sentence embedded within a noun phrase, it cannot be extracted. Thus we cannot derive 24 from 25. 24. Who did Mary believe the claim that John saw? 25. Mary believed the claim that John saw who? The latter fact follows from a general condition that Ross calls the complex noun phrase constraint, CNPC, cf. ROSS 1967, which implies, in particular, that a word cannot be extracted from a sentence embedded within a noun phrase, to a position outside that noun phrase. Again, it is difficult to imagine that everyone has received relevant instruction or been exposed to relevant experience. nor is there any H-semantic incoherence or other similar defect in 24. Were it a well-formed sentence, we would know exactly what it means. Thus it seems plausible to attribute CNPC to the language faculty itself. Otherwise, it is hard to see why some, or all speakers would not simply generalize the rule of WH movement to the case of a sentence within a noun phrase. In this case, the constraint CNPC seems so special and artificial that we might search for some deeper and more natural principle from which it follows. I have argued elsewhere, Chomsky, 1973, 1975b, that we can explain this and other constraints on the assumption that all transformational rules are bounded and cyclic, that is, they apply within the sentence or noun phrase or across adjacent phrases of the type sentence, noun phrase, but not across more widely separated domains. It can be shown that many crucial instances of CNPC follow from this general principle of rule application if we add an empirical observation that sentences, but not noun phrases, have a complementized position that can be filled by the WH word or by other words such as that John left surprised me, or for John to leave would be a mistake, cf. Bresnan, 1970, 1972. The explanation is controversial. If it is on the right track, as I believe, it illustrates again the expected interaction between general principles that belong to the language faculty and that determine the nature of language, and specific facts that must be learned. In this case, the general principle is the principle of bounded cyclicity, and 70. The fact that must be learned is that English sentences have a complementized position that can be filled by a WH word, as in 20, 22, or 26, from 27, although we cannot, of course, derive 28 from 29 noun phrases having no complementizers. 26, I wonder, who John saw. 27, I wonder, comp John saw who. 28, I saw, who John S. picture of. 29, I saw, John S. picture of who. Let us explore the domain of syntax-semantics interaction a bit further. Consider English reciprocal constructions. We have, basically, two types, as in 30 and 31. 30. Each of the men saw the others. 31. The men saw each other. These seem close to synonymous at first glance. In general, we can replace the pair, each of the men, the others, by the pair, the men, each other, with little if any change of sense. Such substitution gives 31 from 30, in the context 32. 32. Saw. But such substitution without change of sense is not always possible. Consider the two discourses, 33 and 34. 33. Each of the women saw some of the films. Each of the men saw the others. 34. Each of the women saw some of the films. The men saw each other. In 33, the phrase the others may refer to the films not seen by the women. In 34, the phrase each other must refer to the men. Thus substitution of the pair, the men, each other, for each of the men, the others, in 33, radically changes the sense. The point is that the phrase each other must have its antecedent within the same sentence, while the phrase the others need not. The sentences 30 and 31 may have close to the same meaning, but 30 has a broad range of meaning. The reference of each other is fixed by a principle of sentence grammar, but the reference of the others is not, through the principle governing it may apply within a sentence. 71. This distinction has an interesting range of consequences. Consider, for example, the sentence 35. 35. Each of the candidates wanted John to vote for the others. Suppose that we replace the pair, each of the candidates, the others, by the pair, the candidates, each other. Then we derive 36. 36. The candidates wanted John to vote for each other. But 36 is no sentence of English. Again, the problem is not semantic. If compelled to assign it a sense, say, we would, presumably, select the perfectly sensible 35. We might suppose that the problem is that each other must find its antecedent within the same sentential structure, that is, within the brackets in 36. But this condition is too strong, as we can see from 37. 37. The candidates wanted each other to win. In the sentences 35, 36, and 37, the bracketed phrases are sentential, cf. Bresnan, 1972. But only 35 and 37 are well-formed. 36 is not. It is fair to ask why not. Why does the speaker not generalize, noting that the substitution of phrases is permissible in 30 and 3-1 or in 38 and 37? 38. Each of the candidates wanted the others to win. Why is the substitution impermissible in 35, contrary to the natural generalization? It is difficult to believe, again, that this is the result of specific training or experience, in each or any case. Language learners are not corrected for such mistakes as 36, nor do they in fact make such mistakes. In fact, relevant examples are rare, and a person might well live most or all of his life without coming across any, though he would make the proper distinctions on first presentation with a relevant example, so it appears. The answer to the problem, I believe, lies in still another general condition on grammar that I have called elsewhere the specified subject condition, SSC, cf. Chomsky, 1973, 1975b. The condition entails that a phrase X within a phrase P cannot be related to a position outside of P if P contains a subject distinct from X, or, in fact, distinct from the occupant of the outside position, in a well-defined sense, cf. Chomsky, 1973, 1975b. Thus, if the bracketed 72 expers cyan 39 is a P, then Y cannot be related by rule to X if Z is the subject of P. 39. Y, Z, X. In 36, the candidates is Y, John is Z and each other is X. Therefore the rule of reciprocal interpretation cannot apply to the pair, the candidates, each other, by SSC. But the principle SSC is a principle of sentence grammar. Therefore it does not apply to the case 35. Similar Y, it is inapplicable in 37, because each other is itself the embedded subject. The principle SSC applies much more broadly. Consider again WH movement. We have 40, but not 41. 40, who did you hear stories about? 41, who did you hear John S. stories about? 40, may also be blocked in a style that imposes more stringent conditions on stranded prepositions, but this is irrelevant here. The reason, I think, is that the bracketed noun phrase of 41 has a subject, John, while the phrase stories about who, which underlies 40, has no subject. Therefore SSC blocks WH movement in 41, but not 40. We are relying here on the generalization of the notion subject of traditional grammar, a generalization which I believe is independently well motivated. Cf. Chomsky, 1972. Both the extended notion of subject and the general principle SSC are fair candidates for universal grammar. That is, it seems to me quite reasonable to propose that they are determined by the language capacity itself. Consider one final case, one step more complex. Consider the sentences 42 and 43. 42. John seemed to each of the men to like the others. 43. John seemed to the men to like each other. Here again, substitution of the men, each other, for each of the men, the others, in 42, is impossible. Why is this so? Notice that the verb like in 42 and 43 does not have a subject before it as it does in 44. 44. The men wanted Bill to like each other. 73. Thursday s. 44 has the form of 39. The rule of reciprocal interpretation is locked because of the presence of the subject Bill equals Z of 39. But in 43, there is no subject corresponding to Bill of 44. Nevertheless, 43 is no more grammatical than 44. In traditional terms, the verb like in 43 does indeed have a subject, namely Y, and be understood subject. John is the understood subject of like in 43. Apparently, this mentally present but physically absent subject behaves just as the physically present subject Bill does in 44, bringing SSC into operation. Thursday S. We may think of 43 as having the abstract structure 45. 45. John seemed to the men, Z, to like each other. Here Z is the null subject, interpreted as referring to John. But 45 has the structure 39, so that SSC blocks the reciprocal rule. Again, there is no logical necessity for a language to be designed in such a way that phonetically null mentally present subjects behave just as physically present subjects do. If language were designed differently, 43 would have approximately the meaning of 42, just as 31 has approximately the meaning of 30, and 37, approximately the meaning of 38. The language would be no less well designed for communication or expression of thought, for a creature designed to handle this language. Again, a person might live most or all of his life without ever being exposed to relevant evidence, let alone training, that would indicate to him that the natural generalization is, for some reason, locked in 43. Thus, it seems absurd to claim that experience provides the basis for these judgments. Nor do they seem to be explicable in functional terms on grounds of communicative efficiency or the like. Rather, it seems that once again, the facts reflect a biologically given precondition for learning. The child learning English simply imposes the requirement that mentally present subjects function as though they were physically present. He does this even in the absence of relevant evidence, so it appears. A theory of universal grammar, that is, a theory of the language faculty, must seek an explanation as to why this is so. The answer, I think, lies in the trace theory of movement rules, which requires that when a phrase is moved by transformation it leaves behind a phonetically null but syntactically real element trace that functions semantically as a kind of bound variable. Other rules of syntax and morphology have no way of knowing that this element will, ultimately, be phonetically null. Hence it operates as a specified subject, and in other ways in their 74. System of rules, will playing an essential role in semantic interpretation. Space does not permit a discussion of syntactic and semantic consequences of the trace theory. Cf. Chomsky, 1973, 1975b, Wassow, forthcoming, Fengo, 1974. I will describe briefly a curious phonetic effect of trace, which gives independent evidence that it is syntactically non-null. Consider the sentences 46, 47, and 48. 46. Who do you want to hit? 47. Who do you want to see, Bill? 48. Who do you want to choose? These derive, respectively y, from 49, 50, and 51. 49. You want to hit who? 50. You want who to see, Bill L. 51. A. You want who to choose. B. You want to choose who? Thus, 48 is ambiguous as between the two interpretations, 51a, 51b. It has been observed by a number of people that in 46, and sense 51b, of 48, the sequence wanta can be elided to wanna, but this is impossible in 47, or in sense 51a, of 48. Thus consider 52, 53, 54. 52, who do you wanna hit? 53, who do you wanna see Bill? 54, who do you wanna choose? Sentence 54 can only mean 51b, and 53 is impossible. Why is this so? Notice that under the trace theory, we have the abstract structures 55, 56, and 57, corresponding to 49, 50, and 51, respectively. 55, who do you want to hit T? 56, who do you want T to see Bill? 57, A. Who do you want T to choose? B. Who do you want to choose T? In each case, T is the tracer left by WH movement. There is a rally attaching to a preceding occurrence of want in certain styles. The 75 resulting phonological word then reduces to wanna. Obviously, the rule will not apply if there is intervening lexical material, as in 58. 58, John will want Bill to go. For exactly the same reason, the attachment rule will not apply in 56 and 57e. It follows that wanna can appear in 46, but not 47, and that when it appears in 48, we know that 48 was derived from 57b rather than 57e, and therefore means 5 liters b rather than 5 liters a. Although the trace is phonetically null, it is syntactically real and enters into the computations that determine the form and meaning of sentences no less than the zero plural of sheep. Cf. Selkirk 1972, and Lightfoot 1975, and references cited there. Note that I have not explained why the understood subject of hit does not block elision in 46, or the understood subject of choosing 5 liters B. Here lies another tally. The trace theory too is controversial and not without its problems, but it does serve to explain quite a range of apparent Y-related facts, and it lays the basis for other promising developments in linguistic theory, I believe. If it proves to be correct, or perhaps to be a special case of a still more adequate theory, then again you will have evidence concerning the intrinsic structure of the language faculty, a species property that fixes the essential nature of language. Examples such as these only scratch the surface of the problem. Needless to say, I offer them to illustrate a certain pattern of argument that has proven quite productive and that offers a great deal of promise for the future as well, in that its potentialities have barely been tapped. We might wish that more direct tests could be devised for hypotheses concerning universal grammar, but even in their absence, strictly linguistic investigation can lead us to some plausible general principles of some subtlety, principles that we may hope to relate to the results of other lines of investigation into the nature of language. References: Andrews, A. 1975. Studies in the Syntax of Relative and Comparative Clauses. Doctoral Dissertation, MIT. Bresnan, J. 1970. On Complementizers, Towards a Syntactic Theory. Foundations of Language 6, 297 30-1. 1972. The Theory of Complementizers in English Syntax. Doctoral Dissertation, MIT. 76. Chomsky, N. 1965. Aspects of the Theory of Syntax. Cambridge, Mass., MIT Press S. 1972. Studies on Semantics in Generative Grammar. The Hague, Mouton. 1-973. Conditions on transformations. In a Festschrift for Morris Halley. S. Anderson and P. Kipasky, eds. New York, Holt, Reinhardt and Winston. Essay 3, below, 1-975a. Questions of form and interpretation. Linguistic Analysis I, 75109. Essay 1, above, 1-975b. Reflections on Language. New York, Pantheon. Fengo, R. W. 1-974. Semantic Conditions on Surface Structure. Doctoral Dissertation, MIT. Hitchhiking, I. 1-975. ALL Kinds of Possibility. Philosophical Review 84-3, 32-1-37. J. Akendoff, R. S. 1-972. Semantic Interpretation in Generative Grammar. Cambridge, Mass. S. MIT Press. S. Jacobson, R. Fant, G. and M. Halley. 1-963. Preliminaries to Speech Analysis. Cambridge, M. as S. MIT Press. Katz, J. J. 1-972. Semantic Theory. New York, H. Upper and Row. Kano, S. 1-973. The Structure of the Japanese Language. Cambridge, M. as S. MIT Press. Lightfoot, D. 1-975. Traces and doubly moved NPs. Mimeograph, McGill University, Montreal, Quebec. Ros. S. J. R. 1-967. Constraints on Variables in Syntax. Doctoral Dissertation, MIT. Selkirk, E. 1-972. The Phrase Phonology of English and French. Doctoral Dissertation, MIT. 77. Conditions on Transformations. CONDTONS on TR and S4M2NS, 1. 1. From the point of view that I adopt here, the fundamental empirical problem of linguistics is to explain how a person can acquire knowledge of language. For our purposes, we can think of a language as a set of structural descriptions of sentences, where a full structural description determines, in particular, the sound and meaning of a linguistic expression. Knowledge of a language can be expressed in the form of a system of rules, a grammar, that generates the language. To approach the fundamental empirical problem, we attempt to restrict the class of potential human languages by setting various conditions on the form and function of grammars. The term universal grammar has commonly been used to refer to the system of general constraints of this sort. With a narrow and restrictive formulation of the principles of universal grammar, it may become possible to account for the remarkable human ability, on the basis of limited and degenerate evidence, to select a particular grammar that expresses one's knowledge of language and makes possible the use of this knowledge. For heuristic purposes we may distinguish two aspects of universal grammar, A. Conditions on form, and B. Conditions on function, that is, A. Conditions on the systems that qualify as grammars, and B. Conditions on the way the rules of a grammar apply to generate structural descriptions. In the terminology of Chomsky, 1965, Chapter 1, and earlier work, these are, respectively, conditions on the class 0102 of admissible grammars and on the function f that assigns the structural description st1 greater than to the sentence c generated by the grammar g semicolon middle dot. The distinction is one of convenience, not. From a Festschrift for Morris Halley. Edited by Stephen R. Anderson and Paul Kipasky. Copyright 1973 by Holt, Reinhardt and Winston, Incorporated. Reprinted by permission of publisher and editors. 1. For very helpful comments on an earlier draft of this paper, I am indebted to Ray Doherty, Morris Halley, Richard Kane, and Howard Lasnik, among others. I am indebted to the Guggenheim Foundation for a fellowship grant that enabled me to complete the work presented here. 81. Principle, in the sense that we might choose to deal with particular phenomena under one or the other category of conditions. The distinction might be carried over to particular grammars as well. That is, while it has generally been assumed that particular grammars contain specific rules, whereas conditions on the functioning of rules are assigned to universal grammar, there is no logical necessity to make this assumption. It is possible that particular grammars differ in conditions of application, just as it is possible that some specific rules actually belong to universal grammar. 2. To illustrate, we can consider the enumeration of distinctive features or the specification of the form of phonological rules to be conditions of the first sort, that is, conditions on the form of grammars. Or consider the definition of a grammatical transformation as a structure-dependent mapping of phrase markers into phrase markers that is independent of the grammatical relations or meanings expressed in these grammatical relations. This definition makes certain operations available as potential transformations, excluding others. Thus, an operation converting an arbitrary string of symbols into its mirror image is not a grammatical transformation, and transformations generally apply to phrase markers that meet some condition on analyzability with no regard to other associated properties. To take a standard example, the passive transformation, reducing it to essentials, applies to any phrase marker that can be factored into 5 successive substrings in such a way that the second and fourth are noun phrases, the third a verb of a particular category, perhaps determined by some semantic property, and the first and fifth anything at all, including nothing. Thus, the structural condition defining the transformation can be given in the form Z, NP, VX, NP. Y. The transformation rearranges the noun phrases in a fixed way. It will, therefore, apply to the phrase markers underlying the sentences of 1, converting them to the corresponding passive forms. 1a. Perhaps John read the book intelligently. B. John received the book. C. John regards Bill as a friend. D. John painted the wall grey. E. John expects the food to be good to eat. Evidently, the semantic and grammatical relation of the main verb. 2. For discussion of a limited generality of conditions, see Ross, 1967, Chomsky, 1968, and Postel, 197, 1. 82. To the following noun phrase varies in these examples, there is no relation at all in E. But these relations are of no concern to the transformation, which applies blindly in all cases, producing perhaps the book was read intelligently by John, the book was received by John, Bill is regarded as a friend by John, the wall was painted grey by John, the food is expected to be good to eat by John. By requiring that all transformations be structure-dependent in this specific sense, we limit the class of possible grammars, excluding many imaginable systems. I will presuppose here, without further discussion, a set of additional conditions on the form of grammar constituting what I have called the extended standard theory, see Chomsky, 1970b, 1972a. Other conditions on the choice of possible transformations that also seem to me plausible and suggestive, if controversial, are outlined in Emmons, 1970. 3. The conditions on the form of grammar mentioned so far are quite abstract and still permit much too wide a range of potential grammars. One might therefore look for much more specific restrictions. An example, to which I return, is the complementizer substitution universal in 2, 4. 2. Only languages with clause initial comp permit a comp substitution transformation. This principle presupposes that comp is a universal element that may appear in various sentence positions and asserts that an item can be moved into comp position only when comp is initial. In particular, Words apostrophe. The relativized constituents in relative clauses or questioned constituents in interrogatives can be moved only to the left, such movement being permitted only when there is an initial comp in the phrase to which the transformation is being applied. It would be quite natural to explore further along these lines. Thus one might try to enumerate major transformations such as action formation, imperative, and so on from which languages may draw, with some permitted variation and minor housekeeping rules. Bach, 1965, 197, 1. It may well be that transformations fall into various categories meeting quite different conditions. By constructing 3. As already noted, the distinction between conditions on fon and conditions on function is, in part, one of convenience. Thus immense constraints could be formulated as conditions on the applicability of arbitrarily chosen transformations. 4j. B. Resnan's reformulation, 1970, of L. Baker's Q universal, Baker, 1970. 83. A more intricate, more highly articulated theory of grammar in such ways as these, we can perhaps move toward a solution of the fundamental empirical problem. A second approach attempts to constrain the functioning of grammatical rules and thereby to limit the generative power of grammars of a given form. The earliest suggestions appear in Chomsky, 1964-5, namely, the condition of recoverability of deletion, 6a/a condition, and so on. Another example, to which I will return, is the insertion prohibition suggested in Chomsky, 1965, which prevents transformations from inserting morphological material into sentences that have already been passed in the cycle. Many examples are discussed in a very important study by Ross, 1967, where a number of specific conditions are proposed. These conditions are formulated in such a way as to restrict several why the operation of the rules of grammars while not affecting their form. Thus such conditions contribute toward a solution of the fundamental empirical problem. 7. In this paper I want to consider conditions on the functioning of grammars once again, specifically, conditions on how transformations apply. As noted, I assume here the general framework of the extended standard theory and, in particular, the lexicalist theory of base structures and nominals discussed in Chomsky, 1978. The work leading to the extended standard theory suggested constraints on base structures and on the relations between derivations and semantic representations but said little about transformations. Here, I will explore some conditions on the application of transformations within the framework of the extended standard theory. As an example of a possible condition on transformation S, consider 5. This work appears in 3 versions, which differ in their treatment of these problems. The first is in H. G. Lund, ed. 1964. Proceedings of 9th International Congress of Linguists, 1962, The Hague, Mouton. The second is in J. A. Fodor and J. J. Katz, eds. 1964, Structure of Language, Englewood Cliffs, N. J. Prentice Hall. The third is listed in the bibliography. A further revision, in lectures given at Berkeley in January, 1967, appears in Chomsky, 1968. 6. On the difficulty of defining this properly and the importance of the issue, see Peters and Ritchie, 1973. 7. Another approach towards solving this problem will be to refine the evaluation measure for grammars. As explained in Chomsky, 1965, it seems to me that only limited progress is likely along these lines. It has been suggested in recent work that no evaluation measures are necessary, and this is surely a logical possibility. See Chomsky, 1965. pp. 36-37. Those who offer this suggestion, however, typically propose theories of grammar that make infinitely many grammars available compatible with any imaginable data, so that an evaluation measure is necessary in these cases. The point is, I suspect, that natural evaluation measures are generally presupposed, without analysis. 84. The Harovre principle, stated in 3.8.3. If a transformation applies to a structure of the form a middle dot middle dot middle dot, a middle dot middle dot middle dot, middle dot middle dot middle dot, where is a cyclic node, then it must be so interpreted as to apply to the maximal phrase of the type A. Consider again the passive transformation with a structural condition imposing a factorization into x, np, v, np, y. So formulated, the rule would apply to the examples in 4, with the factorization indicated by dash, giving the impossible forms in 5. 4, A, B, C. John and Bill saw Mary. The man who saw Mary bought the book. John's winning the race surprised me. 5, A. John and Mary was seen by Bill B. The man who saw the book was bought by Mary C. John's winning I was surprised by the race. But the misapplication of the rule in these cases is blocked by the A over A condition. 3. This principle requires that John and Bill, the man who saw Mary, and John's winning the race are the factors selected by the first NP in the structural condition of the passive in the case of A, B, and C, respectively. Notice that the condition 3 does not establish an absolute prohibition against transformations that extract a phrase of type A from a more inclusive phrase of type A. Rather, it states that if a transformational rule is non-specific with respect to the configuration defined, it will be interpreted in such a way as to satisfy the condition. Thus it would be possible to formulate a more complex rule with a structural condition imposing the factorization indicated by in 4. Such a rule might extract Bill, Mary, and the race, respectively Y. Alternatively, one might interpret the A over A constraint as legislating against any rule that extracts a phrase of type A from a more inclusive phrase A. The former interpretation, which in effect takes the A over A condition to be an integral part of an evaluation measure, is perhaps more natural, and I will adopt it tentatively here, for this and other conditions to be discussed. Thus the A over A condition as 8. This is the formulation in Chomsky 1968, where a number of examples and problems are discussed. We may assume here that the cyclic nodes are S and NP. 85. Interpreted here does not prevent the application of WH moving T to form 6 from 7, or the application of pseudo-cleft formation to form 8 from 9, or the application of conjunct movement to form IO from 119. 6. Would you approve of my seeing? 7. You would approve of my seeing who? 1 degree. 8. The only person John admires is himself. 9. The only person John admires himself is predicate. 10. John met Bill. 11. John and Bill met. In contrast, we interpret the complementizer substitution universal 2 as imposing an absolute restriction against rules that move an item to the right to a composition. But the A over A principle, rather than legislating against the existence of certain rules, permits an ambiguous and unspecific formulation of such rules as passive, constraining their application in a specific way. The logic of this approach is essentially that of the theory of markedness. Suppose that we were to formulate the passive with a structural condition 1 2 x np vy np z. Then the rule will apply to either of the italicized noun phrases in 1 3 to give 1 4 a or 1 4 b. 1 3 P.R. took advantage of Bill 1 4 a Advantage was taken of Bill. B. Bill was taken advantage of. The over-A condition does not prevent the desired ambiguous application in this case. The same formulation of passive 1-1 permits pseudo-passives such as the plan was argued about all day and the brat insists on being given into. For this formulation of the rule. 9. In principle. On the dubious status of this rule, see Doherty, 1-970. We will return briefly to such examples as 6 and 8. 10. The impossibility of whose would you approve of seeing John from you would approve of whose seeing John can perhaps be attributed to a principle that requires that if the specifier of a noun phrase or adjective phrase, in the sense say of Chomsky, 1-970a, is extracted, then the whole phrase must be extracted. Thus, the same principle would prevent the formation of which did you see books from you saw which books, or how is John tall from John is how tall. See Ross, 1-967, for relevant discussion. 11. Again, oversimplified, overlooking auxiliaries, the agent phrase, and the composite nature of the rule discussed in Chomsky, 1-970a. Using the terminology suggested there, the structural condition should contain a term after the first 10p which can be an arbitrary sequence of specifiers. 86. To apply correctly, it is necessary to add the condition that the third term in the factorization, 1-2, be a semantic unit. For example, the sentence England was lived in by many people is more natural than England was died in by many people, but only when live in is interpreted as reside and not as in we really lived in England in the sense of in England, we really lived. 12. Quite generally, the terms of the structural condition of a transformation are either variables or single non-terminals, the case in question being one of the rare exceptions. A single non-terminal is a semantic unit. It has a reading, in the sense of cats and others. Thursday S. We might consider the general condition, 1-5. 1-5. Each factor imposed by a transformation either is a morphological or semantic unit or corresponds to a variable in the structural condition of the transformation. This condition, along with the A over A condition, 3, permits passive to be formulated with a structural condition, 1-2, constraining the application of the rule properly in quite a range of cases. 2. To pursue the matter further, let us assume, following, in essentials, Bresnan, 1-970, that there is a universal element comp and that the base system of English includes the rules in 1-6-13. Tm, 1-6-a. S. Comp MP, for tvp. Apostrophe S, Z.ngb. Comp PNP plus WH. We assume that the NP or PNP of comp can be replaced by the WH phrase of questions and relatives, immense structure preserving. 12. See Chomsky, 1-965, pp. 104-218. Recall that although transformations are independent of grammatical or semantic relations, they do, of course, reflect properties of lexical items and lexical categories. 13. More precisely, these rules may be factored into several rules that provide intermediate structures that need not concern us here. Much of what we shall suggest will hold and sustain other assumptions about English grammar as well. I give these, without further justification, for concreteness S. In 1-6, P stands for preposition, T for 10 say, M for modal, and to and ing are the items that appear, excluding tense and modal, respectively. In for him to remain is a nuisance, his remaining is a nuisance, where for and possessive, respectively, are assigned to the accompanying noun phrases, the presence offer depending on the main verb. We may assume that one realization of M is the element subjunctive discoset in Kulik cover, 197-1, in his analysis of imperatives and related structures, and thus subjunctives are assumed here to be tensed. We return to some more specific rules later. 87. Hypothesis determines which of these positions is filled. Following Baker, 1970, I assume that plus WH, essentially, his Q, underlies direct and indirect questions, while WH underlies relatives. 14. We impose the condition that no lexical item can be inserted into comp by base rules, that is, we require that the terminal string dominated by comp in the base is null L. If a WH comp is not filled by a WH phrase, it will optionally be realized as that, otherwise null, if the auxiliary contains tense. We may assume that whether derives from WH placement on either and WH movement, see Katz and Postel, 1964, and that free relatives such as I read what he gave me derive from full relatives with unspecified heads, / read, NPPROS he gave N1 it, see Bresnan, 1972, for a detailed analysis. Further details and appropriate rules will be given as we proceed. Let us return to the passive transformation which, reduced to essentials, applies to a phrase marker of the form NPV NPX, rearranging the NPS. Consider the sentence, 17. 17. I believe a dog is hungry. This can be analyzed into the successive substrings I believe the dog is hungry, which are NP, V, NP, X, respectively, so that the transformation should yield the dog is believed is hungry, by me. In exactly the same way, the sentence the dog is believed to be hungry, by me, derives from 18, with the analysis indicated. 18, S, on P, I, VP, V believe, S, NP the dog, VP to be hungry. Notice that there is no problem in explaining why the passive transformation, with its domain defined in terms of a structural condition on phrase markers in the conventional way, applies to 18. The problem, rather, is to explain why it does not apply to 17. 15. 14. Presumably, either may and really nominal complements, as in the idea that S, the question whether S conditions for WH movement vary slightly Y, particular Y in appositive clauses. See Postel, L 97 1, pp. 71-72, for some discourse cyan. 15. Under any formulation of the theory of transformations so far proposed, it would require an extra condition on the transformation to exclude 18 from the domain of the passive with a structural condition, X, NP, V, NP, Y. One might imagine a different theory in which the domain of a transformation is defined not by a structural condition of the familiar sort but rather by a condition on grammatical relations. Thus, passive in this theory might be defined not in terms of the structural condition, X, NP, V, NP, Y, but in terms of the total configuration which exposes subject and object as relational term S. Under this revised theory, passive would not apply to 18 unless the configuration were modified by a transformation raising the subject of the embedded sentence to the object position in the matrix sentence. There is, however, no empirical. 88. The most obvious distinction between 17 and 18 is that the embedded sentence in 17 is tensed, finite, while the corresponding sentence of 18 is non-tensed. Suppose, then, that we propose the tentative principle in 19. 19 items cannot be extracted from tensed sentences. The principle of insertion prohibition mentioned earlier states that morphological material cannot be inserted into sentences that have been passed in the cycle. If, in fact, insertion prohibition is restricted to tensed sentences, we can generalize 19 to incorporate this principle. Let us restrict our attention initially to rules of extraction that move an item to the left, as in the case of passive, and to rules of insertion that move an item from the left into an embedded phrase. With this restrictive assumption, we can generalize 19220, incorporating the insertion prohibition. We henceforth refer to 20 as the tense test condition apostrophe 16. 20. No rule can involve x, y in the structure. X, 0 y, middle dot, 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 middle dot. Where is a tensed sentence? To understand the application of the insertion prohibition as a special case of this principle, consider the sentences in 2-1. 2-1a. The candidates each hated the others b. The candidates each expected the others to win c. The candidates each expected that the others would win. Motivation for such a revision of the theory of transformations. It would, furthermore, be ill-advised in the case of passive because of pseudo-passives. See the discussion following. 1-4, double passives such as 1-4, indirect object constructions, and so on. Note that comp will not block factorization of 1-8, in accordance with the structural condition of the pa-sive transformation if the terminal string dominated by comp is null. S we have assumed. 16. A weaker assumption would be that 2 is a language-specific parameter in the condition. In this exploratory study I will do no more than suggest a number of possibilities and investigate their consequences in English. Notice that one rule that obviously does not satisfy the condition is coreference assignment, however it is formulated. Thus the pronoun can be anaphoric in John said that he would leave, for example. The same rule also applies within coordinate structures. For example, John said that he and Bill would leave, and others that block various other types of rules. 89. Doherty, 1970, has argued that such a sentence as the men hated each other derives from the men each hated the others, ultimately, from each of the men hated the other one, by a rule that moves each into the determiner position in the others. 11. Assuming this, note that the sentences of 2-1 should be transformed into those of 22. 22a. The candidates hated each other b. The candidates expected each other to win c. The candidates expected that each other would win. Only the first two cases are permitted. 22c is blocked, as required, by the tense test condition. Before turning to other examples, let us consider some facts that lead us to a supplementary principle. Suppose that 23b derives from the underlying form 23a, middle dot. 23a. John expected SPRO to win, b. John expected to win. Now notice that from 24a, we can derive 24b, whereas from 25a, we cannot derive 25b. 24a. The candidates each expected SPRO to defeat the other, b. The candidates expected to defeat each other. 25a. The men expected the soldier to shoot the other, b. The men expected the soldier to shoot each other. To account for this difference, let us postulate a second principle, the specified subject condition. 26, where by specified subject we mean a subject NP that contains either lexical items or a pronoun that is not anaphoric. 26. No rule can involve x, y in the structure. Dot. X. O. Z. W. Where Z is the specified subject of W. in A. 17. I presuppose Doherty's work, 1970, here with no further specific reference. Notice that if one were to accept the alternative analysis of Jack Endoff, 1969, principle 20 would again apply. In this case, not to a movement rule but to a rule of int ERP ratio n. 90. We shall return to this principle later, to give a more careful formulation. As set forth here, it suffices to distinguish 25 with their specified subject Z equals the soldier in the embedded sentence A, from 23, and 24, which have no specified subject in that position. 18 within the extended standard theory, as developed in the references cited earlier, both NP and S are nodes to which cyclic operations apply, and the notion subjective is defined not only in S but also in such NPs as 27, where John, in all cases, is the subject, in an extended sense of this term. 27. A. John's refusal to leave B. John's picture of Bill C. John's strategy for victory. Correspondingly, in 26, there can be either NP or S. Examples 24 and 25 illustrate the application of 26, where A equals S. The examples in 28, 3, 1 illustrate the application of this condition where A equals NP. 28. A. The men each saw NP pictures of the other. B. The men saw pictures of each other. 29. A. The men each saw NP John S. pictures of the other. B. The men saw John S. pictures of each other. 30. A. You saw NP pictures of who? B. Who did you see pictures of? 3. 1. A. You saw NP John S. pictures of who? B. Who did you see John S. pictures of? The rule of each insertion applies to 28A, but is blocked by the 18 Hilk 197-1 observes that each movement is not permitted in such cases as the candidates each expected the others to clash, the candidates expected each other to clash, the candidates each expected the others to work together, the candidates expected each other to work together. However, it seems that this results from the operation of independent rules that also exclude the men walked between each other from the men each walked between the others. What seems to be involved is a restriction on each movement in the case when the NP the other has the features, plus totality, individual, in the system of Doherty 1970, where some relevant examples are discussed. 91. Specified subject condition in 29. The rule of WH movement applies to 30A, but is blocked by the same condition in the case of 3-1. 19 middle dot. Let us next turn to the rule of it replacement that produces such sentences as John is easy to please. Consider the examples in 32 and 33. 32. A. It is pleasant for the rich for poor immigrants to do the hard work. B. It is a waste of time for us for them to teach us Latin. 33. A. It is pleasant for the rich to do the hard work. B. It is a waste of time for us to learn Latin. C. It is easy for us to learn Latin. The rule of it replacement applies to the examples of 33 to give the corresponding forms in 34, but it does not apply to 32 to give 35. 34. A. The hard work is pleasant for the rich to do. B. Latin is a waste of time for us to learn. C. Latin is easy for us to learn. 35. A. The hard work is pleasant for the rich for poor immigrants to do. B. Latin is a waste of time for us for them to teach us. These data follow from our previous assumptions if we suppose that the phrases for the rich and for us in 32 and 33 form part of the predicate of the matrix sentence, with the subject PRO of the embedded sentence deleted in 33, exactly as in the case of 23. The lexical item easy differs from pleasant and waste of time in that the rule of deletion is obligatory in the case of easy in this context, Thursday s. We take the structures underlying 33 to be of the form 36, as is clearly true, under our general assumptions, in the case of 32. 36, it is predicate for NP, S and PVP. 19. Some speakers, myself included, find a three-way gradation of acceptability, with 30b, better than who did you see the pictures of, which is in turn preferable to 3 liters b. A refinement of condition 26, incorporating the feature definite, as well as the property of lexical specification, might be proposed to accommodate these judgments. Specified subjects in NPS are plus definite. If 26 is revised to include plus definite, as well as specified subjects, then 3 liters b will involve a double violation, and wiser did you see the pictures of only a single violation. This might account for the gradation of acceptability. 92. This assumption is not unnatural on other grounds as well. Thus, the leftmost for phrase in all the cited examples is more readily detachable than the for phrase in 37, for example. 37. It is intolerable for John to have to study Latin. Compare the variants 38 with 39. 38a. For the rich, it is pleasant for poor immigrants to do the hard work. b. For us, it is a waste of time to learn Latin. C. Latin is a waste of time to learn, for us. D. Latin is easier to learn for us than for Johnny. It is easier to learn Latin for us than for John. 39. A. For John, it is intolerable to have to study Latin. B. It is intolerable to have to study Latin for John. C. It is more intolerable to have to study Latin for us than for John. The examples in 39, if acceptable at all, are interpreted somewhat differently from 37. In 39, it must be understood that John finds it intolerable to have to study Latin, but this is not the case in 37. On the other hand, such examples as 38 seem true stylistic variants of the corresponding forms of 32, 34. We might capture this fact by limiting stylistic inversion to a phrase of the predicate of the matrix sentence. There are, moreover, selectional relations between a predicate that appears in the matrix form 36 and the subject of the embedded S, a property that further differentiates these structures from 37. Compare 40 and 41. 40a. It is intolerable for there to be snow in June. B. It is intolerable from the car to be so poorly constructed. 41a. It is easy for there to be snow in June. B. It is easy from the car to be so poorly constructed. These facts, too, might be expressed by assigning the phrase to the matrix sentence in the examples 33, with deletion of the subject P on row of the embedded S after it is assigned coreference with the NP of the matrix phrase. In such cases as it is easy to learn Latin, we might assume that the matrix predicate contains a non-specified 93 phrase free which is deleted, as is the non-specified agent in agentless S passives. We can then restrict the selection features to the predicate phrase of the matrix sentence. We return to these structures later. Consider next the H-unlike person constraint discussed by Postal 1966, 1969. We might formulate this as a rule that assigns the feature deviant to a sentence S dominating proi v proi x, where proi and proi are both first person or both second person. Thus we cannot have such sentences as 42. 42a. I saw me. B. I watched us leaving, in the mirror. C. We watched me leaving. D. You, all, noticed you standing there, by yourself. The point is clearly more general. See Postal 1969. Thus in 43, we interpret the two pronouns as different in reference, and in 44, we interpret the NPS as non-intersecting in reference, that is, we assume that the officers are not included among the soldiers doing the shooting. We do not interpret this sentence as referring to a situation in which some of the officers shot others. 43. He saw him. 44. The soldiers shot the officers, among them. The point seems to be that a rule of interpretation replying to the structure NP-VNP, among others, seeks to interpret the two NPs as non-intersecting in reference, 20, and where this is impossible, as in the case of first and second person pronouns, c. 42, it assigns H strangeness, marking the sentence with. But consider the sentences in 45. 45a. We expect them to visit me. I expect them to visit us. Me. B. We expect me to visit them. I expect us, me, to visit them. C. We expect me to be visited by the M. I expect us, me, to be visited by them. D. We believe I may still win. I believe I, may still win. 20. This particular formulation presupposes the analysis of reflexives in Helk. 197. 1. His approach to reflexives and inherent anaphora, John lost his mind, John craned his neck, and so on, fits very well into the present framework. 94. In 45a and 45d, the rule is blocked by the specified subject condition and the tense test condition, respectively. Therefore, in these sentences, the pair of italicized NPs may intersect in reference. The sentences are not marked with biro, but the rule applies to 45b and 45c, assigning, just as it applies to the examples of 42. Although the matter is more complex, this appears to be a plausible first approximation to a correct analysis. Notice that it is difficult to see how it can be construed naturally as anything other than a rule of semantic interpretation, operating at a fairly superficial level, at or close to surface structure, at least if we wish to incorporate 44 and 45 under the generalization. Exactly the same considerations apply if we restrict our attention to the unlike person constraint. Observe that we have now applied the principles to two kinds of rules, namely, syntactic operations moving constituents and rules of semantic interpretation. Some further possibilities are suggested by observations of Lasnik, 197.1. He points out that the sentences 46a, b, are ambiguous in a way in which 47 is not. 46a. I didn't see many of the pictures. B. I didn't see pictures of many of the children. 47. I didn't see John's pictures of many of the children. The first, more normal and less sophisticated, I believe, interpretation of 46a, in colloquial English associates not and many. Under this interpretation, the sentence means I saw few of the pictures, not many of the pictures as such that I saw them. Thus the sentence would be false, under this interpretation, if I had seen 50 of the 100 pictures, assuming 50 pictures to be many under the contextual conditions of the utterance, while it would be true if I had seen only 3 of the 100 pictures. Some speakers also accept a second interpretation of 46a, with the meaning many of the pictures are such that I didn't see them. Under this interpretation, which associates not with C, the sentence would be true if I had seen exactly 50 of the 100 pictures, since there would be 50 that I hadn't seen. The same ambiguity arises in the case of 46b. Under the interpretation which associates not with many, the sentence means I saw pictures of few of the children, not many of the children as such that I saw pictures of them. It would be false if I had seen pictures of 50 of the 100 children, true if I had seen pictures of 3 of the 100 children. Under the second interpretation, the sentence means pictures of many of the children as such that I didn't see them, which 95 is true if I had seen pictures of 50 of the 100 children. for speakers who do not accept the second interpretation of 46A and 46B, it seems that 47 is unacceptable. For speakers who assign both interpretations to the sentences of 46, 47 is acceptable with the unique interpretation that associates not with C. Thus it means John S. pictures of many of the children as such that I didn't see them. The sentence 47, then, has no interpretation under which it is false, given that I had seen John S. pictures of exactly 50 of the 100 children. The observations are moderately subtle, but I believe that Lasnik's judgments are correct. Notice that the facts, as stated, follow from the specified subject condition, which does not permit association of not with many in 47. If, following Lasnik, we regard the assignment of scope of negation as a matter of semantic interpretation, the specified subject condition again blocks a semantic rule. If, on the other hand, it is claimed that a rule of not movement extracts not from the NP object to give the first, normal, interpretation of the sentences of 46. This syntactic rule is blocked in 47 by the same condition. Lasnik suggests also the following, slightly different example. Consider the sentences in 48. 48a. You didn't understand the proofs of enough of the theorems for me to be justified in giving you an A. B. You didn't understand Euclid's proofs of enough of the theorems for me to be justified in giving you an A. The word enough differs from many in that not must be associated with it, rather than with understand, in 48a. That is, only what I have called the normal interpretation is possible in the case of 48a, which must mean something like you understood proofs of some, but not enough, of the theorems. It follows, then, that 48b receives no direct interpretation at all, though an interpretation can be forced, as it can also be, say, in 31b, just as 47 receives no interpretation for speakers who accept only the normal interpretation of 46. This appears correct and is further example of the application of the specified subject condition. 3. Consider next the sentence 49, which, we assume, derives from 50, by WH placement, on something, WH movement, and auxiliary inversion. 96. 49. What did you tell me that Bill saw? 50. Comp you told me, comp Bill saw something. The rule of WH movement in this case appears to violate both the tense test condition and the specified subject condition. Before turning to the problem posed by WH movement, let us consider the notion transformational cycle somewhat more carefully. The insertion prohibition, now sharpened as a special case of the tense test and specified subject conditions, is a step toward a stricter interpretation of the cycle. It asserts that once a stage of the cycle has been passed, we cannot introduce material into it from the outside under the stated conditions. To further sharpen the notion transformational cycle, suppose that we impose the general condition, 5.1.21. 5.1. No rule can apply to a domain dominated by a cyclic node A in such a way as to affect solely a proper subdomain of A dominated by a node B which is also a cyclic node. In other words, rules cannot in effect return to earlier stages of the cycle after the derivation has moved to larger, more inclusive domains. We will refer to 5.1 as the strict cycle condition. From this condition it follows that WH movement must be a cyclic rule, since it applies in indirect questions and relatives. Point 2. The condition, 5.1, seems fairly natural, and we will proceed to investigate its consequences. Returning now to 50, we first assign WH and apply WH movement on the innermost cycle, which gives 52. 52. Comp you told me, 8. Comp what Bill saw. On the next cycle, we want to move T to the composition of the matrix sentence to give 49.23. The specified subject condition is 21. The condition S would perhaps be restricted to major transformations in the same say of Bach, 1 965, 197 1, excluding his middle dot housekeeping rules. A slightly different formulation of 5-1 would make it impossible for a rule applying to the domain dominated by A to affect solely items that were originally dominated by B. These alternatives lead to slightly different empirical consequences in areas that do not concern us here. 22. It has been argued repeatedly why the WH movement cannot be a cyclic rule, but I am aware of no conclusive arguments. To my knowledge, none of the arguments that appear in the literature apply to the formulations given here. However, at a later point I will deal with some considerations that might suggest that WH movement is post-cyclic. 23. We shall return to the rule for inserting that in 49. 97. No longer a barrier, but we are left with a violation of the tensed S condition. An investigation of the conditions of the violation indicates that they are quite narrow. An item can escape from a tensed sentence if it has been moved into the composition on an earlier cycle and is moving into the composition on the present cycle. Furthermore, in no case does an item in composition move to anything other than the composition. 24. These specific properties of comp may be considered alongside the property formulated as the complementizer substitution universal. With the appropriate reformulation of our conditions, which we give as 55, WH movement can apply to 52, giving 53, which becomes 49, by auxiliary inversion and that insertion. 53. What you told me, S. Tom Bill saw. Suppose now that we replace some of the base rules in 1-6 to obtain the more detailed analysis. 54, following Bresnan, 1-970. 54, S. Tom S. S and POVP. Suppose further that we continue to take S, but not S apostrophe, to be the domain of cyclic rules. Under this assumption we can reformulate the tensed S and specified subject conditions, together with the narrow restrictions on comp, as in 55. 55. No rule can involve X, Y in the structure. Dot. X. A. Z. W. Where A. Z is the specified subject of W. Or B. Y is in comp and X is not in comp, or C. Y is not in comp and is a tensed S. This modification of the conditions in effect asserts that an item can be extracted from a tensed sentence or across a specified subject only if there is a rule that moves it into the composite underscore on. Thus a WH word can be extracted, as in 49, 50, but the subject of the 24. In fact, this must be stipulated, quite apart from the tensed S condition, to prevent improper passivization of, for example, John asked what to read to what was asked to read by John. On the other hand, what did John ask to read is permitted by the conditions. 98. Embedded sentence cannot be passivized in I believe a dog is hungry. Notice, however, that WH movement will not be permitted across a specified subject in 3 letters A, which we restate here as 56, to give the ungrammatical who did you see John S. pictures of. 56, comp you saw, NP John S. pictures of who. The relevant difference between 56 and 50 is that 56 has no comp node in an NP. Therefore the WH word in 56 cannot escape from the NP. It is observed in Chomsky, 1964, that WH movement can be applied only once to a constituent of the form S. We cannot, for example, question, relativize, an item that is within an indirect question to derive 57 from 58, 25. 57. What did he wonder where John put? 58. Comp. He wondered. 8. Comp. John put what where? To derive 57 from 58, we must first place where in the composition of the embedded sentence. But in that case, what cannot enter the composition, which is filled by where, and thus cannot be extracted on the next cycle. The principles of the cycle presupposed so far in this discussion permit no other ordering of rule applications to give 57. 4. As the rules and conditions now stand, we can derive 59 from 60, because the embedded S is not tensed. 59. What crimes does the FBI know how to solve? 60. Comp. The FBI knows 8. Comp. PRO to solve what crimes? How? The item how is moved into composition in the internal cycle, but what crimes can be extracted on the next cycle? This in a dubious result, however. Though judgments vary, there seem to me to be severe restrictions on cases such as 59. Thursday S. 6.1 seems to me unacceptable, surely much less acceptable than 59, and from 62, the predicted derived sentences, 63, and 64, both seem unacceptable. 25. Some speakers seem to accept such forms as what did he wonder whether John saw, what crimes did he wonder how they solved. For me, these are unacceptable. It would be possible to add special rules to allow for these examples by a complication of the particular grammar, given the suggested interpretation of the conditions. 99. Though the immediately underlying forms, 65, and 66, are all right. 6.1. What crimes does the FBI know whether to solve? 62. Comp. John knows. S. Comp. PRO to give what books to whom? 63. What books does John know to whom to give? 64. To whom does John know what books to give? 65. John knows what books to give to whom? 66. John knows to whom to give what books. Notice also that 67 does not derive as predicted from 60, but rather only from 68, analogous to 69A from 69B. 67. How does the FBI know what crimes to solve? 68. Comp. The FBI knows. S. Comp. PRO to solve what crimes? How? 69A. How does the FBI know the code? B. The FBI knows the code how. It may be, then, that the know-how-to examples such as 59 are unique in permitting further WH movement from the embedded sentence, and that the general case is that the conditions on transformations prevent movement of a WH phrase over a WH comp. In fact, the elaboration of the specified subject condition that we will develop later on will suffice to prevent WH movement in the cases considered here. 26. However, it may be that there is an independent condition that suffices to prevent WH movement in these cases. Support for this conjecture is provided by the fact that example 70 must be ruled out as ungrammatical. 70. John knows what you saw. 26. Thus one could, under this modification, permit the unique case, 59, by stipulating that 60 is unique in not containing PRO, or the element point 1, as in agentless passives, which also blocks WH movement by the specified subject condition. One will thus be arguing that this is a special property of the locution know-how, perhaps related to the fact that know-how can be a nominal compound. He showed a remarkable degree of know-how, but not know what, know why, one wonder why, and so on. A further modification that we shall discuss will not permit this explanation, given that the subject of the embedded sentence is PRO, and will require something middle.gl-like condition, 73. Observe that even with 73, we still need to invoke the strict cyclic interpretation of WH movement to block such cases as 57. Thursday S. 73. A lone rule did not suffice to prevent movement of what in 57, to the composition of the matrix sentence followed by movement of where to the composition of the embedded sentence. 100. The source, John knows who saw what he, is grammatical, but 70, and other examples like it indicate that WH movement cannot move a WH phrase across a WH subject just as it cannot move a WH phrase across a WH comp. Notice, however, that WH movement over a WH phrase P is permissible if P is contained in the predicate phrase, that is, to the right of the verb in the clause in question, as we can see from such examples as 7-1 and 72. 7-1. John remembers where Bill bought which book. 72. John remembers to whom Bill gave which book. These examples, to which we shall read to Rn, are of a type discussed in Baker, 1970. Though judgments vary slightly, such forms are surely more satisfactory than 70. See also 65, 66. Thus, 7-1 would have the interpretation, roughly, John remembers that Bill bought the th book in the JTH place, and similarly for 72. Speculating, we might propose a further condition on transformations to accommodate these judgments. The obvious suggestion is based on the observation that the subject NP is superior to any phrase in the predicate in the sense that it is closer to the root of the tree structure. More precisely, we say that the category A is superior to the category B in the phrase matter if every major category dominating A dominates B as well but not conversely. 27. Suppose that we then add the stipulation, 73, to the set of general conditions that we are considering. 73. No rule can involve X, Y in the structure. X, A, Z, W, where the rule applies ambiguously to Z and Y and Z is superior to Y. 27. We say the term major category in the same say of Chomsky, 1965, p. 74, that is, N, V, when the categories that dominate them. See Chomsky, 1970a, for a full thorough elaboration of this notion. To simplify subsequent exposition, we will want to say that in the sentence, the men each saw the other and others like it, the word each is superior to the of the other. Let us therefore extend a slightly wide the notion superior so that A is superior to B if every major category dominating MMC A dominates MMC B as well but not conversely. Re MMC X is the minimal major category dominating X itself, if X is a major category. We assume now that the NP, the men each, is the minimal major category dominating each in the sentence cited. Thus each in this sentence is superior to the, as intended. Other elaborations are possible, but this will suffice for our expository purposes below. 101. The condition requires that a rule must select the superior term where that rule is ambiguous in application, that is, where the structure given in 73 will satisfy the structural condition defining their rule in question with either Z or Y selected as the factor satisfying A given term of this condition. Like the A over A condition, 73 restricts the ambiguity of rule application. Like 5-1, it provides a stricter interpretation of the notion of the cycle. It should be noted that in all of the cases of the general form given in 73 that we are considering, the category X is superior to Y in the sense just defined. And where Z is the specified subject, it is superior to Y. The condition 73 blocks 70 while permitting 7-1 and 72. Furthermore, the condition 73 suffices to block the examples 6-1, 64 independently of other constraints. Thus consider 62, which we restate here as 74. 74 comp John knows, S comp PR wrote to give what books to whom. On the first cycle, WH movement gives either 75 equals 65 or 76 equals 66. 75. John knows what books to give to whom. 76. John knows to whom to give what books. But on the next cycle condition, 73, prevents movement of the embedded phrase to whom in 75, just as it prohibits movement of the embedded phrase what books in 76. The reason, in both cases, is that the WH phrase in comp of the embedded cycle is superior to these categories, not being dominated by the major category S apostrophe. If WH movement moves the superior WH phrase what books of 75, or to whom of 76, to initial position in the sentence, then the sentence will be marked ungrammatical by virtue of the unfilled comp of the embedded clause and related considerations that we will examine later. This composition cannot be filled by subsequent application toch daarmee ventien trebdjetivoyen schuwe efundskort tesig selni. Rakelklussen deeltli opnose 5 C1 beetlichi expredix excluded except 75, 76. To further explore structures of the general form given in 73, let us say that if X is superior to Y in a phrase Maca P, then Y is subjacent to X if there is at most one cyclic category C equals I equals Y such that C contains Y and C does not contain X. Thus, if Y is subjacent to X, either X and Y are contained in all the same cyclic categories, and 102 are thus considered at the same level of the transformational cycle, or they are in adjacent cycles. In the sentence of 77, who is subjacent to both nodes comp, but in 78 and 79, it is subjacent only to the node comp of the embedded sentence. 77. A. Comp he believes, S. Comp John saw who, B. Comp he wonders, S. Comp John saw who. 78. A. Comp he believes, NP the claim, S. Comp John saw who, B. Comp he considered, NP the question, S. Comp John saw who. 79. A. Comp he believes FS Comp John saw, NP a picture of who, B. Comp he wonders CS Comp John saw, NP a picture of who. From 77E, we can derive who does he believe that John saw by iteration of WH movement. From 77B, we can derive he wonders who John saw. From 79A, we can derive who does he believe that John saw a picture of, again by iteration of WH movement. From 79B, we derive he wonders who John saw a picture of in the case of 77 and 79, who can move to any of the compositions, who moves ultimately to the external composition in 77E, and 79A, and to the internal composition in 77B, and 79B. The other four possibilities are excluded, namely, he believes who John saw, who does he wonder that John saw W, he believes who John saw a picture of, and who does he wonder that John saw a picture of. We return to this matter when we consider contextual features of lexical items. Turning now to 78, we observe that only the embedded composition can be occupied by who. Thus we can derive from 78b the sentence he considered the question who John saw W. No such operation is possible in the case of 78a, because of contextual features of the lexical item claim, as we shall discuss at a later point. Given appropriate contextual features for nouns and verbs, we might account for all of these facts by adding the condition 80, which would restrict rules to adjacent cycles or the same cycle. 80. No rule can involve x, y, x superior to y, if y is not subjacent to x. Certain examples that we will consider suggest that 80 does not apply to each movement. The examples, however, are somewhat marginal, and it may furthermore be possible to account for the M, under the assumption, 80, by a sharpening of the notion cyclic. 103. Category. Let us tentatively stipulate, however, that condition 80 applies only to extraction rules, that is, to rules that move some m from the position y to the superior position x. We can combine conditions 5.1 and 80 as 8.1, slightly reformulating 80. 8.1. Consider the structure where A is a cyclic node. 0x. Dot. 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 Suppose that the structural description 2 of a transformation T applies to, where X is the maximally superior category that satisfies some term of 2. Then T applies to A only if there is the only cyclic category containing X, condition 5.1. If, furthermore, T is an extraction rule moving some category in to the position X, then some constant term of 2 must hold of a category subjacent to X in for T to apply to modification of the condition 80. We will tentatively suppose that condition 8.1 is a general property defining cyclic application of transformations. The examples of 77 and 79 are not affected by the condition 80 incorporated in 8.1. And we can thus apply iterated WH movement as desired. But in 78, though WH movement can apply on the innermost cycle, it cannot apply on the next cycle since NP does not have a comp. Furthermore, WH movement cannot apply on the outermost cycle because of the condition 80 incorporated in 8.1. 28. In this way, we can explain many of the examples that fall under the complex noun phrase constraint, Ross, 1967. Many others fall under the A over A principle. Notice that this argument is similar to the one that explains the distinction between 50 and 56. For clarity, we repeat the essential point. The sentences 82 and 83 derive from 84 and 85, respectively. Y. 82. Who did he expect Bill to see? 83. Who did he find Bill's picture of? 84. Comp he expected S. Comp Bill to see who? 85. Comp he found near Bill's picture of who? 28. If we accept the analysis of factives suggested by N. Kipasky and Kipasky, 1970, then, as shown there, the fact that there is no wit movement from factives will follow from the special case of the complex noun phrase constraint that follows from 80.8.1. 104. Apart from the element comp, 84 and 85 are alike, phrase by phrase. From the point of view of rule applicability, Bill is there. Subject of see who in 84 and of picture of who in 85. In our extended sense of the term subject, and who is the object in both cases. But 82 is derivable from 84 by iteration of WH movement, whereas WH movement cannot apply in 85 on the first cycle because there is no comp in NP, and on the second cycle by virtue of the specified subject condition 55A. If we are correct in assuming the condition 8.1, which restricts extraction to adjacent cycles, it follows that although WH phrases can be extracted from such structures as a picture of, stories about, underscore requests for, as in 86, it will not be possible to extract LVH phrase when one of these structures is embedded in another, as in 87, because of the absence of a comp node in noun phrases. On the other hand, on the same assumptions, the forms in 88 are permitted since no extraction rule is involved. 86, A, B, C. D. Who did you see a picture? OF underscore who did you hear stories about underscore what do you write articles about underscore what do you generally receive requests for underscore 87. A. Who did you hear stories about a picture of underscore B? What do you receive requests for article S about underscore 88. A. We heard stories about pictures of each other. B. We received requests for articles about each other. Judgments are insecure, but the conclusion seems to me plausible. On the other hand, Ross 1967 cites such examples as 89 as grammatical. 89. What books does the government prescribe the height of the lettering on underscore? Examples 87 and 89 appear to be parallel from the point of view of rule applicability. I see no obvious explanation for an apparent difference in degree of acceptability. From the same assumptions, it follows that such sentences as 90 involve repeated cyclic application of WH movement. 90. What did John believe that Bill asked Mary to give her sister to read? 105. It also follows that the surface structure position of the WH phrase will be significant for interpretation and for determination of acceptability, as we might expect under the general assumptions of the extended standard theory. In Chomsky, 1968, Chapter 2, Note 23, it is suggested that the A over A principle might be extended to the effect that a transformation must select the minimal phrase of the type S as well as the maximal phrase of the type A contained in S. This would account, for example, for the fact that from John was convinced that Bill would leave before dark we can derive John was convinced that before dark Bill would leave but not before dark John was convinced that Bill would leave. Notice that the subjacency condition, 8.1, on extraction rules in effect achieves the same results as the proposed extension of the A over A condition. 6. The conditions that we have been examining can be extended to accommodate other examples. Notice that in none of the cases considered so far is the rightmost term Y involved in a rule properly contained in the subject of a phrase. 29. But there are additional constraints on items in subject position, as has been noted repeatedly. See Chomsky, 1964, Ross, 1967. Thus, consider the sentences 91, 98, where in each case there, A. structure underlies the corresponding B. forms. 91. A. Comp John heard NP stories about who? B. Who did John hear stories about? 92. A. Comp NP stories about who terrified John? B. Who did stories about terrified John? 93. A. Comp you expect S. Comp PR wrote to hear NP stories about who? B. Who do you expect to hear stories about? 94. A. Comp you expect 8 comp NP stories about who to terrify John? B. Who do you expect stories about to terrify John? 95. A. Comp it surprised John. S. Comp Mary saw what? B. What did it surprise John that Mary saw? 29. To be more precise, if we T aqua equals the as the rightmost term involved in the each movement rule, then what should be said is that in each case so far considered, where C is the minimal major category contain the rightmost term Y involved in a rule, then C is not proper Y contained in the subject of a phrase. 106. 96. A. Comp. NP. S. Comp John saw what surprised Mary. B. What did that John saw surprise Mary? 97. A. Comp it surprised John. S. Comp PR wrote to C. NP pictures of who? B. Who did it surprise John to see pictures of? 98. A. Comp. NP. S. Comp PR wrote to C. NP pictures of who? Surprise John. B. Who did to see pictures of surprise John? We might account for these discrepancies between subject and predicate position by the condition that in structures of the general form, 73, A may not be a subject phrase properly containing Y. The stipulation that only proper inclusion locks the rule is, of course, necessary to permit a full subject to be extracted, as in who did you expect to be here, who did you suppose would be here. 30. With this condition, who will not be extractable from the subject phrase stories about who in 92, 94.31. The same condition will prevent extraction of the WH phrase to form 96b, 98b. More exactly, in the case of 96a and 98a, the WH phrase can be moved to the position of the internal comp but then cannot be extracted further since it is properly contained in a subject phrase. The ungrammatical status of the intermediate form so produced is determined by considerations to which we will come when we consider rules of interpretation. In the case of 94, the condition just proposed prevents movement of who to compound the internal cycle, exactly as in the case of 92, and the subjacency condition, 81, prevents who from being moved to the external comp on the next cycle. There is a redundancy in this case since the subject condition also prohibits the movement of who to the external comp. A similar redundancy applies in the case of 96, 98. We can eliminate the redundancy by restricting the condition on 30 to incorporate such phrases as what books, whose books. We might again use say the notion minimal major category, or we might rely on the considerations of note 9. Again, we must stipulate that proper inclusion of the minimal major category containing Y blocks the application of the rule, for the reasons just noted. 31. The analysis of course assumes, as throughout, that there is no raising rule. Assigning the subject stories about who of the embedded sentence of 94 to the object position of the matrix sentence. If there was such a really, WH movement should apply, giving 94b, analogous to who did you see pictures of last night, who did you tell stories about at the campfire. These forms, though hardly elegant, seem to me much more acceptable than 94b, as we would expect on the assumption that there is no rule of subject tracing to object position. 107. Subjects to the case where Y is subjacent to X. This will not affect any examples involving LVH movement, since in any case where Y is middle dot not subjacent to X the extraction rule is blocked. We will also assume, as noted, that the relevant conditions apply to the minimal major category containing Y equals MMCY, not Y itself, an assumption that in this discourse sign has empirical effects only in the case of each movement. To simplify exposition, we will therefore modify the definition of subjacency exactly as we modified the definition of superior in note 27, saying that where X is superior to Y, middle dot Y is subjacent to X if there is at most one cyclic category C MMCY, such that C contains MMCY, and C does not contain X, and therefore does not contain MMCX. With these modifications, the subject condition reads as in 99. 99. No rule can involve X, Y in the structure. Dot. X. L. Middle dot Y, where A is a subject phrase proper Y containing MMCY, and B, Y is subjacent to X. Condition B of 99, rather than being merely a device to avoid redundancy, is in fact necessary, as we can see from the examples in 100, which were pointed out to me by R. Kane. 100A. We expect 8 near pictures of each other to be on sale. B. We expect 8 NP each other's arguments to be valid. In such cases the rule of each movement can apply since the subjacency requirement, 99b, prevents the rule from being blocked by the subject condition, 99a. That is, the position y to which each moves is not subjacent to the position x filled by each in the matrix sentence of the structure underlying the examples of 100. Rather, there are two cyclic categories, namely, NP and S, containing MMCY equals the other S, and not containing X equals each in the underlying structure. But the definition of subjacency implies that in the cases excluded by 99, the subject phrasal is the only cyclic category containing, and by 99A, properly containing MMCY, and not containing X. Comparing 94 and 100, we observe that WH movement does not apply 1 under conditions in which each movement does apply in these cases. We have already noticed this in the case of 87 and 88. The reason, again, is the subjacency condition, 8.1, on extraction rules. 108. The rule see the discussion accompanying 43, 45, and the copying rule that forms reflexives, see note 20, should apply under the same conditions as each movement. Therefore the sentences, I0I, should be marked strange by ring. The sentence, I02, should be grammatical. 101A. I expected pictures of me to be on the sale. I expected my arguments to be valid. I02, I expected pictures of myself to be on sale. To my ear, IOLB is perfectly acceptable, and IOI and 102 seem acceptable as well. Assuming these judgments, it follows that RE has not applied in 101, although the structures are exactly analogous to 100, in which each movement has applied. Perhaps the difference might be traced to the A/A condition, if RE is formulated so that both pictures of me in IOI, and both my argument TS and my in IOLB, are subject to inspection for possible overlap of reference by RE. If so, then the A/A condition will block inspection of my, me, and RE will not assign strangeness. If this assumption is correct, we should also expect both cases of 103 to be acceptable. 103A. I saw a picture of me hanging on the wall. B. I saw a picture of myself hanging on the wall. My judgments are uncertain in these cases. Consider next the sentences in 104. 104A. They each expect C, S, and P, the others, to win. B. They each were quite happy C, S car for the others to win. C. They each were quite happy C, S car for pictures of the others to be on sale. The rule of each movement applies to 104A, giving they expect each other to win. The subject condition, 99, is inapplicable because the subject of the embedded sentence of I04A does not properly contain the phrase the others equals MMCY. The rule of each movement also applies to 104C, which is like Iowa, in all relevant respects, to give they were quite happy for pictures of each other to be on the sale. Consider now the structure, 104B. If each movement were to apply, it would give they were quite happy for each other to win. This seems to me ungrammatical. Assuming this judgment, it must be 109. That the subject condition, 99, prevents the application of each movement to L04B. This will be the case here only if there is a subject phrase properly containing MMCY, and furthermore Y equals there is subjacent to X equals each. Assuming that MMCY equals the others, there. First of these conditions hold S. As distinct from 104A, the subject of the embedded sentence of 104B does properly contain MMCY equals the others. But it also must be the case that, as distinct from 104C, Y equals there is subjacent to X equals each in LO4B. That is, whereas in 104C, there are two cyclic categories properly containing MMC, Y, and excluding X, namely, and S. In IO4B, there is only one cyclic category properly containing MMCY, and excluding X, namely, S. Thursday S. The rule of replacement must be formulated so that it does not produce 105 with a equals NP and the others an NP, but rather produces 106 with a equals PP. LO5, NP4, NP the others, LO6, PP4, NP the others. Notice that if we were to assume that the others is not a category within A, then the subject condition would no longer apply, since under this assumption O equals MMC there. But assuming the analysis IO6, the examples of IO4, and others like them will be properly handled by the subject condition. 99. Consider next the sentences in 107. LO7, A. We like S and P pictures of each other to be on sale. B. We hate it. S. 0 for pictures of each other to be on sale. C. We hate it. S. 0 for each other to win. Sentence LO7E, which is analog S to LOA, is grammatical because of the subjacency condition, B, of 99, which prevents each movement from being blocked in this case. Sentence 107B is also unaffected by the subject condition, 99, and for the same reason. Now we turn to case 107C. If it S is analyzed as an NP in case C, then the sentence should be grammatical, since the is no longer subjacent to each in the underlying form we each hate it for the others to win. If it S is not analyzed as an NP in these structures, then 107C will be ruled ungrammatical on the same grounds as 104B. To exclude 107C on the assumption that it S is an NP here, we might modify the definition of subjacency to 108. 110. 108. A. Category L contain S. Category B if and only Y if A properly contains B and for all C equals #A. If A contains C and C contains B, then A equals C, where contains A. Lexical item B. B is subjacent to if and only if A is superior to B, and there is at most one cyclic category C such that CL contains MMCB and C does not contain A. This is a fair Y natural extension of the former definition of subjacency, making use of the notion L contains in place of contains. Returning to 107C, suppose now that the S structure E is an NP. Then the structure underlying 107C is 109. 109, we each hate, NP it, S, for the others to win. The only cyclic category that L contain S the others and excludes each is S, therefore, the is subjacent to each. Furthermore, A properly contains MMC there, equals the others, therefore, each move meant is blocked by the subject condition, 99. Notice that this conclusion does not depend on the assumption that O is analyzed as in 106, rather than 105, but only on the assumption that the others is an NP in A and for is not a lexical item. Similar Y, under the new definition of subjacency in terms of L contains 108B, it is no longer necessary to select 106 over 105 in order to prevent each movement in 104B. Structures of the form NP hates it for seem awkward to me, but many speakers find them quite acceptable, and examples are not uncommon in the literature. This discourse science suggests that such forms seem to provide no difficulty for the theory so far developed. Since the examples seem to me somewhat questionable, however, I will not try to fix specific suggestions at this point. It would be interesting to find clearer examples on the basis of which to decide among the slightly different alternative analyses and formulations of the conditions that have been examined in this connection. 7. To review this discussion so far, we assume the A over A condition and the related condition, 73, and we assume that cyclic application of Rule S is governed by the general convention, 8.1. In addition, we revise 55 to 110, incorporating the subject condition, 99. 111. II0, no rule can involve X, Y, X superior to Y, in the structure. X, A, Z, W, where A, Z is the specified subject of W, or B is a subject phrase properly containing MMCY, and Y is subjacent to X. Or C, Y is in comp and X is not in comp, or D, Y is not in comp and is a tense test. With this revision, I10 incorporates Ross S sentential subject constraint, insofar as the latter does not already fall under the A over A condition. Other examples might be accounted for by specific properties of certain constructions. In coordination, for example, it is generally the case that operations must apply uniformly through the coordinated terms. For instance, verbal affixes must be assigned uniformly, so that we have John has flown planes and driven cars, but not John has flown planes and drive cars. Correspondingly, in a structure such as JJ0, where Y is a term of a conjunct, no rule, syntactic or semantic, can involve X and Y, but see note 1.6. For example, there is an echo question John saw W Bill and who, but WH movement cannot apply to give who did John see Bill and or the one and who John saw W Bill and. Though there remain many recalcitrant cases and large areas where even the gross phenomena are unexplained, it seems that the approach just outlined offers considerable promise for a unified and systematic treatment of conditions on transformations, if the specific hypotheses that have been proposed in the course of this discussion can be sustained. 32. 32i. In some cases it is not at all clear that condition S of THES ought we are discussing RTHE appropriate device for our explaining certain distinction S. See on de Ross S. 1967. Example, handsome though I believe that Tom is versus handsome though I believe the claim that Tom is. The distinction can be explained by the case of Ross S complex. Noun phrase constraint T that falls under the condition of subjacency on extraction, 8.1. However, other examples that seem to me about as bad are handsome though they told me that Tom is, handsome though my friends suggested that Mary thinks that Tom is, and so on. If this is so, it is not clear what consideratio NSAPLY. Perhaps I believe, like I guess and a few other items, can be analysed as presentience qualifiers rather than as matrix PH raises the relative order of presentence elements and compare say S certain problems. I wonder whether at sunset they too still be out sailing. I wonder at sunset whether they LL still be out sailing, at sunset who LL still be OD sailing, WHO at sunset will still be out sailing. I wonder why, having offered his support, John then backed down. I wonder, having offered his support, why John then backed down. Having offered his support, why did John then back down? Why, having offered his support, did John then back down? Note also that the preposing rule in such cases seems to 112. As already noted, under the analysis proposed here there is no necessity for a rule raising the subject of an embedded sentence to the object position of the matrix sentence, and, furthermore, it is questionable whether such rule could even be added. One might then raise the question whether cyclic transformations should not be constrained so as to forbid operations that never change the terminal string of a phrase but only its structure, as in the original formulations of subject raising to object position. See, for example, Kipasky and Kipasky, 1970.33. Perhaps all such operations can be share some but not all the properties of root transformations, in the sense of Emmons, 1970. Observe that to accommodate comparative deletion, Wick H, as D. Vetter noted, obeys the complex NP constraint. One might assume that it involves a movement rule with deletion in the position of the comp than. Thus John is taller than Mary claims that he is, cf. John is taller than Mary believes the claim that he is, would derive, by successive movement of tall through the indexed comp S, from John is taller than to Mary claims that when he is tall, with, than, tall, becoming than. That than is a comp follows from the parallelism between adjectival and nominal phrases discussed, within the framework of the lexicalist hypothesis, and Bowers, I 969, and Selkirk, I 970. Langendo, 197-1, suggests that relative pronouns not moved to initial position yield more acceptable sentences in tenseless than in tensed clauses. Thus he proposes that many people do things to teach children to do which, namely, those things, constitutes a crime in California is preferable to the vase that John broke which, namely, the vase, annoyed Harry had only sentimental value. This, if correct, might be explained in terms of the proposed conditions, where the rule as associating antecedent and WH word is locked with a relative clause is a finite, tensed, CLOs with a specified subject. Langendo also mentions a number of other examples which, it seems, might be covered by an appropriate formulation of the A over A condition, though it remains for this to be demonstrated. See Ross, 1967, and Postal, 197-1, for relevant and illuminating D-squares psi n. 33. It is pointed out by Macaulay, 1970, that if English is a VSO language, then raising to subject and to object positions can be formulated as a single rule. There is, however, no persuasive independent evidence for the assumption, so far as I can see. If there is no rule of raising to object position, then there remains no substantial argument for the VSO analysis. As already noted, it is difficult to incorporate a rule of raising of the familiar sort within the present framework. See 94, 104b, note 3.1. There are other examples too which indicate that the allegedly raised subject continues to behave as the subject of the embedded sentence rather than the object of the matrix sentence. Thursday S. Coincide how the men each were told to expect John to kill the others. If John is raised on an internal cycle, it will no longer be a subject when the matrix cycle is reached, so that each movement test would apply to give the men were told to expect John to kill each other. Similar why, we have we were told to expect John to kill me but not we were told to expect to kill me, the former inconsistent with subject raising unless we assume that when the subject is raised a trace is left behind, perhaps in the form of a PRO controlled by the raised subject and ultimately deleted. While this is not impossible, in fact, we will else suggest it as a possibility for certain cases. Such a device would not account for 94 or 104b. Furthermore, it seems pointless in the case of a rule which in any event does not modify the form of the terminal string. Another problem is suggested by some observations of John Kimball L. Suggests that from it was easy for Jones to force Smith to recover we can derive Smith was easy for Jones to force to. 113. Restricted to the readjustment rule component of the grammar, which relates syntax and phonology. See Chomsky and Halley, 1968. There is no reason to suppose that such rules of regrouping will receive a natural formulation within the theory of grammatical transformations. One might expect such regrouping to apply most regularly to form words from syntactically separate items, and it may be that some languages, Japanese is a case that comes to mind, make much greater use of regrouping rules than of transformations in a stricter sense. 8. Putting aside these speculations and returning to the main topic, consider again the specified subject condition, case A, of 110, which we restate as 111. 111, no rule can involve x, y, x superior to y, in the structure. Dot. X. Z. W. Where Z is the specified subject of W. In the cases so far considered, the notion specified subject could be taken as subject specified with lexical entries, where non-anaphoric pronouns are taken as lexical. See F0R example 45a. Thus the distinction was between a. lexically specified subjects such as Bill, the man, and fully specified referring pronouns, on the one hand, and b. the deleted and controlled subject PRO, on the other. But consideration of a wider range of examples shows that the notion specified subject must be further refined. W. Leben points out that the example 112, derived from 113, is unexplained if specified subject in 111 means lexically specified subject apostrophe. 112, we persuaded Bill to kill each other. 113, we each persuaded Bill, comp PRO, to kill the others. In 113, the italicized terms are x, y of 111, and PRO is z. But the rule of each movement involving x, y is blocked, even though z is not lexically specified. Recover, but from it was easy for Jones to expect Smith to recover, we cannot form Smith was easy for Jones to expect to recover. Assuming subject raising, the two sentences are identical at the point where its replacement takes place. If there is no subject raising, the rule of its replacement can make the required distinction by permitting the NP moved to be followed by S, as in Bill is easy to persuade Fatty the moon is made of green cheese. 114. It might be supposed that the intervening lexically specified object Bill blocks each movement here. However, this is evidently not so, as we can see from 114, which derives from 115. 114, we promised Bill to kill each other. 115, we each promised Bill, comp PRO, to kill the others. We might try to explain such cases by imposing on each movement the condition that it be strictly within a single clause, thus assuming that 114 derives from 116. 116, we promised Bill, comp PRO, each to kill the others. This would require that, say, 117 derives from 118, conflicting with the fact that 119 must be blocked. 117, 118, 119. We wanted to kill each other. We wanted, comp PRO, each to kill the others. A. We each wanted to kill each other. B. We would have both wanted to kill each other. Apart from the difficulty of excluding 119, examples like 104 and 107 indicate that each movement cannot be restricted to a single clause. Say. Notice that we would not want to assume that each other is generated by the base in the embedded subject position in the latter cases, since we want to exclude this possibility in general so as to avoid each other or Bill and the like. Furthermore, it would be highly undesirable to extend the general theory of transformations so as to permit transformations to be restricted to a single clause, and so far as I can see, there are no strong empirical reasons motivating such an elaboration of the theory, given the general framework that we are exploring here. 34. 34. In the absence of other considerations, the general point that the theory of transformations should not be extended to permit this option is compelling, if not decisive. Specific arguments are somewhat inconclusive because there are some unresolved questions about the interpretation of each other and of quantifiers in general. Thursday S. I think it is clear that there are general grounds for supposing that quantifiers are interpreted at least in part in terms of surface structure position. C. Chomsky, I-972A, for some review of this question. Specific all why, in the case of each other there is independent evidence for this assumption. Thus Doherty, 1-970, points out that each other does not imply a pairwise relation, as does its presumed source. For example, the kids met each other at the beach every day last summer's does not strictly imply a pairwise meeting, as does the kids each met the others at the beach one day last summer. Example from M. Helk. Similar y. Consider such examples as we each. 115. The rule imposes disjoint reference patterns in exactly the same way as each movement, as we can see from 120, where A is parallel to 112 and B to 114. 120. A. We persuaded Bill to kill us. B. We promised Bill to kill us. Evidently, the crucial factor in these examples is the question of control of the embedded subject PRO, to use terminology suggested by Postel. In 112, PRO is controlled by the object of the matrix sentence, a term unrelated to the italicized pair X, Y involved in the rule. In 114, PRO is controlled by the subject of the matrix sentence, which incorporates the term X of the pair X, Y. 35. When PRO is not controlled by the minimal major category containing X, then the rule involving X and Y is blocked. The same assumption occurs for 120, with grammatical S reversed, as usual. On the same assumptions, we would expect that grammaticalness would be reversed in the case of each movement from the direct objects of persuade and promise. That this is indeed the case is shown by the examples in 121 and 122, suggested in a different context by Fauquier, 197-1. His examples are the French analogues, but the properties are the same. 121. I ordered the boys to have each finished the work by noon. 122. I promised the boys to have each finished the work by noon. In 12.1, PRO in the embedded sentence is controlled by the object phrase each of the boys of the matrix sentence, so that each movement is permitted. Compare 112, where PRO of the embedded saw a picture of the others, we each saw pictures of the others, we saw a picture of each other, we saw pictures of each other. Sec also note 40. There has been, to my knowledge, no analysis of quantifiers adequate to account for cases of this sort in a principled way. If we assume that PRO does not take quantifiers in the base where it is subject to control, it follows that such sentences as, argued with Bill about shaving each other, I had an understanding with John to kill each other, I received a letter from John about killing each other are excluded, along with 119, although the same sentences with ourselves replacing each other are grammatical, see Helk, 197-1. The conclusion seems plausible to me in this case. However, such sentences as we work together to kill each other, if grammatical, would indicate that PRO in the embedded sentence can take inherent each, even when subject to deletion and R control. One would suspect that the solution lies in a theory of interpretation of quantifiers in terms of their surface structure positions. 35. For a very suggestive discussion of how control is determined in such cases, see Jack Endoff, 1-969, 1-972. The subject of the matrix sentence is MMCX in this case. 116. sentence is controlled by the object phrase bill of the matrix sentence, and each movement from the subject is not permitted. In 122, P-on row of the embedded sentence is controlled by the subject phrase I of the matrix sentence, so that each movement from the object each of the boys is not permitted. Compare 114, where P-on row of the embedded sentence is controlled by the subject phrase we each of the matrix sentence, and each movement from the subject is permitted. Notice that when the embedded subject is not PRO but is lexically specified, then it is of course not controlled by the category containing X. Hence all cases considered here will be accommodated by the principle 111, if we take specified subject in 111 to mean subject not controlled by the category containing X. 36. Making this revision explicit, we restate 110 as 123. 123. No rule can involve X, Y, X superior to Y in the structure. Dot. X. A. Z. W. Where A. Z is the subject of W, fine is not controlled by a category containing X. Or B is a subject phrase properly containing MMCY, and Y is subjacent to X. Or C. Y is in comp and X is not in comp, or D. Y is not in comp and is a tense test. In earlier examples, we took Z to be lexically specified. An NP is lexically specified, in the sense of our earlier discussion, if and only if it is not controlled. Thus, in earlier discussion we could just as well have referred to Z as the subject of W which is not controlled. The modification incorporated into 123A then broadens the scope of their condition to include all cases in which Z is not controlled by a category containing X, including, as a special case, a subject Z which is not controlled at all, that is lexically specified in the earlier sense. 9. Examples of the sort that we have been considering have been 36b Resnan, 197 1, points out the contrast such things are not good for the to-be children involved in, versus the grammatical such things are not good for children to be involved in, where the brackets bound the embedded phrases. Note that this distinction follows from the specified subject condition as here formulated, since the transformationally introduced element there, though not a lexical item, is not control-led by any outside category and therefore blocks its replacement. The distinction will also follow on other GUNDs, if one adopts the rule of PRO replacement to be taken up later. See the discussion accompanying 170. 179. 117. Used to motivate various pruning conventions in earlier work. Thursday S.I.N. sentences of 124. The rule of each movement does not apply, and I.N. 125. The rule of semantic interpretation does not apply, so that the sentences are grammatical. 124. A. The men each expected him to want to kill the others. B. The men each expected to want him to kill the others. C. The men each wanted to hear his stories about killing the others. 125. A. We expected him to want to kill us. B. We expected to want him to kill us. C. We wanted to hear his stories about killing us. But if his do not appear, each movement can apply in 124, and we will apply in 125, assigning. We have explained these facts by means of the specified subject condition, 123a. Alternatively, one might suggest that each movement and reply only in a single clause. 37. Adding the convention that when the subject his does not appear, the S node is pruned so that only a single clause remains and the rules apply. However, examples such as 112, 114, 120, as well as 124c and 125c indicate that it is control of the subject by the term X of the matrix phrase, rather than a pruning convention of the kind discussed in the literature, that is the determining factor. Indeed, it may be then pruning can be dispensed with. If so, it may be that the only deletion of S nodes is by late rules that delete repeated phrases, for example, Ross S sluicing, or VP deletion, that is, optional deletion of an intonationally marked VP, rules that are possibly the final ones of the grammar. I will not pursue the matter here, but it may well be that the results on cycling functions in Peters and Ritchie, 1972, can be applied, under these assumptions, to demonstrate that transformational grammars are quite limited in weak generative capacity. At their 37, assuming that the difficulties noted earlier, see discussion following, 119, have been overcome. Note that the specified subject condition accounts for the facts West noted in a uniform manner. In contrast, a pruning convention could at best account for cases A and B of 124, 125. Clear why the NP node cannot be pruned if his is deleted in his story about killing the others, his story about killing us, since these phrases continue to function as NPs with respect to further operations. Notice that application of each movement to I24C with his deleted is much more natural if here is replaced by tell, so that the subject of kill is understood to be the men, and there is a relation similar to semantic agency between the men and stories. The specified subject condition as stated does not suffice to account for the full range of such facts. We shall return briefly to the matter of agency. 118. Very least, this might be true of the interesting sublanguages generated prior to optional final ellipsis. Notice that the modification, 123a, does not affect the cases of WH movements so far discussed, apart from examples such as 62, 64, due to the fact that WH movement, being cyclic, moves the WH phrase to the composition of the clause in which the WH phrase appears. The specification of the subject Z in 123 has no bearing on WH movement in these cases. Thus both cases of 126 are grammatical, as distinct from the pairs 112, 114, and 120a, b. 126a. Who did they persuade Bill to kill B? Who did they promise Bill to kill? Thus we have the pattern in 127. 127a. We expect John to see each other, each movement does not apply. B. We expect John to see us, does not to apply. C. Who do we expect John to see? WH movement applies twice. D. We heard John nest stories about each other, each move meant does not to apply. E. We heard John nest stories about us, does not to apply. F. Who did we hear John nest stories about? WH movement does not apply. In all cases of 127, if John, the specified subject Z of 123a, is dropped, then the rules apply, reversing the asterisk except in case 127c. The modification, L23a, has some implications for examples of a different sort. Consider the sentences 128 and 129. 128, we heard about plans to kill Bill. 129, we received instructions to kill Bill. Sentence 128, meanness that we heard about plans for some indeterminate persons to kill Bill. Sentence 129, in its more natural interpretation, means that we received instructions that we should kill Bill, though perhaps it also has an interpretation analogous to 128, namely, that instructions for someone to kill Bill arrived in opposed session. Clearly, 128 cannot have the interpretation analogous to the more natural interpretation of 129, namely, that we heard about. 119. The plans that we should kill Bill. It is not, of course, excluded that the indeterminate killers in 128 should be among those designated by we. We can express these facts by postulating the underlying forms 130, 132, and excluding 133. The element FL in 130 and 132 is an indeterminate subject which deletes PROIS controlled by the subject we and deletes by a QNP deletion. 130, 13-1, 132, 133. We heard about Plan S, FL to kill Bill. We received instructions, PRO to kill Bill. We received instructions, FL to kill Bill. We heard about plans, PRO to kill Bill. Consider then the sentences 134 and 135. 134, A. We heard about plans to kill each other. B. We received instructions to kill each other. 135, A. We heard about plans to kill me. B. We received instructions to kill me. If the underlying source for L34A is analogous to 130, with we each replacing we and the other replacing Bill, then L34A should be blocked by L23A, since FL is not controlled by the NP we each containing each. 38 and L35A should be grammatical since R is blocked for the same reason. Sentence L34B should be grammatical. With the interpretation expressed by 136, analogous to 131, but not. With that expressed by 137, analogous to 132, and L35B, and should. 38. This assumes that deletion of the indeterminate subject follows each movement. Similarly, as the examples in 135 show, deletion of the indeterminate subject follows RI. If this line of reasoning is correct, then deletion of should be construed as a principle of interpretation. That is, we can think of in these examples as being a null element. There is no rule of deletion. The rules of interpretation will assign a null element dominated by an NP subject the interpretation of an indeterminate subject T. If 129 cannot be interpreted as meaning instructions or someone else killing Bill arrived in our possession. Then the rules of interpretation, or of selection, will have to be formulated to block 132. Notice that if the judgments given in this discussion are correct, then selection of PRO or in the embedded sentence will involve both the head noun to which it is complement and the verb of which the phrase and complement is the object, as is indicated by 134, 135, and 140. It might be asked why plans and instructions in these examples are not preceded by the indeterminate subject dot as determiner, blocking each movement and in all cases. The reason is that NPs, as distinct from sentences, do not have obligatory subjects. This fact is noted by Wassow and Roepper, 1972, who use it to give an explanation of some properties of action nominals, the singing of songs, as distinct from gerundive nominals, singing songs, in an interesting corroboration of the lexicalist hypothesis concerning the structure of complex noun phrases. 120. Be grammatically with the interpretation expressed by 138, analogous to 132, but not with it expressed by 139, analogous to 131. These conclusions seem to me correct. 136, 137, 138, 139. We each received instructions, PRO to kill the other. We each received instructions to kill the other. We received instructions to kill me. We received instructions, PRO to kill me. Consider next 140. 140, A. We received plans to kill Bill. B. We received plans to kill each other. C. We received plans to kill me. Sentence 140A is unlike 129 in that it cannot have the interpretation we are to kill Bill. Thus, it cannot have the source analogous to 131 with plans replacing instructions. Accordingly, 140B is ungrammatical and 140C is interpretable, in contrast to 134B, which is grammatical under the interpretation 136, and 135B, which is uninterpretable with the underlying source 139. Judgments are somewhat uncertain, but it seems to me that these conclusions are correct. If so, these cases, too, indicate that it is the specified subject condition, 123A, rather than a standard Browning convention that is operative here. The conditions we have suggested have certain other consequences. Consider the sentences in 141, 143, compare 86, 88. 141A. We heard a story about some pictures of me, B. Who did you hear a story about some pictures of, C. The men heard a story about some pictures of each other, G. 142A. We heard interesting claims about pictures of me, B. Who did we hear interesting claims about pictures of, C. The men heard interesting claims about pictures of each other, G. 143A. We heard interesting claims about me, B. Who did we hear interesting claims about, G. C. The men heard interesting claims about each other, G. The conditions suggested so far imply the judgments given in 121 brackets equals ungrammatical, G equals grammatical. In the case of the examples, A, the judgment should be G if is formulated so as to be subject to the A over A principle, otherwise, see discussion of 101. In the case of the examples, B, the subjacency condition, 81, blocks WH movement in the case of 14(1)B, and 142B, but not 143B. In the case of the examples, C, the rule of each movement is permitted in each case. While judgments are not entirely trustworthy, the conclusions seem to me plausible. R. Doherty notes a variety of other examples that can be explained along similar lines in terms of the specified subject condition. Consider the underlying structures, 144 and 145. 144, they will obey any request, comp PRO to kill X. 145, they will okay any request, comp PRO to kill X. From 144, we derive they will obey any request to kill X. From 145, we derive they will okay any request to kill X. In the former case, under its most natural interpretation, they are to kill X, but in the latter, someone indeterminate is to do so. That is, in 144, but not 145, the matrix subject they controls PRO. Correspondingly, we have the examples in 146 and 147. 146A. Who will they obey any request to kill B? Who will they okay any request to kill C? They will obey any request to kill each other D. They will okay any request to kill each other. 147A. We will obey any request to kill us B. We will okay any request to kill us. Examples, 146A, B, excluded by virtue of the subjacency condition on extraction and the lack of comp in the NP any re.quest to kill X. Example, 146C, however, is not blocked by these circumstances since it is not formed by an extraction rule. But 146D is again excluded, in this case by the specified subject condition since the matrix subject they does not control the subject of the most deeply embedded S. For the same reason, the rule is blocked in the case of 147B, and the sentence is grammatical, but is applicable in the case of 147E, and the sentence is marked strange. Similar Y, consider the underlying forms, 148, and 149. 148, it appeared to John, comp they to like X. 149, they appealed to John, comp PR wrote to like X. 122. By its replacement, 148 yields 150, while 149 is transformed finally into 151. 150, they appeared to John to like X. 151, they appealed to John to like X. In 149, the embedded subject PRO is controlled by John. In 150, on the other hand, John does not control the subject of the embedded. Chintinix middle dot. Dot A. Rather, trace. Either there is controlled by no subject the matrix. After its replacement subject they, under, or an analysis that we will consider later. Correspondingly, we have there distribution of data in 152 and 153. 152, A. Who did they appear to John to like B? Who did they appeal to John to like C? They appeared to John to like each other D. They appealed to John to like each other. 153, A. We appeared to John to like us B. We appealed to John to like us. Iterated WH movement gives 152A and 152B. The rule of each movement from the matrix subject they each is permitted in 152C, but it is blocked in 152D by the specified subject condition since John, rather than they each, controls the subject of the embedded sentence. Similar Y, the rule is blocked in the case of 153B by the specified subject condition but is applicable in 153A, where it assigns. Doherty, 1970, also notes that the respectively interpretation rule appears to obey the same constraints. Thus consider the examples in 154. 154A. We will obey any request to kiss our respective wives B. We will okay any request to kiss our respective wives C. We appeared to John to like our respective wives D. We appealed to John to like our respective wives. Association of respective with a matrix subject tree is permitted in cases A and C, but blocked in cases B and D by the specified subject condition since the subject of kiss, like is not controlled by the matrix subject we. In all of these cases, it is control of the embedded item PRO that determines applicability or non-applicability of rules. In particular, it 123 seems quite impossible, in these cases too, to rely on any familiar notion of pruning to make the appropriate distinctions. Before leaving this topic, I will merely mention examples which indicate a possible further refinement of the notion specified subject, without pursuing the matter. Y. Baudelaire notes the following examples, with 155, from Kane, 1969. 155, why are Joho and Mary letting the honey drip on each other's feet? 156, why are Joho and Mary letting Bill drip honey on each other's feet? 157, why are they letting the baby fall on each other's laps? 158, why are they letting Bill drop the baby on each other's laps? The rule of each movement is blocked in examples 156 and 158 by the specified subject condition. However, 155 and 157 seem considerably more acceptable, even though they too contain a specified subject that should block each movement. The examples suggest that a notion of agency is involved and that perhaps the notion specified agent is the critical one rather than formal subject. Notice, incidentally, that this conclusion, if correct, would not affect the hypothesis that transformations do not refer to semantic relations but only to bracketing of phrase markers. See the opening discussion, even if the semantic notion agency plays a role in determining applicability of transformations. Similarly, reference in 123 to the semantic notion of control does not affect this conclusion. 10. The specified subject condition, as we have now formulated it in L23A, asserts that in a structure of the form 159, no rule can involve X and Y if Z is the subject of the phrase Y and Z is not controlled by the category containing X. 159. X, Z, W. The condition on Z has the two subcases, A and B, of 160. 160, A. Z is not controlled at all. 39b. Z is controlled by a category not containing X. 39 specifically, Z is a lexical item, an item, such as there, introduced by a transformation and not subject to control, a non-anaphoric pronoun, or the indeterminate element A. See note 38. 124. Notice that if X, or the minimal major category containing it, is not a possible controller, then case 160b will always hold in examples of the sort we are discussing, given that Z is the anaphoric item PRO. We might therefore consider adding to 160b the provision 161. 161, where the minimal major category containing X, i.e., MMC X, is a possible controller. A possible argument against this modification is provided by such sentences as 162. 162. A. John made a fortune by cheating his friends. B. John made a fortune while living in England. A WH phrase in the italicized position of 162 is not subject to WH movement, although each movement into this position is permissible. Thursday S. We have the examples in 163. 163. A. Who did John make a fortune by cheating? B. Where did John make a fortune while living? C. They get their kicks by cheating each other. D. They were apprehended while shooting at each other. 40. These judgments regarding grammaticalness follow from the specified subject condition. 159, 160. In all four cases of 163, the subject PRO of the embedded phrases by and while is controlled by the matrix subject. In cases C and D, the matrix subject fills the position X of 159, more precisely, the position MMC X, so that case 160b is inapplicable and the rule of each movement applies. In cases A and B of 163, however, X of 159 is comp, not the subject John, which controls Z, equals PRO. Therefore, 160b applies and the rule of WH movement is blocked, as indicated in 163a, B. But if we add the provision 161 to 160b, then the specified subject condition no longer applies, since comp is not a possible controller. We are thus left without an explanation for the ungrammaticalness of 163a, B. Condition 161 is, then, unacceptable unless there is an alternative explanation for 163a, B. Let us assume that there is an alternative explanation in this case and consider the provision 161. We have discussed two cases in 40 not synonymous with each was apprehended while shooting at the other. S is for D. To be true, they must have been apprehended simultaneously. Y. See note 34. 125. Which X is not a possible controller and in which 161 will therefore be relevant, namely, the rule of it replacement, where X equals it, and the rule of WH movement, where X equals comp. Let us examine each of these, under the tentative assumption that 160b is qualified by 161. In discussing its replacement previously, c. 32.4.1, we argued that 164b derives from 164a, whereas the corresponding form, 165b, cannot be derived from 165a because of the specified subject condition, 160a. 164a. It is pleasant for the rich, to do the hard work. b. The hard work is pleasant for the rich to do. 165a. It is pleasant for the rich, poor immigrants to do the hard work. b. The hard work is pleasant for the rich for poor immigrants to do. This earlier discuss sign preceded our extension of the specified subject condition to include 160b alongside of 160a. But notice that 160b prevents its replacement in 164 as well, since beyond row of their embedded sentence is controlled by the phrase the rich rather than by x equals it. 41. The problem would be resolved by the modification of their specified subject condition just proposed, namely, the provision 161 added to case 160b. Notice, incidentally, that we cannot assign the provision 161 to both cases of the specified subject condition for if L60a is qualified. In this there way then, L65b will no longer be blocked. Same point is illustrated by the examples 167. Middle dot deriving from 166 from postal 197 1. 166 a. b. It is tough for me, to stop. Let's looking at Harriet. It is tough for me, to stop. looking at Harriet. 167 a. Harriet is tough for me to stop. Let's looking at b. Harriet is tough for me to stop looking at. For one, I am indebted to R. Kane for bringing this fact to my attention. If we were to accept the analysis of such phrases proposed by B. Resnan, 197-1, this problem would not arise since the embedded structure is analyzed as VP rather than as S in the underlying structure. This approach necessitates a richer system of interpretive rules to determine the subject of the embedded structure and corresponding modifications of most of the material presented here. I have not investigated the consequences of such modifications. 126. If the provision 161 qualifies 160b but not 160a, then 167b can be derived from 166b, but 167a cannot be derived from 166a, explaining the distinction. 42. Notice that 168 does yield 169 under its replacement. 168, it is tough for me, to stop Bill from looking at Harriet. 169, Harriet is tough for me to stop Bill from looking at. The distinction between 169 and 167e, which would be a near paraphrase of 169, word grammatical, is that in 168, but not 166a, the most deeply embedded subject is PRO, Thursday S, the provision 161 applies, rendering the specified subject condition inapplicable and permitting WH movement. This analysis is weakened, however, by the fact that extraction of Harriet in 166b and 168 violates the subjacency condition 8.1 on extraction rules. To preserve this general convention, we must suppose that Harriet is moved to the position of it in 166b and 168 by two cyclic rules, one applying in the cycle containing the main verb stop and the second applying in the matrix cycle. In fact, there is another approach to the analysis of these structures that preserves the general convention, 8.1, and at the same time dispenses with the provision, 16.1, Thursday s, further weakening the hypothesis that the latter is required. Recall that the acceptable sentence, 164b, is prohibited by the extension, 160b, of the specified subject condition unless the provision, 16.1, is added. Now note that 164b would be permitted if the NP the hard work were moved into A. 42. It might be argued that the most deeply embedded cyclic category in 166 is an NP. See the discussion of 202. In that case, the A over A condition should prevent extraction of Harriet in 166. Although its replacement would produce bills. Looking at Harriet is tough for me to stop from 166A, and looking at Harriet is tough for me to stop from 166B. Notice that the alternative form to stop bills, looking at Harriet is tough for me, is irrelevant to this discussion. However, the issue is complicated by the fact that extraction of NPS from such nominal S structures seems marginal ly possible. See the discussion of 6 and 186b. The A over A condition should prevent the derivation of John is fun to see pictures of from it is fun, comp PRO to see pictures of John, permitting only pictures of John are fun to see, despite the fact that there is no specified subject in the und earlying NP pictures of John. Similar Y, consider the sentence it is fun to take pictures of John. This is ambiguous. It can be interpreted with the NP pictures of John as object of the verb take, meaning middle dot remove or steal, or with the NP John as object of the verb expose sign take pictures, meaning photograph. Under the former interpretation we can derive pictures of John are fun to take but not John is fun to take pictures of. The latter is derivable only when take pictures is analyzed as the verbal expression so that the A over A condition does not block extraction of John, there being no NP pictures of John. 127. Position not preceded by PRO on the internal cycle. Then, exactly as in the case of WH movement, the NP the artwork could be extracted on the next cycle, irrespective of the control of PRO, since the structure would not in any event be of the form 159, to which their apostrophe specified subject condition applies. It cannot be that the NP the hard work moves to the position of the embedded comp in L64A, as a WLZ phrase would, or L65B, would not be blocked. Furthermore, 123C would prevent its replacement by THE hard work on the next cycle under this assumption. The only remaining possibility, then, is that the NP the hard work replaces PRO itself by new rule of PRO replacement, analogous to the rule of its replacement itself, giving the intermediate form, 170. 170. It is pleasant for the rich comp the hard work to do. The assumption that there is such a rule of PRO replacement is not unreasonable. Notice that we already require a rule that will move the NPTHE hard work from 170 to the subject position of the matrix sentence to replace it, namely, the rule that gives 172 from the corresponding cases of 171. 171a. It is likely comp John to leave B. It seems comp John to be a nice fellow. 172a. John is likely to leave B. John seems to be a nice fellow. Adding the new rule of PRO replacement permits, at very little cost, generalization of the obligatory rule that gives 172. It must be stipulated that if PRO replacement has applied, say, in the most deeply embedded structure of 166b, then further application is obligatory, as it is with the rule of its replacement with which PRO replacement can probably be merged. We must then make this combined rule obligatory when the NP that is to replace it is in subject position in the embedded sentence. Point 43. 43. If the subject position of the embedded sentence is filled by a lexical item, then the general condition of recoverability of deletion will block the rule of PRO replacement. This will, then, suffice to prevent illegitimate it replacement to give 165b from 165a. Notice that the rule of it replacement must be formulated so that while obligatory in 171 and 170, it is inapplicable to 165a, which cannot yield. Poor immigrants are pleasant for the rich to do the hard work. Thursday S. We must assume that 170 is structurally distinguishable from 165a. The simplest proposal is that the rule of PRO replacement, which yields 170, does not replace PRO with the hard work, but rather combines the two, assigning the feature PRO to the NP, the LWRD work, which moves into the position of PRO. Then the rule of it replacement will be obligatory with matrix predicates of the sort that appear in 171, and with all matrix predicates when 128. It is possible that some of the limitations on its replacement may be explicable in these terms. For example, J. Kimball has noted that there are very few examples of sentences of the form I64b derived from passives in the embedded sentence. One of the few examples, noted in Chomsky 1964, is such flattery is easy to be fooled by. There are others with closely related verbs. For example, we cannot form such sentences as the poor are pleasant for the rich to be served by from it is pleasant for the rich to be served by the poor. To express this fact, it would be sufficient to have PRO replacement precede passive, or, more exactly, precede the sub-rule of passive that prepossesses NP, the latter being actually a special case of PRO replacement, in effect. An additional argument in support of PRO replacement is that it accounts for some observations of Bresnan, I-97I, regarding stress contours. Bresnan points out that if the rules of stress assignment are part of the transformational cycle, as she convincingly argues, then it would be necessary to exclude from the cycle the categories marked with brackets in such cases as 164a, 166b, and 168. Otherwise, the nuclear stress rule will incorrectly assign primary stress to the term that replaces it. Her proposal is to take the bracketed expressions as VPS, an approach which, as noted earlier, has far-reaching effects on the formulation of many rules. Within the present framework, we can achieve the same result by continuing to take the bracketed categories in these examples to be S and postulating the cyclic rule of PRO replacement. There are, however, certain problems that arise if we assume the rule of PRO replacement. Consider the sentences in 173, which derive ultimately from the corresponding cases of 174, 44. The subject of the embedded S, which one replaces it, contains the feature rep.go under ALL. Other circumstances, the rule OF it replacement is inapplicable. This complication is there. Cost of the rule of PRO replacement. We will now see in a moment that, under the analysis, we are now considering the assumption that the NP the hard work retains the feature re. PRO in 170 might serve an additional function as will L. Notice that the tense test condition will L in any event block books are difficult to believe that Tom reads, although this is the book that it is difficult to believe that Tom read is derivable by iteration of WH movement. I will now not explore the many further problems in characterizing the domain of applicability of it replacement. 44. Compare L73A with the men are happy for each other to leave, be locked for reasons discussed earlier, see 104b. Notice that in the latter case, the fifth phrase is presumably part 11 of the embedded sentence, whereas in the case of I-73A, it is part of the predicate leave for Bill. O. F's. The matrix sentence, thus a variant of the men were. We cannot happy for. Form the men were built to leave, although happy to the men were easy to kill, for Bill is a possible variant of the men were easy for Bill to kill. See the discussion of 32.4.1. Similar Y, the other properties of easy constructions discussed earlier distinguish these from the men were happy to leave, and so on. 129. 173a. The men are easy for each other to please. B. John seems to the men to like each other. C. Toys are fun for the kids to give each other. 174a. B. C. It is easy for the others, comp pro, to please each of the men. It seems to each of the men, comp John, to like the others. Itis fun for each of the kids, comp pro, to give toys to the others. Of the sentences in 173, B is the worst and C seems to me better than A. Assuming tentatively the classification given in 173, consider the implications. In the case of 174a, the phrase each of the men replaces it on the external cycle. The rule of each movement then gives 173a. One way to block the latter would be to order the rule of each movement before the rule of its replacement. 45. Let us assume this ordering of rules, tentatively. Turning then to 174b, we see that the phrase John replaces it, after which each movement would give 173b. But 173b is blocked, as required, if each movement precedes its replacement, as we are tentatively assuming. 46. Consider then 174c. On the inner cycle, indirect object movement gives 175. 175. It is fun for each of the kids, comp pro, to give the others toys. If there is no rule of pro replacement, then we turn to the external cycle. The rule of each movement applies, followed by it. Replacement, giving, L73c. Application of each movement is permitted by the condition on control, since each of the kids controls pro. The qualification, 161, on case, I60b, of the specified subject. 45. Other avenues might be explored in attempting to account for the questionable or ungrammatical status of 173a. Thursday s. A relation in logos to that of antecedent anaphoric pronoun holds between the phrases each of the men and the others in the und RL structure 174a, and there might be conditions preventing an antecedent from being subjacent to and to the right of a term associated with it by such a relation. Also, one might explore a variant of some crossover principle of the type D ISCO set by Postal 197.1. These approaches seem to me dubious, however, if not completely impossible, because of such examples as 178 and 179, which require its replacement from L74a. 46. Notice that in the case of 174b, we do not have the alternative possibilities for explanation noted in the preceding footnote for the case of 174a. 130. Condition makes this condition inoperative, thus permitting its replacement, giving 173c. Suppose, however, that we rely on the rule of pro replacement instead of the qualification 161. Then pro replacement, applying on the inner cycle, gives 176, which is then subject to obligatory it replacement on the next cycle. I-76. It is fun for each of the kids, comp toys, to give the others. Assuming the analysis of note 43, the item toys is actually a complex structure containing the feature PRO. Assuming still that each movement precedes its replacement, then each movement must apply to 176 at this point if we are to derive 173C. However, each movement will apply only if the position of PRO in 175, now occupied by the complex structure toys PRO equals toys in 176 is still controlled by the phrase each of the kids of the matrix sentence of 176, otherwise, each movement will be blocked by the specified subject condition, which is no longer rendered inoperative by 161. In effect, this means that we regard control as an enduring property of the paired positions in such cases, relying, presumably, on the continued presence of PRO in the complex structure, toys, PRO. Furthermore, we must reformulate the specified subject condition slightly so that a position is not considered to be lexically specified, thus falling under the condition, if it is controlled. These consequences, while not intolerable, nevertheless do not seem to me particularly desirable. Suppose then that we were to drop the assumption that each movement precedes its replacement. Now there is no problem with 174C, assuming the rule of PRO replacement or not. We might account for 173B by assuming that when the NP John replaces it in 174B, it leaves behind a trace which it controls. The trace might be PRO, or it might be the null element if we think of the transformation as moving only the terminal symbol John to the NP subject position of the matrix sentence, leaving unaltered the nodes that originally dominated it. See note 38. If the trace is PRO, it will be deleted by a final rule that deletes controlled PRO in such sentences as we expected to leave. The controlled trace blocks each movement, so that 173B is ungrammatical. This approach will not work in the case of 173A, however. Applying PRO replacement on the inner cycle in 174A, and then its replacement on the outer cycle, we derive 177. 177. Each of the men is easy for the others, comp PRO to please. 131. There is, however, no reason why each movement should not apply to this to give the unwanted 173A. If each movement does not apply in 177, we derive 178, which seems acceptable. 178. Each of the men is easy for the others to please. Thursday S. If we assume 173A to be ungrammatical and 173C to be grammatical, it would appear that PRO replacement entails that each movement precedes its replacement and that it is necessary to carry out the modifications suggested after 176. This conclusion might be regarded as an argument against PRO replacement, hence an argument in support of the provision 161 on 160B, which seems necessary if there is no rule of PRO replacement. Indirectly, it is also an argument against the subjacency condition, 8.1, on extraction rules, which appears to be violated if we do not presuppose PRO replacement. The argument is no stronger than the assumptions. Regarding the status of I-73A and 173C, and also depends on the assumption that there is no other way to prevent each movement to the phrase in 177. The latter assumption might in fact be challenged. Consider 179. 179. The men are each easy for the others to please. It seems to me that 179 is as acceptable as 178 and better than I-73A. But if our general assumptions about each movement are correct, then 179 derives from 178 by one of the cases of each movement, c. 121, 122. If so, then each movement must be able to apply after it replacement. Then we can account for 173b and I-73c, as already explained, and we are left with the unexplained distinction between 179 and 173a. We must, in short, suppose that some other consideration makes the phrase in L74a, I-73a immune to insertion of each. If this is correct, then these considerations provide no argument against PRO replacement and in support of 161. I have explored the interconnections among various assumptions, reaching no firm conclusion. It seems reasonable to make the tentative assumption that PRO replacement operates and that its replacement in 174b leaves a trace, and, finally, that we can dispense with the qualification 161 and preserve the principle 81 of subjacency. On this assumption, we leave unexplained the ungrammaticalness S of I-73a as compared with 179, but all of the other cases examined fall into place. 132. Let us turn now to the second general case to which the provision 161 applies, namely, the case of X in comp, where X again is not a possible controller. Consider the sentences 180, 182. 180, comp the expected, comp built to kill L who. 181, comp the expected, comp PRO to kill who. 182, comp they each expected, comp who to kill the others. In the case of 180, cyclic iteration of WH movement gives who did they expect Bill to kill. The cyclic property of WH movement prevents violation of the specified subject condition, case L60A. In the case of 181, the same proceeds S gives who did they expect to kill. However, with a subcondition, 160b, of the specified subject condition qualified by provision 161, we no longer need to appeal to the cyclic property of WH movement to explain why application of WH movement to 181, placing who in the external comp, is not a violation of the specified subject condition. Recall that we cannot extend provision 161 to case 160a of the specified subject condition, that is, to the case of a lexically specified subject. We have already noted this with regard to EC to VP constructions, c. 165, 167. Depending on the status of such examples as 6. We may be able to illustrate the same point directly in the case of WH movement itself. Consider the structures 183, 186. 183a plus WH you counted on, comp PRO going to college, B. Plus WH you counted on, comp your son S going to college. 184a plus WH you counted on, comp PRO doing what, B. Plus WH you counted on, comp your son S doing what. 185a. Did you count on going to college, B? Did you count on your son S going to college? 186a. What did you count on doing, B? What did you count on your son S doing? Overlooking details that are irrelevant here, the structures 183 yield the corresponding cases of 185, as expected. The rule of WH movement applied to L84a gives L86a. Sentence I86b is analogous to 6. As noted earlier, it constitutes a violation of an obsolete interpretation of the A over A condition, though not of their 133 interpretation we have tentatively adopted. If, in fact, comp is empty in such structures as 183, 184, as we will suggest directly, then I86b is also a violation of the specified subject condition since WH movement will then not apply on the internal cycle. Such examples as 6, 186b, and others. For instance, what did you talk about Bill's doing? What did you insist on Bill's doing? What did you stop Bill's reading? Seem marginal, for the most part. If they are ungrammatical, perhaps with a few idiomatic exceptions, as permitted by the interpretation of the conditions suggested with regard to 614, then the array of data 183, 186 again illustrates the impossibility of adding provision 161 to subcondition 160a of the specified subject condition, since this would now permit all such cases as 186b. Let us return now to 182. Iteration of WH movement gives 187. 187, who they each expected to kill the others. But then each movement should be applicable, giving 188. Ultimately, this example from R. Cain. 188, who did they expect to kill each other? But 188 does not have the interpretation of 187. Rather, it can derive, if at all, only from the expected, each of who to kill the other, by each movement on the internal cycle, analogous to the questionable who did Bill expect to kill each other. The example is analogous to the case of L73A, B, where we considered, but ultimately rejected, the assumption that each movement precedes its replacement as an explanation for the ungrammaticalness of the forms. The analogous assumption that each movement precedes WH movement would suffice to account for 188, but the assumption does not suffice in general, as we can see from the derivation 189. 189a. Comp Bill wanted, comp they each to expect, comp who to kill the others. B. Comp Bill wanted, comp they each to expect, who to kill the others. C. Comp Bill wanted, comp they to expect who to kill each other. D. Comp Bill wanted, who they to expect to kill each other. E. Who did Bill want them to expect to kill each other? On the innermost cycle, WH movement applies to A of 189. 134. Giving B. On the second cycle, assuming each movement precedes WH movement, we derive first C by each movement and then D by WH movement. Finally, on the last cycle we derive E by WH movement and the obligatory rules of auxiliary inversion and case assignment. 47. Therefore, the assumption that each movement precedes WH movement does not suffice to exclude the unwanted derivations in such cases. In investigating its replacement, we noted that to exclude 173b, we might assume either that each movement precedes its replacement or that when an NP replaces it by its replacement it leaves behind a trace which is controlled by the moved NP. We finally opted tentatively for the latter conclusion. Although the device of rule ordering does not suffice in the analogous cases just discussed, the device of leaving a trace does. Suppose, then, that we assume that the rule of WH movement leaves a controlled PRO, or a null symbol dominated by its former categories. See the discussion that precedes 177, in the position from which it moves S. Then each movement cannot to apply to give 189C from 189B, because of the specified subject condition, subcase 160B. Similar Y, 188, cannot be derived from 187. 48. As we shall see, this assumption permits a fairly simple rule of interpretation for WH questions and might be supported on other grounds as well. 49. 47. We have here not explicitly formulated the aliter. The simplest assumption would appear to be that pronouns are always in the objective case, except in the subject position of a tensed S sentence where a special rule marks them with the appropriate Nominative inflection. 48. The final rule of PRO deletion must now deal at PRO in the expected PRO to leave. Who did they expect PRO to leave, and who did they expect PRO would leave, assuming that PRO rather than null is the trace, but not in John expected that PRO, singular, masculine, would win the prize, where the set of bracketed features is read he. The latter may or may not be controlled by John. The technical problem of making the appropriate distinction can be handled in a number of fairly obvious ways, and I will not explore the matter here. 49 For example, assuming that WH movement leaves a trace PRO, WE might then stipulate that every rally that moves an item from an obligatory category, in the sense of Emons 1970, leaves a trace. If the trace is not specified as PRO in the movement rule itself, then the trace is, in which case the sentence will be blocked as ungrammatical unless the position with is filled by some subsequent rally. It is easy to show that on this assumption immense observations on the obligatory character of NP preposing in passive in sentences and its optional character in noun phrases follow out directly on the basis of the assumption that in simple NVN sentences the subject position is filled by a full LNP in the underlying structure. In Immen's analysis, the subject position is empty in the base and is filled by a rule that moves NP from the agent position. This rule then replaces the rule of subject postposing, one component of passive. He then stipulates that an obligatory category, such as subject, must be filled somewhere in a derivation, thus explaining the difference between passive in NP and S. But the assumption that the obligatory category subject is obligatory y null in the base seems curious. And there are further difficulties. As Arcane points out, this 135. There is one other alternative that immediately comes to mind in the case of 188 and 189e, namely, that the rule of WH movement be extracted entirely from the cycle of transformational rules and applied on Y after all of the cyclic rules have applied. Under this assumption, it will follow at once that 188 cannot be derived from 187, or 189e from 189a, by virtue of the specified subject condition, case 160a, which will block each movement. Thus the assumption would be that there are two independent and ordered cycles, the first containing all cyclic rules apart from WH movement and the second containing WH movement. 50 We must still suppose WH movement to be cyclic, in particular because say of such examples as 180, which will otherwise violate the specified subject condition, case I60a. Although the possibility just suggested is attractive in some respects, I will not pursue it further here and will assume in the following discourse sign that the rule of WH movement leaves behind a trace in the sense discussed. 1. The specified subject condition has a certain natural s. Note that in several, though not all, of the cases in which it applies to a structure of the form 190, the rule involving x, y, might also have involved z, y, were z appropriately selected. Assumption requires us to relate adverbial s to an item, an agent position, as in the offer was sent by John with great glee. But in general, adverbial s relate only to items in subject position. Compared John received the offer with great glee, John was sent the offer with great glee, where the latter, if interpretable at RL, does not associate the adverbial with John. A further step would be to distinguish, in some principled way, between the rules that leave PRO and as a trace. I will not pursue here the various possibilities that suggest themselves. To relate this discussion to other currently debated issues, note that the device of leave ing a trace which functions in subsequent RLS amounts to admitting a certain derivational constraint into the grammar. as the notion derivational constraint has been used in recent work, there would appear to be no condition on derivations, hence no grammatical rule operating within a derivation that is not a derivational constraint. The only interesting problem, CLY, is to discover what specific kinds of rules, that is, derivational constraints, are empirically motivated. For my views on this matter, see Chomsky, L. 972a. 50. The lattice cycle might also contain the root transformation of topicalization and perhaps various rules of preposing of adverbial s and other structures. See Note 32. Brasnan, 197-1, suggests that the rules of stress assignment, hence, presumably, allel, the rules of the phonological component, belong to the transformational cycle, and she discusses the implications of this view with respect to the ordering of WH movement. The question also bears on the description of pronominalization, as has been frequently pointed out. See particularly Postal, 197-1. To my knowledge, the considerations just discussed provide the only reason for supposing that wit movement may not be part of the regular cycle of transformational rule S, assuming that the general framework discourse here can be sustained. 136. 190. X. Z. W. Thus, 191 derives from 192. 19.1. The men expected the police to arrest each other. 192. The men expected the police each to arrest the other s. The specified subject condition implies that 191 must have the interpretation indicated by 192, not that given by the underlying representation, 193, which cannot be transformed into 191 because of the specified subject condition. 193. The men each expected the police to arrest the others. Thursday S. The specified subject condition, in a some case S, has the effect of reducing ambiguity, or, to put it differently, of increasing the reliability of a reasonable perceptual strategy that seeks the nearest NP to a verb, or the head noun of a nominal phrase, as its subject. Similar observations apply in the case of the A over A condition. 3. See also the discussion of 203. The foregoing of course assumes that the deep structure position of each plays some role in interpretation. See, however, notes 1734. If deep structure reposition plays no role, then the considerations just mentioned in effect guarantee a correspondence between deep structure position and scope as determined by surface structure interpretation rules, a rather natural consequence. 12. The rules we have discussed so far involve an item Y in an embedded phrase and an item X superior to it and to its left, as in the structure 190. We have noted various conditions under which X and Y may or may not be involved in a rule in this case. Suppose that we generalize these conditions, eliminating the left-right asymmetry. Thus we simply drop from 123, the requirement that X be to the left of the embedded phrase, 0, and leave all conditions otherwise unchanged. I do not know of many convincing examples that bear on the correctness of this generalization. For example, one consequence will be that the specified subject condition will block 194, but not 195. 194. John's pictures of each other intrigued the children. 195. Pictures of each other intrigue the children. Although 194 surely is much worse than 195. Leftward movement. 137. Of each still seems at best clumsy, so that the example is perhaps not too illuminating. However, there are more interesting cases when we consider the subjacency condition, 8.1. This condition implies 196. 196. No rule can move an item from position Y to position X in the ST directory. LL Y X where y equals / equals amp a, F3 are cyclic categories, unless some constant term of the structural description of the rule holds of a phrase in F3 that is subjacent to X. In particular, we cannot derive sentences such as those in 197. 197, A. John believes, that, a man, was here, despite the evidence to the contrary who comes from Philadelphia. B. a one of the men, will meet you at their station who is a friend of mine. C. The girl, to whom it was obvious, slapped the dean that he was after her 51. In 197. Indicates the position from which the italicized item is extracted by various types of extraposition, and indicates their position to which the italicized item can properly be moved. These examples are of the form 196, where the italicized phrase is in their position X, having been moved illegitimately from the position Y, marked by underscore. On the other hand, consider such sentences as 198. 198, A. The only people they really like, underscore Bill and Mary. B. The only people they really like, underscore are each other. On the assumption proposed in Chomsky 1970A and developed in detail in Ahmadiyyan 1970, that A and B of 198 derive from a source with a subject containing they really like Bill and Mary, they really like each other, respective of Y, by substitution of the object of A into the predicate position of the matrix sentence. The derivation is permissible under 196 if the structural description of the rule that forms 198 makes explicit reference to the position occupied by the only people in 198. If the analysis given so far is correct, then there appears to be no 51 example from Bach 197-1. If, as amends 1970 proposes, there is no rule of extraposition of the assumed form, then the issue does not arise in the case of 197c. 138. Left-right asymmetry for extraction rules. Though relevant examples are few, to my knowledge, it seems plausible to offer the general working hypothesis that there is no left-right asymmetry at all with respect to the conditions that have been discussed here. Left-right asymmetry of rules is not unknown, of course, anaphora being the most obvious example, and the complementizer substitution universal, 2, being another one. Ross, 1967, has suggested that leftward movement rules and rightward movement rules differ in that the former can move an item arbitrarily far to the left, crossing arbitral many clause boundaries, whereas the latter cannot extract an item from a clause. Notice that this asymmetry of boundedness follows from the asymmetry of the complementizer substitution universal. That is, we have proposed that leftward and rightward extraction rules are bounded by the subjacency condition, but items that move to composition will escape this limitation, for reasons that we have discussed. Assuming that complementizer substitution is only leftward, that is, the Baker-Bresnan complementizer substitution universal, 2, and that an item in the composition can move upward to, and only to, another composition, unhindered by the specified subject and tense test conditions, it follows that there can be, in effect, unbounded movement to the left by iteration of the complementizer substitution. Thus the two cases of asymmetry are not independent. Rather, the asymmetry of boundedness follows from the asymmetry of the complementizer substitution universal, in the special case of rules that substitute an item in the composition. The available data would appear to bear out this limitation. 13. Let you assume there S now cyclic. Come to the transformational rules that I restate as 199. Rule and STH. E root avtrans dot os for far. Machines, 200. 199. A. WH placement on NP, PP, app, or either B. WH movement, in the structure. S, comp x11 x2, xv plus WH, x5, WH, x7. The sixth term fills the position of x2 and is replaced by PROC. WH, NP, becomes null in the context. NP. NP underscore. 1. E. I middle dot N. Relative middle dot VES, S2. 52. I assume here that a relative structure, at this stage of derivation, has the form on PS. This is not obviously correct, and if the structure is in fact different, the condition for C will have to be correspondingly reformulated. 139. D. WH becomes that I in the context. A XS. I5A. Lo ZNN. S apostrophe, obligatory 2. Where X or Y equals NP and A is the adjacent cyclic node. E. NP becomes NP's in the context. NG VPN becomes for NP in the contest. To VP, obligatory. F. For becomes null after expect. Obligatory. G. Passive, etc. 200. A. Auxiliary inversion B. Whether becomes null 54. I assume that WH is a feature that can be placed on a node, and, by convention, on all nodes it dominates. See Doherty, 1970, on the matter of feature percolation apostrophe. By I99A, we can assign WH either to someone or to someone in the sentence I gave the book to someone. The rule of WH movement, 199B, which we may take to be optional, will form either whom did I give the book to or to whom did I give the book, depending on whether WH is applied to the PP or the NP. 55. The structure preserving condition will ensure that P and NP move into the proper position in comp. 53. Notice that this rule and the preceding one, as formulated, exploit the interpretation of conditions discussed earlier. See discuss sign of 614. That ISTH change affected by the rules is internal to a cycle already passed. It is, in any event, unclear whether the relevant conditions apply to housekeeping rules such as C and D. 54. Both cases of 200 are obligatory and restricted to the matrix sentence. Note that there is no way to generate that as the comp of a matrix sentence. Thus we cannot have either that S or whether S as full sentences. I will assume here that yes/no questions derive by 199A, B, from something of the form plus WH either, along the lines of Katz and Postal, 1964. The assumption is in no way crucial. 55. Here and in what follows, I omit discuss sign of echo questions. Note that rule 199A is hardly more than a notational device. We might eliminate it, assuming rather that WH is assigned by base rules or dispensing with the element WH entirely and reformulating 199B, so that the contexts of WH placement appear in place of WH in the structural descriptio N. This approach would involve SLite modifications of later rules. The fact that WLZ movement, though optional, must to apply in indirect questions and relatives follows from considerations to which we turn in a moment. Notice that if WH placement is applied to the PP to someone in the sentence you expected to give the book to me own, then after the internal cycle we have comp you expected, WH, to whom, PR wrote to give the book, where, WH, to whom, is the structure to whom dominated by the feature complex, WH, PP. The ovary principle prevents extraction of whom on the next cycle. Locking whom did you expect to give the book, with a dangling preposition to. This observation is redundant, however, since the rules of interpretation to be given will in any event block interpretation of sentences with. 140. Rule 199C, which is optional, permits the WH noun phrase introducing a relative to be deleted, the man whom I met, the man I met. Some conditions on the application of this rule follow from the operation of a surface filter to which we return. Case I of 199D, which is also optional, permits that he as a realization of COMP when the auxiliary contains tense. The require meant that X or Y must be NP permits the book that fell on THE floor. What did you tell me that Bill read while excluding what did you tell me that fell on the floor? It is ad hoc and presumably indicates some error in the analysis since one would expect this distinction to be predictable on other grounds. After certain verbs, WH in the circumstances of case I must be that. Compare John said that he had to do his homework this evening. John complained that he had to do his homework this evening. John complained he had to do his homework this evening. As noted by Dean, 1967, such verbs and complain, quip, which require a following that as comp, also block WH movement, that is, we do not have what did John complain that he had to do this evening, what did John quip that Mary wore. There are a number of ways that come to mind for expressing this generalization, but I see no interesting explanation. Again, this lack may indicate a defect of the analysis. Case 2 of 199D excludes such forms as the claim John is here, while permitting we claim John is here. N is to be understood in the sense of Chomsky, L 970a. This is one of a set of such conditions. For example, I am glad John is here. I am sure John is here. I am delighted John is here. It surprises me John is here. I am aware John is here. Again, there is undoubtedly more to this, perhaps an entirely different analysis. Rules L99E, L9910s, must also be given in a more general form, incorporating as well John S. refusal, John S. book, and so on. They provide, for example, for such distinctions as I expected John to leave, what I expected was for John to leave and what we hoped for. Dangling prepositions in comp. The same will be true if we eliminate the notational device of WH placement entirely. Notice that in formulation of rules given here, there may be nodes P and NP in comp that dominate NO terminal string and therefore play NO role in interpretation or in factoring terminal S strings for transformation. There are other conventions and correspondingly different formulations of the rules that might be adopted in these cases. Note that WH movement of intransitive prepositions also gives structures that are uninterpretable by the rules to be given. We overlook here the interesting and important question of the full set of rules of rule writing of comp, sufficient to account for all cases of WH movement. 141. Was for John to win. We hoped for John to win. With PP simplification, there is much variation in judgment in such cases. 56. We assume further the base rules. 54. A refinement of 1-6. Following essentially amends 1-970, we assume that of the compo pairs, only a null comp with the auxiliary ing appears as an NP. Thus we assume, at the deep structure level, the following analyzes. 21. A. I expect, comp John will leave, NPVS, I expect, that, John will leave. B. I expect, comp John to leave, NPVS. I expect John to leave. C. We argued about, comp John ing leave so early, VP NP, we argued about John S leaving so early. NP. In fact, in nominal s can appear quite freely as noun phrases, through that s and for N Peter, VP cannot, for example, alongside of 20 I see, we argued about that John left so early, we argued about for John to leave so early. Noting this, let us add the base condition, 202. 202. In the structure, NP, S comp NP OVP, O equals in and, 16b, does not apply. In effect, then, S equals S when S is immediately dominated by NP. There will a number of other conditions of this sort. 57. 56. Alternatively, WE might drop T and reformulate E, S so that insertion of OR depends on the governing lexical item. Another possibility would be to distinguish two cases of two, determined by selectional rules relating to the governing lexical item, one of which requires for, the other of which excludes for. I will not pursue these questions here. Derived nominals with complements of the form I for NP to VP do not correlate entirely with such complements in the corresponding sentence. We believe John to be a nice fellow, our belief. For John to be a nice fellow, we desire I for John to win, our desire for John to win. It seems that derived nominal s take for only when they also take prepositional phrases with for, our desire for victory I for John to win, similar y, wish, hopes, plans, and so on. In Chomsky, 1972a, I suggested that the impossibility of John's belief of Bill to win was a consequence of the lexicalist hypothesis regarding derived nominals. The consideration S just mentioned, however, indicate that the example was irrelevant to that issue since John's belief of Bill to win is also impossible. 57. We might go on, following Emmons, 1970, to hold that instead of extraposition, there is a rule of it replacement that gives for John to leave would surprise me, that John left surprised me, and so on. We might also hold that the passive transformation does not apply to such form s as 20 liters A, B, to prepose the embedded s. Forms such as that John left his, widely, believed then derive by it replacement from it is, widely. 142. 14. We have so far listed the relevant conditions, base rules, and transformations. To ensure that only the right forms are generated, we add the surface exclusion filter, 203, 58. 203, the structure, on P and PVT, is excluded, where VT is an element containing tense, T. Before illustrating the rules, let us consider the status of the filter, 203. Bever, 1970, has made the interesting suggestion that certain formal properties of grammar might be functionally motivated, in the sense that their effect on strings is to facilitate perceptual strategies. As we have already observed, the specified subject condition, L23A, might be regarded in this way. As one example, Bever discusses some of the rules that determine the presence or absence of that as a complementizer. The filter, 203, accommodates several cases of this sort. By virtue of 203, a left-right analytic routine can operate reliably on the assumption that a noun phrase-verb phrase structure, unless it is preceded by that or morphological y marked, is always a full sentence, not a noun phrase. This is a natural candidate for a performance strategy. It would also be rather natural for performance strategies to affect grammars at the level of surface structure filters. So few persuasive examples exist that no firm conclusions can be drawn, but the question that Bever raises is an intriguing one, and 203 is a suggestive example. 59. Believed that John left, which we shall refer to as sentence A, under these as assumptions. If this is a root transformation, in the Mendes sense, it follows that we cannot have I wonder whether that S is widely believed, though I wonder whether the fact that S is widely believed is all right. speculating as to the sentence, A, we might take it to be in effect a base form, if VP aspect V, where aspect, B, effect progressive passive. This analysis would require that both components of passive are obligatory if aspect contains passive, and, of course, NP preposing is inapplicable if there is no NP following the verb, as in, A, that a rule of interpretation relates it and sentential complements. Thus there is no interpretation for it is died by John, but there is for A, that believe and so on must have a subject at the deep strict level, either a lexical subject or A, which will delete, by the rule of agent deletion, if it moves to the agent position, excluding it believes that S, that it appears in the position of an otherwise unfilled subject. 58 in the terminology of Chomsky, 1972 A, VT contain S the features, plus verb, and also, plus tense, that is, it is a tensed verb or auxiliary. The proposal here is similar to but not quite identical with that of Perlmutter, 197 1. 59 Bever's other examples do not involve conditions or in the form of grammars. Thus he observes that acceptable adjective order, which is inexpressible in any natural way in a transformational grammar, can be determined in accord with a natural perceptual strategy, and he suggests an alternative to a proposal of Miller and Chomsky, J 963. Concerning ng embedded sentences, the question is irrelevant here, but his alternative seems to me considerably more ad hoc than the proposal he rejects. He states that there 143. 15. We illustrate the rules, 199, 200, by a few sample derivations, in which irrelevant details are omitted. Consider the base structure, 204. 204, NP the person, S, comp P, NP, WH, S bill saw the person. On the innermost cycle, WH placement, 199A, applies to the NP the person, which replaces the NP of the comp by WH movement, 199B. Turning to the next cycle, namely, the cycle of the whole NP. Latter does not explain the distinction between single and multiple self-embedding, but in fact it does when supplemented by the very natural proposal that there are perceptual strategies for the analysis of such structures as relative clause, and that in the case of any analytic procedure it is difficulty to call upon this procedure in the course of executing it. See Chomsky, 1965, p. 14. Bever's paper has been widely interpreted as questioning the distinction between competence and performance and as denying that grammatical rules relating deep and surface structure are involved in language use. In fact, he presupposes a relation between internal structure and external structure in language use, and if in fact knowledge of language includes a specification of a pairing between deep, internal, and surface, external, structures determined by transformational rules, it would be surprising to discover that this is not the pairing involved in language use. In any event, Bever's discussion provides no reason for doubting this identity. As to the competence-performance distinction, Bever presupposes it throughout, with his reference to epistemological systems, in particular, grammars that describe competence. In fact, his discussion provides independent support for the appropriateness of the competence-performance framework, as conventional formulated, precisely because the proper ties of acceptable sentences that he accounts for in terms of performance strategies are grammatically inexpressible, in any natural way. For discussion, see Chomsky, 1965, 197, 1. Bever's comments on the nature of the evidence for transformational grammars seem to me misleading, and in part incorrect, for reasons elaborated in Chomsky, 1965. It is difficult to imagine a coherent alternative to the conventional competence-performance distinction. However, It is possible that grammatical transformations are not the appropriate device for expressing the relationship between external structures and internal structures. Thus one might imagine that this relationship is captured by some set of perceptual strategies, now unknown. For knowledge of language to be more adequately expressed in such a system, we could dispense with the theory of transformational grammar. This possibility seems to me quite remote, given present knowledge or conjectures, but it is conceivable. It has been occasionally suggested that transformational grammar is a system of strategies of prediction used in determining grammatical instances but not otherwise involved in language use. See Langendone, 1970. Though possible in principle, this is a most implausible hypothesis. It amounts to the belief that there are separate systems for expressing, on the one hand, strategies of perception and prediction and, on the other, strategies of prediction. Only the former are used in the normal experience of a speaker, but the latter come into operation when an informant is asked to perform such tasks as judging the acceptability of sentences. The obvious question is why the second system should exist at all, since it is rarely if ever used by non-linguists. Surely the more natural assumption is that there is a mental represented grammar expressing knowledge of language and use in production, perception, and prediction. One would surely want strong evidence before abandoning this very conservative hypothesis. 144. Structure, 204. We first replace the WH phrase the person by who and then turn to 199c, the first applicable rule of those in 199. 60. If this optional rule does not apply, then L99d is inapplicable and we derive the person who Bill saw. If 199c deletes who, then 199d is applicable. If it applies, we derive the person that Bill saw. If not, the person Bill saw. Consider next the base structure, 205. 205, NP the person, S, comp P, NP, WH, S the person saw Bill. Again, on the innermost cycle WH placement and WH movement apply, giving 206. 206, NP the person, S, comp P, WH, the person, WHS saw Bill. On the next cycle, if 199c is not applied, we derive the person who saw Bill. If 199c does apply, then 199d is applicable. If 199d applies, we derive the person that he saw Bill. If not, we derive the person saw Bill, which is excluded by the surface exclusion filter, 203. Hence, there are only two possible surface forms corresponding to 205, as compared to 3 in the case of 204. Now consider the underlying structure, 207. 207, NP, WH Bill is here, is surprising. On the innermost cycle, no rule applies to 207. On the NP cycle, rule 199d can apply, giving that Bill is here is surprising. If this optional rule does not apply, the resulting form, Bill is here is surprising, is excluded by the surface filter, 203. This is a case of 203 that is different from the one in the derivation initiated by 205. The example here, of course, is beside the point if, as suggested earlier, the sentence in question is derived by its replacement. Consider next the base form which, after WH placement, becomes 208. 208, comp NP plus WH. You will tell me, A, comp NP, WH, Bill saw. Who? On the innermost cycle A, who moves to the NP position in the 60 on notations for expressing the obligatory character of relativization. See Chomsky, 1965. 145. Comp. Before WH. This gives 209. 209. Comp NP plus WH. You will tell me 0. Comp who WH. Bill saw. Unless there is further WH movement on the next cycle, this structure will be excluded by the rule of interpretation, to be given later, that obligatorily interprets a WH phrase in a WH comp as a relative. This is impossible here since A equals I equals NP and there is no antecedent. Suppose, however, that who is moved on the next cycle, giving 210. 210, who plus WH, you will tell me, WH, Bill saw. The first applicable rule is 199d. Note that Y equals NP. If it applies, we derive, with auxiliary inversion, who will you tell me that Bill saw? If it does not apply, who will you tell me Bill saw? 61. Suppose that we had WH as the initial comp instead of plus WH in 209. Then the result corresponding to 210 will also be uninterpretable since the obligatory relative interpretation of a WH phrase in a WH comp is inapplicable. Suppose that we have who saw Bill instead of Bill saw who in 208. Then the only possible outcome is who will you tell me saw Bill. Rule 199d is inapplicable in this case since Y equals I equals NP. The base structure 211 will yield I believe that John saw Bill, with the presence of that depending on whether or not 199d applies. 211 I believe WH John saw Bill. In contrast, consider 212. 212 I wonder plus WH Bill saw who. Applying WH movement on the innermost cycle, we derive I wonder who Bill saw. If the initial comp of the matrix sentence is WH, this stands as a grammatical sentence. But if the initial comp is plus WH, then no interpretable sentence is generated. Recall that on our present assumptions, do I wonder who Bill saw comes from a different source, with either in the matrix sentence, see note 54. The 61 there are further considerations determining the applicability of 199d. Thus, it seems to me that a mis-sign of that is unacceptable. In what did you persuade Bill _ John should see, or what did you urge _ I see, for example. 146. Rules of interpretation that we shall discuss provide that a plus WH comp is interpretable, namely, as a question, just in case the comp is filled with a WH phrase. If WH movement does not apply on the outermost cycle in 212, then the initial plus WH comp is not filled by a WH phrase and the sentence is uninterpretable. If WH movement does apply, giving, with auxiliary inversion, who do I wonder plus WH Bill saw, then the embedded plus WH comp contains no WH phrase and the sentence is again uninterpretable. Compare 211, 212 with 213, 214. 213, I believe, WH John saw who, 214, I wonder, plus WH John saw Bill. In the case of 213, WH movement on the innermost cycle gives I believe, who, WH John saw. This cannot stand as is because, as already noted, a WH phrase in a WH comp must be interpreted as a relative, which is impossible in this case. But if the initial comp of the matrix sentence contains plus WH, we can derive who do I believe, that John saw by WH movement on the external cycle. In the case of 214, no grammatical sentence is generated since we have a plus WH comp not containing a WH phrase. The words believe and wonder differ lexically in that, as the sense indicates, The former requires WH comp and the latter requires plus WH comp, leading to the grammatical consequences just noted. Consider finally the verb ask, which appears in a variety of structures. In the first place, like wonder, it appears in 215, analogous to 212. 215, John asked, plus WH, Bill saw who. As in the case of wonder, we can derive John asked who Bill saw from 215 if the initial comp is WH, but no grammatical sentence results if the initial comp is plus WH, in particular, not who did John ask, that Bill saw. The verb ask, however, can take WH comp in the embedded sentence if the latter is subjunctive, as in John asked that Bill leave early. Consider, then, 216. 216, John asked, WH, Bill see who. This case is analogous to 213, rather than 212. Thus we can derive who did John ask that Bill see but not John asked who Bill see. 147. The verb ask, as distinct from believe and wonder, can take controlled PRO in the embedded sentence, as in John asked to see Mary from 217. 217, John asked WHPRO to see Mary. Suppose, however, that we have plus WH rather than WH in 217. Then, exactly as in the case of 214, no grammatical sentence can be derived. But suppose that we have plus WH in place of WH and who instead of Mary, that is, 218. 218, John asked, plus WHPRO to see who. This is now analogous to 212 and 215. For the reasons already noted, from 218 we can derive 219, but not 220. 219, John asked who to see. 220, who did John ask to see? Of course, ask can also take WH comp, as in 216, 217. Thus we have the underlying form 221. 221, John asked WHPRO to see who. From 221, we can derive 220, but not 219. Thursday S. 219, and 220, though both grammatical, derive from different sources. 219 derives from 218, and 220 derives from 221, with matrix initial plus WH. The answer to 220 might be John asked to see Mary, which derives from 217. As is generally the case with answer question pairs of the simplest sort, 217 is identical to 221, except that it contains Mary instead of who. The preceding examples illustrate uses of ask with only S as complement, but ask can also take NPS as complement. John asked me why Bill left. Consider, then, the underlying forms in 222. 226, analogous to 215, 216, 217, I18, 221, respectively. 222, 223, 224, 225, 226. John asked me, plus WH Bill saw who. John asked me, dash WH Bill see who. John asked me, WHPRO to see Mary. John asked me, plus WHPRO to see who. John asked me, WHPRO to see who. 148. In the case of 222, we derive John asked me who Bill saw but not who did John ask me that Bill saw. In fact, as in the case of 215, there is no grammatical sentence derivable if the initial comp of the matrix sentence in 222 contains plus WH. Consider next 223. As in the case of 216, we should be able to derive who did John ask me that Bill see, but not John asked me who Bill see. For me, the first is also excluded, but in this case because the verb ask with NPS complement does not take subjunctive in the embedded sentence, as we can see from the ungrammaticality of John asked me that he believe early, compared John asked that he believe early. The next example, 224, is analogous to 217. Thus we can derive John asked me to see Mary, see in the rough sense of visit, as in John asked me to see the head nurse when I arrive. Notice that in this case PRO is controlled not by the subject of the matrix sentence but by the NP following the verb ask, as in John asked me to throw the ball and so on. Consider next the example, 225, analogous to 218. From 225, we can derive 227, but not 228. 227, John asked me who to see, visit. 228, who did John ask me to see, visit. As in the analogous case of 22:1, from 226, we can derive 228, but not 227. As before, these conclusions are semantically correct. We can see this particularly clearly in the present case by considering the matter of control of PRO. As already noted, in the case of 224, PRO is controlled by me. I am to see, or visit, Mary. This is in general the case when ask takes NPS complement with a comp of S's, WH. But with a comp of S's plus WH, the subject of ask, rather than the NP following it, controls PRO. We can see this in the case of 229, as contrasted with 230, in which the embedded comp is WH. 229, John asked me whether to visit Mary. 230, John asked me to visit Mary. In the case of 229, John is to visit Mary. In the case of 230, I am to visit Mary. Similar Y, in the case of 227, John is to see, visit, someone, whereas in the case of 228, I am to do so. This result is as predicted, given that 227, like 229, derives from an underlying 149 structure with plus WH in the embedded comp, whereas 228, like 230, derives from an underlying structure with WH in the embedded comp. Summarizing, ask takes an S complement or an NPS complement. In the latter case, a lexical property indicates that the embedded comp can be WH only if the subject of the embedded sentence is PRO. Where the subject of the embedded S is PRO, PRO is controlled necessarily by the subject of ask if the complement is merely S. PRO is controlled by the subject of ask if the complement is NPS and the comp of the embedded S is plus WH. PRO is controlled by the NP following ask if the comp of the embedded S is WH. We might seek a further explanation of these facts, but that is another matter. Given the idiosyncrasies noted, the distribution of grammatical and ungrammatical sentences and their interpretations follows from the rules already given. In 199, we assumed, without argument, that passive follows WH movement. Supposing this to be true, consider the sentence 23:1. 23I, who is John believed to like. The underlying source, after WH placement, is 232A, and the rule of WH movement on the first cycle gives 232B. 232A. Comp D believe, comp John to like who, B. Comp D believe, who John to like. The rule forming passives will not apply to 232b. But if WH movement precedes passive, placing who in the initial comp, then passive will apply, forming 23-1 ultimately. However, this argument for ordering WH movement before passive fails because there is another possible derivation of 23-1. Since WH movement is optional, we may assume that it does not apply on the internal cycle. Turning to the outer cycle, we might form 23-1 by passive followed by WH movement, if WH movement is not blocked under these circumstances by some version of the specified subject condition, as discussed earlier. The issue is clarified if there is an extra cycle. Thus consider the underlying structure, 233. 233, comp D expected, comp John to try, comp PR row to win the race. 150. Passive can apply to 233 on the external cycle to give 234. 234, John was expected to try to win the race. Suppose that in 233, we have which race in place of the race. Then WH movement on the internal cycles will given 235. 235, comp expected, which race John to try, comp PR row to win. Turning to the outermost cycle, if WH movement precedes passive, we derive 236 by applying both rules, followed by agent deletion and auxiliary inversion. 236. Which race was John expected to try to win? If passive precedes WH movement, however, we cannot derive 236, which is grammatical. Notice that in this case the alternative analysis suggested in the case of 23-1 is excluded. If WH movement has not already produced 235 by the time we reach the external cycle, then it will not be applicable at all by the subjacency condition, 8-1, on extraction. Therefore the ordering of 199 is correct, on the assumption that the hypotheses proposed so far, some rather tentatively, are correct. Notice that the same example indicates that the trace left by WH movement must not be a non-null terminal symbol. Therefore, it must either be null, see the discussion that precedes 177, or, if PRO, a feature of a complex non-terminal symbol. Notice that passive must also apparently be permitted to precede WH movement if such sentences as who was John killed by are to be derived in the most natural way. It may be, then, that the two rules are unordered relative to one another, that is, that they may apply in either order. 16. It remains to discuss lexical subcategorization and rules of interpretation. We suppose, again following Bresnan, 1970, that lexical items are subcategorized with respect to the choice of comp and o in embedded complement sentences. For example, the item ask in the sense of ask a question, as in you asked me who John saw, must take a plus WH comp in the embedded sentence, but in the sense of request it will take a WH comp with subjunctive, as in I ask that you leave at once. See examples 215, 22-1. On the other. 151. Hand. The verb tell can freely take plus minus WH as comp in the embedded sentence. 62 Thursday S. We have the indirect question, 237, the free relative, 238a, and the sentential complement, 238b. 237, I told him who would leave, I told him, plus WH someone would leave. 238a. I told him what Bill asked me to tell him, I told him, PRO, WH Bill asked me to tell him something. B. I told him that it is raining, I told him, WH it is raining. To be more precise, only cases 237 and 238b are determined directly by the lexical subcategorization of tell. Case 238a is a special case of the base structure NP/1NP, indirect object, where NP happens to be a relative with an unspecified antecedent, analogous to I told him the story he likes, I told him something. In these cases, as in 238a, indirect object movement has applied. Notice that further specifications are necessary to determine under what conditions indirect questions are appropriate. For example, the examples in 239 seem preferable to those in 240. 239a. I will know whether I pass as soon as he walks in B. I will tell him whether you'll apply C. I dido to tell him whether it would rain. 240a. I knew whether I would pass B. I told him whether you would apply C. I told him whether it would rain. Lexical specifications account for such facts as the following. Although 24 liters A cannot be derived from 24 liters B, as we have seen earlier, 242a can be derived from 242b, though not from 242c, and 243a derives properly from 243b, though not from 243c. 24(1)a. What did you tell him who saw B? Plus WH you told him, plus WH someone saw something. 62 when it has an indirect object, as in 237, 238. Otherwise, as B. Resnan notes, it can take only plus WH. Susie didn't tell whether they had eaten. Susie didn't tell that they had eaten. Susie didn't tell us that, whether they had eaten. 152. 242a. What did you tell him that Bill saw B? Plus WH you told him, WH Bill saw something, C. Plus WH you told him, plus WH Bill saw something. 243a. You told him what Bill saw B. WH you told him, plus WH Bill saw something, C. WH you told him, WH Bill saw something. Sources 242c and 243c are ruled out for 242a and 243a, respectively, by the principles of interpretation to which we now turn. 63. In all cases other than those enumerated, the sentence receives no interpretation. A plus WH comp by S interpreted only when it contains a WH phrase. A WH comp containing no terminal string is interpreted as a clause introducer if it introduces a relative clause, that is, after application of 199c, the interpretation is that of relatives. A WH comp with a terminal string other than the WH phrase might be interpreted as topicalization. We have not dealt with this process here, but it appears to be similar to WH movement except for the condition that there is an interpretation only in a root sentence in the sense of Emmons 1970. Consider next the rules of interpretation for WH phrases. First, in a WH comp, the interpretation is always as a relative clause, 64 with the antecedent appropriately associated with the position marked by the trace left by WH movement. Details of relative clause interpretation need not concern us here. It is sufficient to note that the formal structures that provide a full interpretation are appropriately determined. A free relative, for example, I read what you gave me, is derived when the antecedent is the indeterminate element, which deletes. Let us look at the item merge, which takes a WH comp and subjunctive in O, as in 244. 244. I urge that Bill visit the museum. 63. Compare 238a with 243. From you told him, P.R.O.W.H. Bill saw something. The latter is excluded on the same grounds that E.X.C.L.U.D. told him the picture of Mary, and so on. 64. We assume that noun phrases with relative clauses have a different structure than those with sentential complements to nouns. Thus we have been assuming such structures as the following: at the surface level, near, NP the manh's that I saw, NP there. N claim, S that John saw Bill, C's we VPLV claim, S hat John saw W Bill, where N and V are as in Chomsky, I-970A, and NP equals N, VP equals V. Since NP and PWH plus WH cannot be interpreted as a question on why WH can introduce a relative. 153. Consider now the underlying structure, 245, where WH placement has applied on the internal cycle. 245, compI urge, NP, WH Bill visit YT. On the first cycle, WH movement will apply, giving 246. 246, compI urge, what, WH, Bill visit. Turning to the external cycle, if the initial comp is plus WH movement must to apply, or we will have an unfilled plus WH comp. This yields, ultimately, 247. 247, what did I urge that Bill visit? If the initial comp is WHN, 245, WH movement will be impossible on the external cycle because the initial WH comp is interpretable as a relative. If no WH movement takes place, the resulting form is 246, and there is again no interpretation since here too there is a WH comp containing a WH phrase but not interpretable as a relative. Therefore a grammatical sentence, one which is generated by the rules, is not assigned in the course of the derivation, and receives an interpretation, is generated from 245, only if the initial comp is plus WH and WH movement takes place on both cycles. Consider next the rules for interpreting a WH phrase in a plus WH comp. There are several cases, depending on the choice of WH phrase. Perhaps the cases can be combined, but this will not concern us here. Thus, where the plus WH will be interpreted as is it the case that, as in NP wondered whether it would rain. The NPS and what are interpreted in accordance with 248. 248, the phrase, A, WH, NP, plus WH, PRO, is interpreted with PRO a variable bound by the node, WH, NP, and the semantic interpretation determined by the derivation of A65. Thus, for example, I wonder who John saw would mean I wonder. 65 we leave open, as irrelevant here, the question of which aspects of the derivation, deep structure, surface structure, both, and so on, determine the semantic interpretation. In the case in question, PRO is controlled by the complex symbol, WH, NP, which has moved from the position occupied by PRO by WH movement, that is, PRO is the trace remaining from WH movement, in the terminology used earlier. The principle, 248, can be generalized to other cases where a controlled PRO function S as a variable. 154. 4. Which X John saw someone apostrophe X. The principle can be extended to other WH phrases, such as how, when, which, what, as in which, what, books, and can be formalized, but we will carry the matter no further here. The only remaining case is that of a WH phrase that is not in a comp. Again, overlooking here the matter of echo questions, we can interpret such phrases with the principle 249. 249. Assign a WH phrase not in comp to some higher structure, comp, plus WH, and interpret as in 248, where the interpretation is uniform in this comp node. Thus, the sentence 250 will have the interpretation 25-1, and 252 will have the interpretation 253. 250, 25-1. 252. 253. I wonder who saw what. I wonder for which X, for which Y, someone X saw something Y. I remembered what John had given to whom. I remembered to whom John had given what. I remembered for which X, for which Y, John had given something X to someone Y. But sentence 254 will receive no interpretation at all, since 248 cannot apply uniformly in the node containing whether, since it does not apply to whether. 254. I wonder whether Bill saw what. In fact, 254 is interpretable only as an echo question. Notice that principle 249 in effect overcomes the formal restriction against moving two LVH phrases into the same composition. That is, it permits interpretations that proceed as if this double movement had taken place. In the examples just cited, the WH phrase not in composition was assigned, for interpretation, to the immediately dominating comp. However, principle 249 is not restricted to this case. 66 and 66. Notice that 249, as formulated, explicitly violates 123, just as the rule of coefficient does, see note 1.6. Recall again that under the proposed interpretation of universal conditions, see discussion of 6.1.4, it is possible to formulate particular rules to which they do not apply. If this formulation of 249 is correct, then there should be an interpretation analogous to 250 for such sentences as I wonder who heard John's stories about what, I wonder who wrote which textbook and which novel. 155. Example discussed by Baker, 1970, illustrates additional possibilities. Consider the sentence 255. 255. Who remembers where we bought which book? Principle 249, appropriately extended to which book, which place, where, permits either of the interpretations in 256, and only these. 256. A. For which X, X remembers for which Z, for which Y, we bought Y at Z. B. For which X, for which Y, X remembers for which Z, he bought Y at Z. A possible answer, under the interpretation, A, would be John remembers where we bought which book. A possible answer under the interpretation, B, would be John remembers where we bought their physics book and Bill remembers where we bought the novel. 67. Notice that in the case of 256b, principle 249, in effect overcomes the restriction against moving a WH phrase from a phrase to which WH movement has already applied into a higher phrase of the phrase marker, just as in the case of 250, 253, and, in fact, both cases of 256, as well. Principle 249 overcomes the formal restriction against moving two WH phrases into the same composition. Observe also that with no artificial notational devices, we can Interpret sentences directly in terms of the surface structure position of the WH phrase and the nature of the comp in which it appears. 68. This would seem to be the simplest possible situation. It is also what one would expect, given the framework of the extended standard theory. There are further complexities when we consider a rich array of cases similar to 255. Moreover, there are other cases that we have still not dealt with. To mention one, consider the fact, noted by Bresnan, 1970, that we cannot have such forms as don't know who, bill to ask, or it is not known who to see, although I don't know who to ask, is acceptable, where indicates the position from which who was moved. These are indirects. 67 such examples as 255 appear, with the same ambiguity, in indirect question S. Whether or not they are dominated by a question word, I wonder who remembers where we bought which book. It is uncertain who remembers where we bought which book. Notice, therefore, that there is no generalization to be gained by supposing that an obligatorily deleted performative question verb appears in the structure underlying 255 as the matrix verb, as has occasionally been suggested. 68. Notice, in particular, that there is no necessity for any additional devices to exclude other possible interpretations, for example, for which X, for which Z. X remembers for which Y, we bought Y at Z in the case of 255. 156. With a plus WH comp. It appears that when a plus WH comp takes an S with the auxiliary to, deletion of the subject of the S by equi-NP deletion is obligatory, and there is an interpretation roughly as should apostrophe. For example, I wondered whether to leave, how to answer. We might express this by adding a surface exclusion filter barring plus WHNP2. Notice that we might also express the obligatory character of the interpretation rule S by surface filters in various ways which I will not elaborate. 17. Though many questions have been left open and, obviously, many problems remain, nevertheless it seems to me that the approach explored here is quite plausible. Given the extended standard theory, with its restrictions on the possibilities for base structure S, on the ordering of lexical and non-lexical transformation S, and on the relations between semantic interpretations and derivations, we have been able to sharpen some earlier proposals and to accommodate a number of particular suggestions concerning universals, as well as a fairly wide range of data, under some fairly natural and simple assumptions. The illustrative examples exploit all of the devices available in this theory to determine grammaticalness, namely, rules of the categorical component of the base, lexical insertion transformations involving contextual features, non-lexical transformations of various sorts, surface filters, and rules of interpretation involving deep and surface structures. 69. Only if a derivation satisfies all of these conditions does its final terminal string qualify as a grammatical sentence. We have considered the possibility that surface filters might be regarded as a point of contact between a performance theory and a competence theory, as might some of the conditions on transformations. One might look into the effects of enriching one or another component of the theory. For example, would more extensive reliance on rules of interpretation suffice to characterize the grammatical sentences without the distinction between plus WH and WH or, say, permit us to eliminate WH movement in favor of an expansion of the comp in the base? 70. There is, furthermore, little doubt that additional restrictions 69. It remains an open question whether rules of interpretation and filters must also apply to what have been called shallow structures. 70. The latter suggestion, though attractive in some respects, faces difficult eyes in the case of such examples as which pictures of each other were the men looking at, the pictures of each other that the men were looking at. The latter might be used to support the view that the antecedent of a relative is actually raised from the relative by a movement rule, with an appropriate twit phrase left behind. I believe that this possibility was first suggested by M.B. Rame, to explain why it is possible to have such noun phrases as the headway that he made, though headway is otherwise impossible as a noun phrase, and similar why in the case of many other idioms. 157. And conditions must be discovered if the fundamental empirical 1p. Rame mentioned at the outset is to become a realistic topic of references. Akmagian, A. 1970. Aspects of the Grammar of Focus in English, H. Doctoral dissertation, MIT. Bark, E. 1965. On some recurrent types of transformation S. In 16th Annual Roundtable Meeting on Linguistics and Language Studies, Georgetown University Monograph Series on Languages and Linguistics 18, C. W. Credler, ed. _197 liters. Questions. Linguistic Inquiry 2, 15366. Baker, C. L. 1970. Notes on the Description of English Question S, and the Role of an Abstract Question Morpheme. Foundations of Language 6, 197-19. Bever, T. G. 1970. The Cognitive Base for Linguistic Structure. I.N. Cognition and Language Learning. J. R. Hayes, ed. New York, Y. Bowers. 1969. Some Adjectival Nominalizations in English. Unpublished paper. MIT. Brasnan, 1970. On complementizers, towards a syntactic theory of complement types. Foundations of Language 6, 297-32-1. _197-1. Sentences S and S syntactic transformations. Language 47, 257-28-1. _1972. The Theory of Complementation in English as Syntax. Doctoral dissertation, MIT. Chomsky, N. 1964. Current Issues in Linguistic Theory. The Hague, Mouton. _1965. Aspects of the Theory of Syntax. Cambridge, Mass. S. MIT Press S. _1968. Language and Mind. New York, Harcourt B. Race Jovanovich. _1970A. Deep Structure, Self-Faced Structure, and Semantic Interpretation. I.N. Studies in General and Oriental Linguistics, Commemorative Lumi for Dr. Shiro Hattori, R. Jacobson and S. Kubamoto, eds. Tokyo, Tech Corporation for Language Research, H. _1970b. Remarks on Nominalization N. I.N. Readings in English Transformational Grammar. R. Jacobs and P. Rosenbaum, eds. Waltham, Mass. S. Gin N. _197-1. Probable 1 NS of Knowledge and Freedom. New York, Pantheon. _1972A. Empirical issues in the theory of transformational grammar. In Goals of Linguistic Theory, Proceedings of the Linguistics Conference at the University of Texas, October 1, 969, S. Peters, ed. Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, Prentice Hall. 158. (1972b). Studies on semantics in generative grammar. The Hague, Mouton. This contains Chomsky, 1970A, 1970B, 1972A. Chomsky, N. and Haller, M. 1968. Sound Patterns of English. New York, Harper and Row. Pula cover, p. 197 liters. Syntactic and Semantic Investigation S. Doctoral Dissertation, MIT. Dean Fodor, J. 1967. Noun phrase complementation in English and German. Unpublished paper, MIT. Doherty, R. 1970. A Grammar of Coordinate Conjoint Structures, I. Language 46, 858-198. E. Mons, J. 1970. Root and Structure Preserving Transformations. Doctoral Dissertation, MIT. Forquillier, G. R. 197-1. Theoretical Implications of Some Global Phenomena in Syntax. Doctoral Dissertation, University of California, San Diego. Helk, M. 197-1. The Grammar of English Reflexives. Doctoral Dissertation, MIT. Jack Endoff, R. S. 1969. Some Rules of Semantic Interpretation for English H. Doctoral Dissertation, MIT. Middle dot 1972. Semantic Interpretation in Generative Grammar. Cambridge, Mass., MIT. Katz, J. and Postel, P. 1964. An Integrated Theory of Linguistic Descriptions. Cambridge, Mass., MIT Press. Kane, R. 1969. The Transformational Cycle in French Syntax. Doctoral Dissertation, MIT. Kipaski, P. and Kipaski, C. 1970. Fact. In Progress in Linguistics, M. Beer, Wiss and K. E. Heydolf, eds. The Hague, Mouton. Langendone, D. T. 1970. Generative Grammar from a Functional Perspective. Unpublished paper, CCNY. Lasnik, H. 197-1. A General Constraint, Some Evidence from Negation. Quarterly Progress Report of the Research Laboratory of Electronics, JOI, MIT, 215-17. Macaulay, J. D. 1970. English as a VSO Language. Language 46, 286-99. Miller, G. A. and Chomsky, N. 1963. Finitary Models of Language Uses. In Handbook of Mathematical Psychology, Volume II. R. Luce, R. Bush, and E. Gallanter, eds. New York, Wiley. Perlmutter, D. 197-1. Deep and so one-face structure constraints in syntax. New York, Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston. Peters, S. and Ritchie, R. W. On the Generative Power of Transformational Grammars. Information Sciences 6, 4983. Postal, P. 1966. A Note on Understood Transitively. Ijal 3-2, 1993. 159. _1969. Review of A. Mackintosh and M. A. K. Halliday, Papers in General, Descriptive and Applied Linguistics. In Foundations of Language 5, 409-39, middle dot 197-1. Crossover Phenomena. New York, Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston. Ros. S. J. R. 1967. Constraints on Variables in Syntax. Doctoral Dissertation, MIT. Selkirk, L. 1970. on the determiner systems of noun phrase and adjective phrase. Unpublished paper, MIT. Wassow, T. and Roepper, T. 1972. On the subject of gerunds. Foundations of Language 8, 4461. 160. Conditions on Rules of Grammar. CONDIONSONIULES of GRAMM. In this discussion, I will assume without supporting argument the general framework that I have outlined and discussed elsewhere, and will review some recent ideas on grammatical theory within this framework. A person who has learned a language has constructed a system of rules and principles, a grammar determining a sound meaning relation of some sort over an infinite domain. The linguist's grammar is a theory of this attained competence, under conventional and entirely appropriate idealizations. The general theory of grammar, call it universal grammar, is a system of principles that determines 1. What counts as a grammar and 2. How grammars function to generate structural descriptions of sentences. Thus, within UG we have conditions on the form of grammar and conditions on the function of grammatical rules. Among the conditions on the form of grammar are the specification of possible base structures, grammatical transformation, phonological rules, and so on. Among the conditions on function that have been proposed are, for example, the A over A condition and the coordinate structure constraint. We may assume, at this point, that it is in part a matter of expository convenience how we choose to construe some feature of UG in these terms. Naturally, we will attempt to make these conditions explicit and as restrictive as possible. We want you to make as strong a statement as possible about the nature of language and thus to be subject to critical tests and to provide explanations for the phenomena attested in. This paper is based on lectures presented at the Linguistic Institute, University of South Florida, June 1975. It appeared in Linguistic Analysis, Volume 2, Number 4, 1976. A more detailed and extensive study covering topics discussed here and other related matters is in preparation. 1. For example, in C. Chomsky, 1965, 1975b. The latter contains a somewhat more detailed discussion of some of the topics taken up here, both topics within the theory of grammar and others relating to the general framework presupposed and the ongoing debate concerning its validity. 163. Descriptive study. We can explain the fact that linguistic competence has the property P insofar as we can show that property P conforms to UG and IS. Furthermore, the special case of UG determined by experience. In the most interesting case S, the role of experience is limited or even non-existent so that the property P simply reflects some property of UG and thus gives us direct insight into the nature of UG. We argue that a given language has the property P because UG requires that this be the case. Where it seems that speakers have been exposed to little if any relevant experience, but yet have acquired a language with the property P rather than some alternative, it is reasonable to attribute P to UG itself. The case of structure dependence of rules is a familiar simple example. If our goal is not only description of linguistic competence but also explanation, we will try to provide as restrictive as possible a theory of UG. To restate the same commitment, in essence, from a different point of view, I assume that our aim is to assimilate the study of language to the general body of natural science. Linguistics, then, may be regarded as that part of human psychology that is concerned with the nature, function, and origin of a particular mental organ. We may take UG to be a theory of the language faculty, a common human attribute, genetically determined, one component of the human mind. Through interaction with the environment, this faculty of mind becomes articulated and refined, emerging in the mature person as a system of knowledge of language. To discover the character of this mental faculty, we will try to isolate those properties of attained linguistic competence that hold by necessity rather than as a result of accidental experience, whereby necessity I of course mean biological rather than logical necessity. We will therefore be particularly interested in properties of attained linguistic competence that are vastly underdetermined by available experience in general, but that nevertheless hold of the linguistic competence attained by any normal speaker of a given language, and in fact by all speakers of all languages, perhaps vacuously in some cases, on the natural assumption of uniformity across the species. The commitment to formulate a restrictive theory of use is thus nothing other than a commitment to discover the biological endowment that makes language acquisition possible and to determine its particular manifestations. Returning to the matter of explanatory adequacy, we can explain some property of attained linguistic competence by showing that this property necessarily results from the interplay of the genetically determined language faculty, specified by Hugh, and the person S, accidental, exponents. 164. Let us assume further that a grammar contains rules that produce derivations, where a derivation D is a sequence of phrase markers, K1, Kj, such that each K plus I is derived from K by application of some rule. Assume E further that the application of these rules is governed by the principle of the strict cycle. Among these rules there are syntactic transformations, lexical insertion rules, phonological rules, morphological rules of various sorts, rules that place word boundaries and that determine intonational structures, rules that specify the class of items that are available for lexical insertion, with their intrinsic properties. Of these various types of rules I will now consider only syntactic transformation S. A derivation will be well formed only if its initial and final phrase markers, K and Km respectively, in the derivation, K, knots, meet certain additional conditions. The initial phrase marker must be a base structure, that is, one of an infinite set of structures generated by the base component of the grammar. The final phrase marker must also meet a variety of conditions, some of which I will discuss. In a well-formed derivation, the initial phrase marker may be referred to as a deep structure and the final phrase marker as a surface structure. I should perhaps note that these terms, like other terms of grammar, have been used in varying senses as theory has evolved, a fact that may mislead the unwary reader. The grammar determines sound-meaning relations. I will assume that the mechanism is a set of rules that associate transformational derivations with representations of sound and representations of meaning. As for the former, I have little to say here. I will assume the framework of sound pattern of English as modified by Joan B. Rees-Nan. Two thus surface structures contain phonetic representation, i.e. representation in terms of a universal phonetic system provided by Hugh. I will be more concerned here with the relation of a derivation to semantic representation. One may ask, in the first place, whether there is a system of semantic representation analogous to phonetic representation, and if so, what its properties may be. There are various views on this matter. I won't dwell on the issue here, but will, for the moment, put the matter in a rather neutral way. Let us say that the grammar contains a system of rules that associate the derivation with representation in a system of representation LF, read logical form, but for the present, without assuming additional properties of this concept, I will understand LF to incorporate. To Chomsky and Halley, 1968, B. Rees-Nan, 1973. 165. Whatever features of sentence structure, 1, enter directly into semantic interpretation of sentences and, 2, are strictly determined by properties of sentence grammar. The extension of this concept remains to be determined. Assume further that there is a system of rules that associates logical form and the products of other cognitive faculties with another system of representation SR, read semantic representation. representations in SR, which may involve beliefs, expectations, and so on, in addition to properties of LF determined by grammatical rule, should suffice to determine role and inference, conditions of appropriate use, etc. Some would argue that LF alone should suffice, but I leave that as an open empirical question. Thus the grammar relates LF to phonetic representation through the medium of derivations. I will only be able to touch peripherally on the many questions that arise in this connection. Cf. The references of Note Iron sources cited in these for much additional discuss Cyan. Implicit in this presentation is a certain version of the thesis of autonomy of syntax, cf. Chomsky, 1975a. Specifically, I have assumed that the rules of sentence grammar can be subdivided into two categories. The first, call it formal grammar apostrophe, sufficing to determine representations on all linguistic levels apart from LF. The second, associating such representations with LF. This empirical assumption becomes precise and substantive to the extent that we characterize the properties of the various levels of linguistic representation. It need not be correct, being an empirical assumption, though one of a rather abstract nature. I will continue to assume that it is in fact correct. What elements of a derivation relate to LF? Several views have coalesced in recent years, in particular, the following two. 1. Deep structure determines LF. 2. Deep and citus structure jointly determine LF. The first is the viewpoint of the so-called standard theory. The second is the assumption of the extended standard theory, EST, and earlier variants of generative semantics, 3 which, I have argued elsewhere, simply amount to a less restrictive variant of VST. 4. I will assume here that EST is generally correct. Thus, LF is determined by properties of both deep and surface. 3. For example, Lukoff, 197.1. Some more recent variants seem to me to eliminate their substantive content of the theory, the 1LLY identifying generative semantic S with linguistics, and thus effective LY terminating the discussion of the validity of generative semantics. Cf. Lukoff, in Parrot, 1974. On the course of generative semantics in recent years. C. Doherty, 1975, Katz and Bever, 1976, and Birame, 1976. 4. Cf. Chomsky, 1972, Chapter 3. Cf. Biriznan, in Press, and 1976, for discussion of some of the issues involved. 166. Structure. In particular, thematic relations such as agent, instrument, etc., are determined by the interaction of formally defined grammatical relations of deep structure and lexical properties. 5. While surface structure determines all other aspects of LF, anaphora, scope of logical operators, the subject-predicate relation, focus and semantic presupposition, and so on. It may be that a suitably enriched version of surface structure suffices to determine LF fully, under revision of EST along the lines to be discussed. Cf. Chomsky, 1975b. So much for what I will presuppose. Recall the major problem of grammatical theory, as conceived here, to restrict the class of grammars available in principle to the language learner, and thus to progress towards the solution to the most fundamental question that we can raise, namely, the question how people are able to acquire their vast and intricate knowledge of language on the basis of the fragmentary and degenerate evidence available to them. 6. Within EST, the variety of grammars can be restricted at various points. We might impose conditions on the base, thus restricting the variety of possible systems. We may attempt to limit the expressive power of transformations so that fewer transformations will be available in principle, and we may limit the variety of transformational systems in other ways, say, by imposing general conditions on ordering. Further restriction can be achieved by appropriate conditions on the interpretive rules that associate representations in LF with derivations. Furthermore, conditions on rule application that do not in themselves directly restrict the variety of grammars may. 5 Chomsky, 1972, Chapter 3. For much more extensive discussion, see Jack Endoff. 1972, Katz, 1972, and more recent papers by these authors. 6 Just how degenerate is this experience? I know of no reliable evidence, but their problem appears to have been misunderstood, and some incorrect statements have been made about what has been asserted. As for the problem, suppose that a scientist were presented with data, 2% of which are wrong, but he doesn't know which 2%. Then he faces some serious difficulties, which would be incomparably more serious if the data were simply uncontrolled experience, rather than the result of controlled experiment, devised for its relevance to theoretical hypotheses. The fact that these difficulties do not seem to arise for the language learner, who is, of course, faced with degenerate data of experience, requires explanation. As for false statements, consider E.G. Leboff, 1970. He speaks of the widespread myth that most speech is ungrammatical and the current belief of many linguists that most people do not Aspenseek. Einen Willen vom Mätigdrassel. N.T.'s choice, and soul. That the source, he. Actual sight say. Speech production or performed statement of mine which asserts nothing remotely of the sort. Leboff also alleges that in a number of presentations I have asserted ungrammatical apostrophe 90H5 aptetting A.T. Majority he cites of the sentences no source there is, which a child none, no such. Here's a statement. Appears anywhere, to my knowledge, and surely not in my writings. I have discussed the matter in a number of presentations but without quantitative estimates, since I know of none, and surely without the estimate that he places within quotes. 167. Contribute to this end in an indirect but significant manner, where they permit a reduction of the expressive power of rules. In each of these categories, there has been recent research that seems to me prom 1s1ng. On restriction of the base, the most promising line of inquiry, in my opinion, has to do with the X-bath theory, which takes the base to be, in its essentials, a projection from the lexical features, plus minus noun, plus minus verb, by means of general schemata. 7. I will not pursue this topic here. Rather, I would like to consider the problem of restricting the transformational component of the grammar. Some fairly natural conditions seem to me feasible, at least over an interesting range. It is these conditions that I want to explore. In all theories of transformations that have been presented even in a semi-explicit way, a transformational rule is defined in terms of a structural description, SD, and a structural change, SC, where the SD specifies the domain of the transformation and the SC states what effect the transformation has on an arbitrary member of this domain. The domain of a transformation is a set of phrase markers, each the phrase marker of some terminal string. A transformation applies to a phrase marker K of a terminal string X subdivided into the successive factors I, Xn, X equals I, Xj. The SD specifies the domain of a transformation by placing conditions on such factorization. Let us consider a few simple cases. Assume given a terminal and non-terminal vocabulary, where the terminal symbols represent grammatical formatives and the non-terminal symbols represent categories, NP, VP, S, etc. Point 8. Suppose that we also have the symbol VB/read H variable. 9. We may then construct arbitrary strings in this full vocabulary. Let us assume the following notion. 1. E, F, A, X, K, where Y is a substring of the terminal string X, K is a phrase marker of X, and O is an arbitrary string in the full vocabulary. 7. In addition to the references cited in Chomsky, 975b, Chapter 3, see now Bresnan. In Press, and 976, and Hornstein, 975. 8. Thursday S. Categories and non-terminal atomic, prime, elements in the X-bar system. 9. In the last work on transformational grammar, e.g., see Chomsky, 955, the terms of SD were restricted to constants. The effect of variables was achieved by the device of constructing families of transformations with a fixed structural change and SDS meeting a fixed condition. The reason had to do with a requirement that transformations be single-valued mappings. This requirement followed, in turn, from the theory of T-markers as a linguistic level. Cf. Chomsky, 955, 965, Chapter 3, Cats and Postal, 964. 168. We will read 1 as Y is n of X with respect to WRT, K. 10. For example, if K is a phrase marker of the terminal string the man left, then E the man, NP, the man left, K. Since the man is a noun phrase in the sentence the man left WRTK. To explain E, we have to say how it holds under various choices of A. Where A equals VBL, we will say that any string is an A for CY, VBL. X, K, for any substring Y of X. Where A is the terminal string Z, then Y is an A of XWRTK just in case Y equals Z. Where A is a category symbol, then Y is an A of XWRTK just in case Y is assigned to the category AYK. To make the latter notion precise, we need to elaborate the notion of phrase marker. We may assume here any conventional theory, say labeled bracketing. If we take phrase markers to be sets of strings, along the lines of Chomsky, 955, then where is a terminal string or a category, then E, Y, A, X, K, when K contains the string formed by replacing Y and X by A. In a very simple case, WE may restrict to a terminal string, a category, or VBL, and represent the SD of a transformation as a SQNCE. The transformation defined by SD of 2 applies to the string X with factors X1, Xn and the phrase marker K where to each I is I, X, K. For example, we might formulate the passive transformation in English with the following SD. 3, VBL, NP, O, V, NP, by, VBL. In this formulation, the two terms VBL are end variables, so that the first and last factors of a string X to which the transformation applies are arbitrary. The second and fifth factors must be NPS, each is an NP, the third an auxiliary, the fourth of E, the sixth by an there. 7th by an are terminal symbols. We may think of as an abstract representative of NP. In particular, the passive transformation, so formulated, will apply to the string 4, where indicates the break between factors. 4. Yesterday, the boy passed, read, the book, by, 1 degree for precision, we should distinguish occurrences of Y and X. Cf. Chomsky, 955. For a more careful presentation of the notations sketched here, see Chomsky, 196-1, Chomsky and Miller, 1963. See Peters and Ritchie, 1973, for a full formalization of a Fell-Weyrich theory of transformations. 169. Existing transformational grammars do not restrict rules to this simple case. Nevertheless, I want to consider the possibility that only this case is permitted, and in fact, that even this case is insufficiently simple in that it permits too rich an expressive power for transformation S. Among the enrichments of the theory of SDS that appear in their literature, theoretical and applied, are the following disjunctions of sequences of one of the D. H2N 1 semicolon 2, meaning that the factor's wider possibilities for A12 may SDs satisfy any defined in terms of Boolean conditions on E for a fixed sequence of factors 13. Conditions expressed in terms of quantifiers 14, conditions involving grammatical relations 15, SDS expressing quite arbitrary conditions on phrase markers or even sets of non-contiguous phrase markers of A. Derivation 16, SDS expressing conditions not limited to a single derivation 17 factors, e.g. semicolon, SD Bell. Isophins. V108 Heltwichensix Vtari Soyenstem Toik V Ostr. Even extra-grammatical towards enrichment of the theory of transformations are all distinct. Each is unwelcome. 11. Consider, for example, a rule of cleft formation that asserts that NPS or PPS can be clefted, or the rules of Chomsky, 1955, and later work involving the VBL. O1 by 2 ILT and raise, omit. DISJUNCTION is plausibly, cf. Bresnan, 1976, argued in Bresnan. In Prezes, 1976, in P. Rees. S. That A. may be of there for Rm. C plus VBL, where C is a constant terminal, E. G. W. H, or category. To achieve the same results within the framework of 2, it might be necessary to assume that WH is a feature of categories, as suggested in Chomsky, 1973, and comparable modifications would be required in other cases discussed. This course raises problems that would carry us too far afield here. Bresnan's theory extends to other cases as well. L. 13b Bresnan's theory, discussed in Note 1, 2, has this property. Or, suppose that 3 is inadequate for the passive, in that we must also require that the string consisting of the 6th plus 7th factors is a PP. Or, consider a rule of extraposition of an S complement of an NP, which maps a structure, NP-NSVP into NVPS. We might work to say that the transformations applies to 3 factors, the first an N, the second an S, the third a VP, and the first plus second an NP, for a formalization of a theory of this sort, which is standard in descriptive practice. See Peters and Ritchie, 1973. Cf. Kane, 1975, for many examples, in a very careful and extensive study. 14 for example, we might want to say that a rule applies to an NP only if it is directly dominated by S, i.e., if it is a subject, in the framework of Chomsky, 1955, or if there is no PP dominating it, etc. Similarly, quantifiers would be needed to formulate the A over A condition as a property of particular rules. 15 cf. Postal 1976, for an argument that the rule of quantifier movement requires reference to the grammatical relation subject of, and Fengo and Lasnik 1976, for a counterargument, which I think is correct, showing that the data rule out any such analysis and require rather a simple positional theory of the sort outlined here. 4. More discuss science of the issues mentioned here, see the latter paper. 16. So-called derivational constraints. Cf. Lukov 197-1, and Postal 1972. On technical difficulties in this proposal, cf. Soames 1974. On the empirical issues, see Brain 1976, and references cited the 17 so-called transderivational constraints. 18 cf. Ross 1973, 1975. 170. Though perhaps necessary, so the facts may show, the more extreme being the more unwelcome for reasons already outlined. 19. It would take several more articles to discuss these and other related proposals in anything like an adequate way. I will not enter into these fundamental questions here, but will merely remark that I am not convinced by the arguments advanced, particularly for the more extreme proposal S, many of which seem to me to involve nothing more than the failure to distinguish separate and quite distinct components of the full system of language which interact to determine judgments in complex cases. Let us restrict attention to the simple case mentioned earlier, namely, SDS of the form 2. Let us inquire into the effects of other still more stringent conditions on the expressive power of transformational rules. The structural change of a transformation with the SD2 will apply to a string x factored into n successive factors x1, xn, where e, x, h are x, k the phrase maker of x. The structural change will in general not affect the form or position of certain factors, while others will be moved, modified, replaced or deleted, briefly, changed. A factor changed by the rule, unless arbitrary or a fixed terminal string, must be assigned to a single category, under the assumptions we are now considering. For example, we cannot have a rule that moves a factor z identified as of e plus np in the SD of the transformer. Rather, if a rule moves such a string, we must assign it to a single category, Vp. Considerations of this sort have been regularly adduced in support of one or another assignment of constituent structure since the origins of work in transformational grammar. 20. We may think of the category symbols that appear in SDS as type variables. Thursday S, where np appears as the ith term in 2. It may be satisfied by an arbitrary string of the type np in factoring a string for the transformation. It is argued in Bresnan 1976, in Press, that the restriction to type variables in this sense is too narrow and that categorial terms of the SD must be generalized in terms of the X-bar system. See Fengo and Lasnik 1976, for a similar proposal, on different grounds. Suppose that we let xn stand an arbitrary category with n bars in this system. Then we might permit terms of the form xn to appear in SDS. Cf. Notes 1, 2, 1, 3. Call these variable categories. It seems that factors that are truly arbitrary are never changed by. 19 Postal argues to the contrary in Postal 1972, but I think he is mistaken for reasons given in my remarks in Parrot 1974. 2 degrees for discus science of the logic of the argument, see Chomsky 1955. In more recent work, the condition was made explicit, perhaps first in Ross 1967. 171. rules. That is, where OI in an SD is VB/, the if factor will not be changed by the rule but will rather serve as a context for whatever changes the rule induces. Let us stipulate, then, that a factor changed by a rule must be either a fixed terminal string or a string of a constant or variable category. An unrestricted variable, OI equals VBL, in an SD will be satisfied only by a factor that is not changed by the rule. A radical restriction in the expressive power of transformations would be achieved if we were to impose a condition that is almost the converse of the condition imposed on factors changed, in the following way. Suppose we were to insist that if a term OI of SD is a constant or variable category, then the factor satisfying OI must be changed by the rule. That is, categories cannot be used to define the context of the structural change induced by the transformation. Such contexts must either be arbitrary or fixed terminal strings. Actually, the same result follows in many cases even from weaker conditions on SDS. Suppose that we were to impose a condition of minimal factorization that requires that the SD2 cannot contain two successive categorial terms unless one or the other is satisfied by a factor changed by the rule. This condition in effect extends to the context of the structural change the requirement of analyzability as a single constituent that we have tentatively imposed on the factors changed by the rule. As summing this condition, which actually is rather well motivated, let us return to the passive transformation. In Chomsky, 1972, 1973, it is suggested that there are really two components to what has been called the passive transformation. One, a rule of NP postposing that converts the string 4 to 5, and another, a rule of NP preposing that converts 5 to 6. 5. Yesterday, T1, past, read the book by the boy. 1. 6. Yesterday, the book, past, read T2 by the boy. The symbols T1 and T2 are the traces left by movement of the C o Ipndo Epxosdp, Haltesoesk. H Faurith Wunsowi Miland, Tmt Mayuk Mrodrothais Eisenavso Alvniota. 2T1IONN PAL preposing replaces the trace T1 by the NP the book. Under the proposed condition of minimal factorization, we cannot employ 3 in the formulation of the rule of NP postposing or NP preposing. In the former case, the constant terms O, V, NP and by are not changed by the rule. In the case of NP preposing, the constant 21 cf. Chomsky, 1973, 1975b, Wasau, forthcoming, Fengo, 1974. 172. Terms O and V are not changed. We may ignore the factors by hash. Unless we assume that the same rule introduces B plus N, adjoining it either to O or V, an assumption that I would like to reject for reasons discussed elsewhere. Cf. Chomsky, 1975b, Chapter 3.